oppression and othering by identifying theories of practice that match our division's diversity, equity, and inclusion desired outcome, beginning equity gap identification, selecting professional subject matter experts, implementing DEI actions, and evaluating through equity gap monitoring.
We look forward to a productive, action-oriented conversation on how we can each implement these evidence-based practices in our workspaces as we continue to take space and make space for our long-term structural and foundational action. Together, we can promote psychological safety and workplace racism, sexism, discrimination, bullying, harassment, sexual assault, and retaliation to create a healthy climate of diversity, equity, and inclusion, which, again, is critical to solving the scientific challenges we face in our field.
I didn't let her name come across because she's the one that did the music for this video, and so her name didn't show up there, but this 10-year-old actually did the music for that video, actually all my videos. So I will be back in about an hour to unpack what you just watched. The things that we're doing for the plasma physicists, we're also doing parts of this at AFIT, and we want to do it with you at Central State. So stand by, to be continued.
I'm not that tall, so we'll. Okay, can everybody hear me? Thank you, Commander James. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. If this is your first time here, welcome. We're glad you're here. For those here and online, thank you so much for joining us again. I'm going to be really brief, but I do want to start off by apologizing. Because this has been such a phenomenal event, we've had many people who wanted to be a part of this. Some folks had to bow out for various reasons a week ago, 2 weeks ago, but they found a way to be a part of it, and we want to include them. We did ask others to be a part of it who were willing to be a part of it and happy to be a part of it. So now our schedule is jammed packed. And me, I'm a type A person. I'm very much by the book. The military was perfectly suited for me. 8 o'clock means 8 o'clock, not 8:02. So it's a bit stressful for me. However, I do beg your pardon, and I do understand if you have to step out or if you have to make other accommodations for anything, but we are going to be a little bit behind schedule. My apologies. I do thank you for your understanding, and we totally understand if you're not able to do everything to its entirety. So with that said, I will call Ms. Jones forward. Sister, please come and bless us again with your voice. And I will ask everyone to please stand if you're able for the singing of Lift Every Voice.
I'm probably a little shorter than him, so I'm just going to pull it down. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light. Keep us forever in the path, we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee. Lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadow beneath thy hand, may we forever stand true to our God, true to our native land, our native land.
Please be seated. If you didn't feel that, check your pulse. Today, you won't have to listen to my voice. We're going to have Miss Anissa Lumpkin be the MC, and I'm going to introduce her, and then I will be out of the way, but I'll still be around, though. Miss Anissa Lumpkin is a senior science and technology engagement lead for the Air Force Research Laboratory, Aeromedical and Small Business Portfolio. In this role, she advises a research budget focused on qualified small businesses in the nation's high-tech arena as a critical source of innovative technologies for our airspace and cyberspace force. Serving the United States Air Force for nearly 20 years, her experienced service has included both active duty and reserve time in the United States Air Force, along with civilian time in the areas of science and technology and acquisitions. She graduated from Tennessee State University, earning a BS in aeronautical and industrial engineering, and also went to earn a master's in public administration from Central Michigan University. She's a proud member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Any AKAs in the room? Okay. I was listening for the ski week. Lifetime member of Girl Scouts and troop leader. Anissa currently lives in Dayton, Ohio with her husband John and her two children. I am honored to present my partner in crime, my sister, Miss Anissa Lumpkin.
So we are, good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here. As Dr. Turner said, I'm a proud graduate of HBCU, Tennessee State University. So I have to shout out my school, TTTSSSU, for all those in the house from Tennessee State University. But I'm welcome to be here at Central State University. It always feels like home when you're at an HBCU. So just brought out the red carpet for those who are not here. When you walk into the room, into the building this morning at Central State University's Student Center, you are welcome with a red carpet. So I feel truly welcome to be here today. Today, I want to just start with some opening remarks about the power of influence. So yesterday, you received a lot of information. Today, you're going to receive a lot of information. And how are you going to take that information and make an impact in your life? the power of influence. What kind of influence are you have? Whether you are a student here that's listening, a faculty member, a government representative from whether you're Air Force, Space Force, NASA, Navy, how are you going to make that influence? And I'm just going to tell you a brief story about the Air Force's HBCU outreach initiative that I founded just a couple of years ago during the pandemic. One thing we were talking today about digital literacy, right? And I thought about digital literacy and I thought back to, I think my first really tidbit into digital literacy was, if you remember back before Facebook, before Instagram, there was MySpace. My MySpace was lit. I'm talking about I was coding, I've had music, I had pictures. That was my first introduction really to coding and digital literacy and how you can use that to represent yourself. But in one of my previous jobs, I was the AFRL SIBR Sitter Small Business Innovation Research, Small Business Technology Transfer Program Manager. And from there, we would give away contracts to small businesses and universities, hundreds of millions of dollars a year. And one of the things that I saw was that of those hundreds and millions of dollars a year, a lot of the people that I were giving money to did not look like me. They didn't represent me. They didn't come from universities that I attended, such as HBCUs. And I really did a deep dive to figure out, what can I do to help remove those barriers to get some people that look like me to receive some of those awards? And one of the things that I found was just the information had to be out there. We had to kind of go back and look at historically Black colleges and universities and minority business owners and find out what are those barriers to entry. And so I went out and I sought out to reduce those barriers. I didn't have a CEO title. I wasn't a vice president of a company. I wasn't a director. I wasn't SES, but I had a program that I was managing. So I was able to take my influence of what I currently had in that possession, and I sought out to find HBCUs and small businesses to receive those contracts and awards. And so with that, we went on to having information sessions, Ask Me Anythings, all online. The pandemic hit right when we were getting ready to launch our program. And so everything was virtual. Everything was new and virtual. And we were able to get awards to HBCUs that partner with small businesses upwards of $3 to $4 million in just 2 years. So just know today that no matter where you are, you don't need a big title. And when you're going out and you're searching for, hey, ways that I can make an impact and make a connection. And Dr. Turner gave us some words yesterday on what he expected to see at the end of this summit. And one of those things is, how are you going to make an impact? How are you going to influence what you've learned the last 2 days in the influence that you have? Whether you're a student, you're going to go back and there's going to be other students that don't know all of the information that you just learned today. Are you going to share that information with them? Are you going to share those resources with them? Faculty members, are you going to share with your students how to get those research opportunities and internships with the Air Force and Space Force? That's all. It doesn't matter what position you are or what title you are, you can make a difference and you can make an impact. And so with that said, I challenge you today. I used to be an adjunct professor at Wilberforce University, which is a private HBCU right across the street. And one of the things that I told my students when I taught engineering, graphics, and design is I'm going to teach you the latest engineering, graphics, and design. Not necessarily what the textbook says, but I'm going to teach you you're going to be able to make an influence at your next opportunity and company. And I've met so many students that I taught that came back and said, the reason why I got my job is because I had that software on my resume, and I was able to get that job because of that. And so there's always something that you know that somebody else doesn't know, and how are you sharing that information? So I challenge you today. That's your assignment today, is to find out how are you going to make that influence. The power of your influence is really important to make that impact. And so with that said, so that we can kind of keep back on track, I would have the distinct pleasure of introducing Dr. Morikano Kuti. And I'm going to read his bio here. Dr. Kuti serves as the Associate Provost for Research at Central State University and the Director for Academic Research and Innovation at Central State University. Dr. Kuti has secured over $12.5 million in public and private funds that have enhanced Central State's physical infrastructure, enabled faculty, research, and scholarly activities, and provided students with scholarships and experiential learning opportunities. He has demonstrated a record of success facilitating positive outcome for underrepresented students, particularly in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Over 1,700 students have positively impacted through Dr. Kuti's programs, with 300 entering the workforce or graduate studies. Dr. Kuti leads the enhancements of CSU's research administration infrastructure to meet and enhance the university's 1890 Lion Grant mission, increase academic capacity, and improve retention and graduation rates. He has administered $180 million in public and private funds since 2005. Dr. Kuti holds a Bachelor of Science in Finance from Central State University, a Master of Business in Finance from St. Thomas University, and a Doctor of Philosophy in Public Policy and Administration from Walden University. Please welcome Dr. Kuti.
Good morning. Okay. So, as Dr. Turner said, I was here yesterday, and I don't know what expectations I had, but they were exceeded. And because, you know, you're in the right space when everybody says what you want to say, right? And you're like, are they cripping my notes? By the time it gets to my turn, what I'm about to say, everybody has said already. So I know I'm in the right space. So I just want to reference some things that were said yesterday. General Pringle said this is a pivotal moment in time. Right? Dr. Turner said HBCUs, one of our characteristics is to fight. Mr. Todd said you need trust in relationships. Dr. Welch from AFSO said that you need diversity of thought to have the best outcome. And Dr. Jones said, when you're in close proximity to right person in the Air Force Base, that we should have a productive relationship. And then Ms. Stokes and Dr. Besselman said that when we don't provide opportunities to everybody, there's a loss of income, right? These were all things I was going to talk about, right? So, and then the video we saw this morning, my slide is not. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay. So the video we saw this morning, the Secretary of Energy said something about HBCUs and how we produce STEM graduates. HBCUs are only 3% of the nation's institutions of higher education, yet we enroll 10% of African Americans in colleges. We produce 22% of African American bachelor degree holders. We produce 20% of African American STEM holders. And when it comes to engineering, we produce 40% of the engineers, bachelor's degree holders. And did you know that the 4 ladies in the Hidden Figures movie all went to HBCUs? One of them went to Wilberforce. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to talk about my university, Central State University. I'm here speaking on behalf of HBCUs, but I must speak for my university. as well. We only enroll 8% of African Americans in public universities in Ohio, but we produce 12% of the bachelor's degree holders. When it comes to STEM, we produce almost 14% of all STEM African American graduates in Ohio. When we're talking about engineering, we have two particular programs we're proud of. Our manufacturing engineering program is one of the few that is ABET accredited at the undergraduate level. And our environmental engineering program is the #1 producer of African American graduates in the country. We produce 13% of African American environmental engineering students in the country. Just 5, but that shows you the opportunity available. Now, next slide. Oh, that's it. This is the slide. So, as Ms. Lumpkin said, I'm the Associate Provost for Research, right? The rest of that stuff is just some stuff to make sure I earn my pay. The university under Dr. Thomas's leadership has made a strategic decision to invest in research. So we've enhanced our research infrastructure. In the past 3 years, we've gone from $21 million in research and external funding to $46 million because of the hard work of our faculty and staff and of partnerships that we've entered into with some Research One institutions. Also, as an HBCU without a graduate degree, without a graduate program, we're #1 in the country. And we're number 25 amongst all HBCUs. We have partnerships, like I said, with Research One institutions, other 1890 institutions, and private companies. The items in green are where we hope to be in the next 3 years. When General Pringle spoke yesterday, she said, the Air Force is willing to help HBCUs become R1 institutions. Well, we want to become an R2 institution, so we're going to be looking for our assistance along that process. And we have some topics that are of interest to the Air Force. Our manufacturing engineering department does additive manufacturing. We have a cybersecurity certificate. We have faculty that teach artificial intelligence. We have a water quality program. We have a climate program that's well-renowned. We have a food security program, and we also have nutrition. And our goal is to be top 15 HBCU in 3 years. Now, next slide, please. So as I said, we've been quite successful. So in the past 11 years, Central State has received about $145 million in federal funding for research and other external funded activities. But only 4% has been from the Department of Defense. Now, we all know the Department of Defense has more than 4% of the national budget, right? So we have to work on that. But it's not just me talking. Next slide, please. The Department of Defense and the National Academies of Science conducted a study discussing how the research capacities of HBCUs must be increased in order for the nation to achieve its optimum purpose. And how can the Department of Defense effectively enable HBCUs to compete for research dollars? And, as I said, God works in mysterious ways. In the video that the commander showed, one of the speakers said, the way to do that is to increase the facilities and the equipment at these universities. Now, I was supposed to speak before his video, right? but they showed this video before I spoke. So now I have evidence, right? Because in the report, it says, and next slide, please. So in the report, they have 8 recommendations, but I'm going to highlight just a few. And yesterday, one of the speakers said that when you're spending public money, you have to focus, because this is still taxpayers' funds we're discussing. I'm not a scientist, right? Because practically everybody else that I spoke before me is a scientist. So I'm going to dumb it down here, right? In public administration, there's 4 ways that you measure how you spend public funds, right? Is it economic? Is it effective? Is it efficient? And there's a 4th category called equity, right? Equity means that you try and give to people as much as they need. Equity is not equally, right? You don't treat people equally, because sometimes when you treat people equally, you're actually not being fair. You have to treat people equitably in order to achieve a public purpose. So, in the recommendation in the study, it says that the Department of Defense should make long-term institutional investments. Long-term means 5 to 10 years, meaningful investments in HBCUs. And that the DoD should seek out universities that have STEM capabilities and work with them by coming up with programs and topics that are of course of interest to DoD. We're not asking for charity. It's to say, give us the ability by giving us facilities and equipment for us to do DoD-related research. So, again, I'm advocating for my university. In CSU Master Plan, we have land dedicated for mixed use, right? Which means it could be for education, it could be for entrepreneurial, it could be for research, it could be for anything. So I'm thinking, what if we have a facility on the Central State University campus? Because as Dr. Jones said yesterday, when you're in close proximity to a DoD installation, that should be able to be a vehicle to implement projects. And in the recommendation of the report, that's one of the things they said, is that DoD installations close to HBCU should invest in those schools. We know this works because the University of Dayton is 20 minutes from Wright Pat. UD receives more Department of Defense dollars than any other university in Ohio. In fiscal year 19, UD received $72 million. In fiscal year 20, Wright State received $36 million. In the last 3 years, CSU received $1.2 million. Again, so we don't want to be treated equally with UD and UC. We want it to be treated equitably. And what we're saying is, if we have the same facilities and equipment that UD and Wright State has, we can do the work. Now, in public administration, we talk about something called the policy feedback theory. Meaning when you're trying to change a policy, there are actors that benefit from that policy that necessarily don't want to believe in the change. So what we have to do is work with our partners and collaborators to show how treating HBCUs like Central State equitably benefits everybody rather than just Central State University. Next slide, please. So, DoD right now has a program to increase capacity at HBCUs, and the cap is $600,000 per award for a period of 2 years. If we want to make meaningful long-term change, that cap needs to be increased and the years needs to be increased as well, so we can do strategic work. Another one of the recommendations from the report, it says that the DoD should identify HBCU with STEM graduate programs and work with them to expand on those programs. And that the Department of Defense should work with HBCUs, MSIs on workforce development programs. As I said before, Central State is trying to become an R2 institution. To become an R2 institution, you have to have doctoral programs. So I watched the video on the Air Force website that talks about digitization. And it talks about the different aspects of digitization. Again, remember I said I'm not a scientist, right? But the video was actually very lucid that I could understand some of the things. It talks about in digitization, you need additive manufacturing, right? And it talks about coding and modeling so that you don't actually bend metal until some concepts have been proven. Now, clap for me, I did understand that part of the video. So, and the reason I'm saying that is this. We have additive manufacturing at Central State. We have coding. That's an opportunity that I believe DoD can make a meaningful investment on the campus of Central State University. Another way that DoD invests in universities, they have these centers called University Affiliated Research Centers, right? There's 12 of them across the country. None of them are located at an HBCU or MSI. Now, what these centers are is they get tens of millions of dollars to focus on topics, and they're hosted by universities. And again, remember I said equitable treatment, right? I know Central State is not ready to host a University Affiliated Research Center, at least not now. But the HBCUs across the country, or a couple of them, that are ready to have UARCs. So when we talk about long-term meaningful investment, and UARCs are non-compete occasions. The last recommendation I want to talk about is that, I skipped something. When it comes to undergraduate research, students who engage in undergraduate research are more successful, both while they're in school and after they graduate school, because they get experiences. So one of the ways that HBCUs, and it was mentioned yesterday, that AFID has internship opportunities, right? But students must have certain skills on their campus so that when they go for internship, they're well prepared. So that's another way for DoD to invest in CSU and other HBCUs. Now, another recommendation from the report was that DoD should copy programs from other federal agencies that have been successful in increasing the capacity of HBCUs. NIH has a program called Path to Excellence and Innovation, of which CSU is a member. What that program does is that it matches HBCUs with small businesses looking at specific contract opportunities that we can apply for. And CSU is in that program right now. Another program that NIH has is called increasing the capacity of sponsored programs and grant offices at HBCUs, so that these universities can actually go out and compete. You have to have the research administration infrastructure to actually compete for federal grants. That's another program now these are not recommendations from me. These are recommendations from the National Academy of Sciences, right? It doesn't get any better than that. I mean, that's the gold standard. And the title of the report, which I failed to mention, it says, going from good intentions to meaningful outcomes, right? So yesterday I asked the AFSOS director of AFSO a question, right? I said, how much have you invested in HBCU? What percentage of your budget? That was not a question to put out on the spot. That was a question to say, you have to show evidence, right? So the report talks about DOD has good intentions. We all know that. As I said, we're all singing from the same book over the past day and a half. But, and as Ms. Lumpkin said, what in 2 years are we going to say happened after this event? Finally, I want to say this. For those of you in the audience, when you walk into this space, right, the building doesn't normally look like this. Ms. Coker and Mr. Atwater, I know they're back there somewhere. They did a tremendous job. I mean, a tremendous job transforming this building. With the colors, the balloons, the red carpet, everything, right? But I have a challenge. Today at 5 o'clock, right, or 6 o'clock, the balloons will be gone, the lights will be gone, everything will be gone, right? So this Digital Literacy Summit, a tremendous occasion, is a temporary investment, right? Because you're on our campus. What if in 3 years, there's a center on the CSU campus, the Center for Additive Manufacturing and Coding, right? Funded by DOD, of course. And the conference happens here. And so, instead of it being a temporary investment of balloons, it's actually a meaningful long-term investment that we can measure and say, as part of the HBCU DOD Summit, this center was created at Central State. This center can then be used for research, for teaching and learning, so that CSU can compete for contracts and dollars with UC and UD. And instead of $1.2 million over 3 years, maybe we're not getting 35, maybe we're getting 15. But again, we're treated equitably, and so we can help the nation achieve. Remember, these are public dollars. We're not asking for charity. We want to have the opportunity to contribute based on the talent. And to do that, we need the infrastructure, the facilities, the equipment, the support personnel, AFIT personnel coming on our campus, help looking at our curriculum and saying, hey, if you want to be in the digitalization, you need to have this in your courses. Because right now we're working with Procter & Gamble, and they're looking at some of our graphic design courses and helping our faculty design courses so that our students will be better prepared for industry. Same thing can happen with AFIT. I was talking to the commander, right? Maybe he wants to come to campus and teach an adjunct class, right? But these are what I mean by meaningful outcomes, so that we can align our interest with DOD going forward. Thank you very much. Question? You want to do quick?
In the interest of time.
Okay, no question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kuti. Well, in interest of time constraints that we have today, we're going to reserve questions, Q&A. If you have any questions that you would like to be asked, please put those in the chat for those that are online. And if you have questions here today, you can refer to myself or Dr. Turner, and we'll try to get those questions answered. Or if you see the person in the audience throughout the day today, feel free to go up and ask those questions as well. So next I have the distinct pleasure of introducing General Lester Lyles. He is the former chairman of the board of the USAA, retired general, and former vice chief of staff of the United States Air Force. General Lester Lyles entered the United States Air Force in 1968 as a distinguished graduate of the Air Force ROTC program. He has received many awards and decorations, including the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, the Defense Distinguished Service Medal of Superior Service, and the Legion of Merit with Oak Leaf Cluster. He was named the Astronautic Engineer of the Year by the National Space Club and received the Roy Wilkins Renowned Service Award for outstanding contributions to military equal opportunity policies and programs from the National NAACP. He was named Black Engineer of the Year, Lifetime Achievement, and received from the General Thomas D. White Award for Distinguished Service in National Security from the United States Air Force Academy. Lyles has chaired on or served on councils related to the U.S. space program, including the National Space Council Users Advisory Group, the NASA Advisory Council, and the Augustine Space Committee. With that, I have this distinct pleasure of introducing General Lester Lyles, who will be joining us virtually.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Okay, great. Lisa, thank you very much for that very kind introduction. And let me say good morning to Dr. Walt Jones, the AFIT Chancellor, Dr. Thomas, the President of CSU, Major General Pringle, if she's there, and all the distinguished leaders and visitors who are there. Dr. Turner, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be part of this. And let me start by giving my apologies for not being able yesterday, Dr. Turner mentioned during his opening remarks about the pandemic still being with us. Well, I'm here to testify to that. For those who don't know, unfortunately, I can't be there because I am currently just getting over COVID, bout with COVID. And I'm now still isolating until everything in the virus subsides. And a hoarse voice. And hopefully that won't go away and you'll be able to hear me. Let me just do a very quick check again, because you were breaking up as I listened this morning to see if you can still hear me. Okay, I understand I'm breaking up to you too. So I'm not sure what's causing that, but I'm going to proceed on and hopefully you'll be able to get to my remarks. Now, near and dear. HBCUs. Let me just start very quickly, give you just who may not be aware of my background. I'm a native of Washington, D.C., born and raised in Washington, D.C. I'm a product of the Washington, D.C. to the Air Force Academy, but I turned that down and decided to go to, yeah. Okay. Okay, I've been asked to turn off my camera to see if my voice will come through and the sound will come through better. Is that a little better? And I was obviously very, very proud to do that as an engineering major, to go to and be part of the very prestigious engineering school at Howard University. I was also part of the Air Force ROTC program. So when I graduated from Howard and got my commission into the United States Air Force, the Force would be to a graduate school to get a graduate degree in engineering. And it just so happens the school they chose was part of the Minority Serving Institute at New Mexico State University. So your program there both an HBCU and an MSI. I got my master's degree in engineering and I spent 36 years in the United States Air Force, almost all of it in cutting edge research, development, and science and technology. And I finally retired, it's hard to believe, in 2003 as a four-star general. It was my second four-star general job. I was the Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force, as Lisa mentioned. And since I retired, my post-Air Force career has been almost exclusively focused in research, development, science, and technology developments, and so many numerous as Lisa mentioned. I served on the board of General Dynamics Corporation for 16 years. I'm a member of the National Academy of Engineers. Yes. Picture, which really you all should be blessed not to have to look at me, but I'm not sure what I can do about the sound. So let me continue, and hopefully most of my remarks have come through. I am today the chairman of the NASA Advisory Council. Before I briefly give you my perspectives on this particular program, by your extremely distinguished speakers. Dr. Turner first mentioned three focus areas of advice that he recommended to all of you who are attending. One, take advantage of all the connections you'll be making here or have made already at this particular summit. Two, exchange content. Both for the HBCUs and for the government, the Air Force and other agencies. Dr. Thomas, the CSU president, advised all of you involved in these opportunities to aim high. And for those old heads like me, you recall that that word, that phrase, aim high, used to be the motto for the United States Air Force. And Walt Jones, the no, I did not. Let me
hear you. Give me 1 second. So, you're not heard. You're not heard.
Yes, I'm still here. Um, Can you hear me? Okay, I'm picking up a little bit of an echo. I hope you're not picking one up also. Okay, let me try again. And I'm going to proceed where I left off. I was mentioning about the comments you received yesterday from Dr. Turner, Dr. Thomas, and my friend. Can you still hear me? Okay, and so I am not on your camera again, which could be a little bit of blessing. You heard comments yesterday from Dr. Turner, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Walt Jones, and Major General Pringle told you that the Air Force needs you, and we can't do it alone relative to our objectives. She also gave you some imperatives on why the digital journey is so important to the Air Force. Things like the need for faster research and development, which is absolutely critical, making better decisions, streamlining a transition of technologies to our operational needs, and building the ability to use low friction business and operations to achieve our objectives. So before I talk a little bit about about HBCUs and interests that are really notable about the HBCUs nowadays and all the organizations that are interested, I would just repeat a comment made by Dr. Turner yesterday. This really is the hottest ticket in town. It is, in some respects, the year of the HBCUs. I don't need to tell any of you, with my proud linkage to Howard University, about all the notable graduates from Howard University, including our Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and many, many celebrities and many, many other people who've been part of that. In addition, there's been a groundswell of support and recognition of the excellence of our HBCUs from corporations like Google, like our airlines, United Airlines and Delta Airlines, connecting with HBCUs to try to develop the pilot crews and forces they need for the future. Even the National Football League is establishing partnerships with the medical schools of HBCUs to establish internships for all the things that are done medically and needed the medical presence in the National Football League. Netflix has donated significant amount of funds to HBCUs. And foundations like the Karsh Family Foundation are establishing endowments. The Karsh family established a $10 million STEM endowment at Howard University. And individuals like Mackenzie Scott, the former wife of Jeff Bezos, has donated over the last year or so some $500 million to HBCUs, including $40 million to Howard University. And certainly the federal government is really trying to make sure they're doing their activities to support the HBCUs. But even in terms of corporations and reaching out to HBCUs, there's some strange bedfellows sometimes, but it really proves the value of HBCUs. There's a company in Oregon called Precision Cast Parts. I served on the board of Precision Cast Parts for many years before
that company was acquired by Warren Buffett, and he took it private. So I'm no longer part of the board of directors, but I'm very closely connected to their CEO, Mark Donegan. And Mark reached out to me a couple of years ago and said he wanted to establish a closer relationship with HBCUs. And obviously, he had asked for my advice. I connected him to Howard University. And today, Precision Cast Parts has a program to develop the leadership and pro activities for Precision Cast Parts. And they're doing that through partnership with Howard University to really make sure that the leaders of this cutting edge company really appreciate and understand HBCUs and will help grow HBCUs. Now, I have to admit, one of the other things I'm proud about is that when Mark Donegan made this decision, he essentially terminated the program that PCCU had in the past for their leadership development, which was being done through that school to the north, the M School, the University of Michigan. So all of you Ohioans should be proud of that particular fact as well. Well, today's agenda, yesterday's agenda was setting the stage, if you will. Today's agenda will focus more on specific digital programs and so many different aspects of that. So I won't even begin to try to repeat or talk about any of those activities. What I did want to do in sort of my wrap up is to talk about some of the many organizations and entities who are involved in and showing greater interest in HBCUs. As an example, our Chief of Staff of the Air Force, General C.Q. Brown, started directly leading what is called the Chief of Staff of the Air Force Diversity and Inclusion Council a couple of years ago. He asked me, General Brown asked me to be one of the advisors to this particular activity. And I'm currently one of the advisors. And I'm very proud to note that of all the actions that the Air Force is trying to do to address diversity and inclusion, one of it is a closer tie with HBCUs. And I know that the Air Force is striving for that. Now, a few minutes ago, Dr. Cootie mentioned university-affiliated research centers. And I think he said, if I heard correctly, that there is no UARC with one of the HBCUs. I hope that's incorrect, because one of the things the Air Force chief wants to establish, and one of the things the chief scientist of the Air Force, Dr. Victoria Coleman, who talked to you yesterday, is leading, is to establish a UARC at Howard University. So I hope that is being done today, or will be done if it hasn't been done officially. Let me jump to the new Space Force. When the Space Force was being established a couple of years ago, one of the advice I gave to the Chief of Space Operations, General Jay Raymond, was to please make sure you reach out to the HBCUs. And when Jay decided that he wanted to have a university partnership program, UPP, establishing a close relationship between the Space Force and major institutions around the country, he also made sure that HBCUs are part of that. NC State University was the first HBCU to be part of the UPP. They were set up in that particular capacity last December, December of 2021. And just a couple of months ago in April, Howard University was established as a member of the UPP, and I was part of that particular ceremony to make them part of that activity. And I think that's going to continue to grow. And as part of the UPP, the Air Force and the Space Force specifically will be reaching out and making sure they have close relationships with scholarship opportunities, internship opportunities, growth opportunities with each one of the members of the UPP. And Howard, NC State, and hopefully others will be part of that particular program. It was mentioned the National Space Council, that I was a member of the National Space Council. For those who are not familiar, the Space Council has been on record from Congress for many, many years. It is established that there will be a Space Council reporting to the President or Vice President of the United States for every administration. Now, not every administration has taken advantage of that, but in the last administration, the Trump-Pitt administration, they jumped up the interest in space in general, and they really stepped up the role of the National Space Council. As part of that, they established a user advisory group, some 29, 30 people around the country, mostly CEOs of major corporations, a few retired general officers, Admiral Jim Ellis and I were part of that activity, and we were part of the Users Advisory Group. We think Vice President Harris is committed to continuing the National Space Council and the User Advisory Group, and I think that I will still be part of that. And I mentioned the User Advisory Group and the National Space Council because one of the things we did was to look at the need for STEM education for the United States, both in space activities, but in general. And HBCU outreach was one of the things that the Space Council is going to be recommended, User Advisory Group has recommended to the Space Council, and there will be more interest in that activity for some time in the future. It was also mentioned about the NASA Advisory Council. I happen to chair the NASA Advisory Council, and I can tell you that the current administrator for NASA, former Senator Bill Nelson, in asking me to continue as the chairman of the NASA Advisory Council, gave me a couple of things he wanted to put greater emphasis on. And one was both STEM education, but also diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And he wants to step up the entity and the interest in working with the HBCUs. And as part of making sure that happens, he and I chose Jackie Wynn, a junior executive with General Dynamics, to serve on the NASA Advisory Council with me to work that particular interest area. Jackie, as some of you may know, has been associated with AMY, Advancing Minority Interest in Engineering, for many years. She's still part of that AMY activity, and she is going to bring those interests, if you will, to the NASA Advisory Council. And to me, that means that we're going to be more involved, or NASA's going to be more involved in working with the HBCU. I was going to mention the National Academy of Engineers. I am a member, as I mentioned earlier, of the Academy of Engineers. Excuse me, let me get a glass of water. My voice fades a little bit here. One of the studies of the National Academy of Engineers over the last couple of years has been the one that Dr. Cootie mentioned to you in his remarks. The defense research and capacity that HBCUs and MSIs transitioning from good intentions to measurable outcomes. Dr. Cootie gave you a great summary of what some of the recommendations are coming out of that particular study. What I want to mention is that I was the principal reviewer for that particular study for the Academy and made sure that all the recommendations were the right kind of things to address the objectives and missions of that particular study. It was also not mentioned that Dr. Jean Deloach, the Dean Emeritus of the School of Engineering at Morgan State University, HBCU obviously, was the chairman of that particular study. Dr. Robin Coker, who I understand might be there in your particular audience, the Dean of the School of Engineering at North Carolina A&T, was also a member of that particular study group, and former general, retired general, Ellen Polakowski, again, a former head of the Air Force Material Command, was also on that particular study. And it was mentioned, some of the recommendations coming from that particular study. Dr. Cootie mentioned a couple of them. Let me just amplify a couple of those recommendations, one of which is for the Department of Defense to essentially double over the next couple of years its budget for HBCUs. And part of that recommendation was for the Department of Defense, to equal or exceed the investments in HBCUs that are done by other agencies. Right now, and for the last year or so, essentially 1% of the R&D budget of the Department of Defense goes towards HBCUs. Well, the Department of Energy, as you may have heard in the video earlier, has 1.9% of their budget, and even NASA devotes 2% of their R&D budget to HBCUs. And part of the recommendations coming out of that study that Dr. Cootie described was essentially to equal or exceed the recommendations for the budget for those particular agencies and for HBCU. And then finally, let me just mention, as part of my role in the National Academy of Engineers, I also serve on the new Racial Justice and Equity Committee that's part of the National Academy of Engineers. That committee is chaired by Dr. Percy Pierre, a former dean of the School of Engineering at Howard University. And it's being emphasized by Dr. Johnson, the president of the National Academy of Engineers, and he really has stepped up the interest in making sure that the Academy is working very closely with and supporting the HBCUs. And then one final comment. I am part of a study, a congressionally mandated study that's currently underway. It's being done through the Systems Engineering Research Center of Stevens Institute. The study is titled Department of Defense and Defense Industrial Base STEM Collaboration Policy. And as part of that, Congress mandated that we look and make sure we address what can be done to step up the work with HBCUs in terms of the needs of the Department of Defense and the needs of the defense industrial base for STEM and STEM workforce in the future. And that activity is still ongoing. We're in the phase of our final report, and I can tell you there will be very strong emphasis on working with the HBCUs. So let me stop right there. I hope you were able to hear some of my comments. I apologize that due to technical difficulties, you perhaps didn't catch all my remarks. I'm not apologizing you can't look at me, if you will. You're blessed in that respect. But I hope you caught most of my remarks. I'll just tell you, I'm very excited about this particular summit. And I'm just going to close with a couple of words of advice, if you will. One is a very three-word motto that I use, and it really amplifies some of the comments made by Dr. Turner. And it's communicate, communicate, communicate. Talk to each other. Talk to the Air Force Institute of Technology. Talk to the Air Force Research Lab as part of this program, and make sure you're communicating with them to understand their needs, but also not just needs in terms of technology, but what you as parts of the HBCU community need to be successful in addressing the success of this particular program. Ask questions, seek explanations, and partner and collaborate in every way that you can. And then be very inclusive in terms of the things that you're involved in. Make sure that you ask questions and you are ensuring that people are including you in every aspect of what it is they're trying to do. So with that, let me stop. I apologize again to you for through health reasons can't be there, but also hopefully that you're able to catch some of my remarks. I don't know how much time is left. I'm available for questions if anybody would like to ask any, but please, thank you for all of you for being involved in this, and God bless you and great success in everything you're trying to do.
Thank you, General Lyles. Hopefully this is on, you all can hear me. In the interest of time, we're not going to take any questions for General Lyles. However, if you do have questions, please put them in the chat, and we will make sure that we get those questions answered for you, as well as if you have questions here today, you can get with myself or Dr. Turner. So up next, I would like to welcome Commander Royce James, and he's going to talk about some of those dynamic impacts of his things. And thank you, General Lyles, for all of the work that you're doing and continuing to do to impact HBCUs and minority engineering students.
Thank you so much. The reoccurring theme, right? Everyone says the things that are coming, but the other thing I think is really interesting and really wonderful is our connections. And as I was hearing from General Lyles, thank you so much, sir, for your service and your continued service, and for your inspiration for the rest of us. I too am a DC boy, grown, and between there and Florida, I spent a lot of my childhood. Came into the Coast Guard in DC, right in Southeast DC, right when headquarters was still in Southeast DC, which it no longer is. But we share some other things. General Liza and I went to the same institution. He went to Howard. My mom went to Howard and Bennett. But I went to New Mexico State University, proud graduate, Aggies. And there's a few of us out here in the world that live in Las Cruces for that time, and it's a magical place. And there's these things just keep coming back and around. So I wanted to just say those connections, and nothing brings about connections like music. So I wanted to, as a symphonian, I wanted to very much say thank you to Miss Chantel Jones for that wonderful rendition of the Negro National Anthem. It completely touched my heart, and I hope it touched the rest of you as well. I'm gonna be really, really brief, which is not my strong suit. Dr. Jones is laughing at the table. I know, because he knows I have almost no ability to be brief, but I am going to do my absolute best to get us a little bit back on track. And so I had a really great story that I was going to share with you, and I'm just not going to be able to share that story with you, but just know that I was very intentional about how I came into the Coast Guard, and if it wasn't for my digital literacy, I didn't know those words then, right? I just knew I had to find out information about the organization that I wanted to join, and I knew from the very beginning that after I wanted to be a preacher, and then a preacher, a farmer, and then a physicist / astronaut, which I knew I was going to then do that through my life. When I went to the Coast Guard and I said there's 3 things I wanted to do in the Coast Guard, one was to serve an icebreaker, 2 was to teach at the Coast Guard Academy, which we just kind of left, and 3 was to be an astronaut. And then after becoming an astronaut, I would just return and keep teaching until I finished out my 20 years, because there'd be so much time left after being an astronaut, right? And so that's how I went in. And I'm happy to say that out of all those things, I've done them all, and one of them, partially. I did actually get to go on an icebreaker. I did actually get to do some work on the Healy, which is named after the Mike Healy, he was the presence on the Bear in the 1800s in Alaska, and he passed as white, but he was a black man, captain, and he was the actual federal presence for the whole country in Alaska during when Alaska was a territory. And so that's his namesake there, the Healy. I was twice selected within the Coast Guard. In the military, you have to be selected within your service and move up. The rest of the military is really smart. Everybody that meets the qualifications, they send the names up. I think the Air Force had 300 people that they sent last time. The Coast Guard's is a little more selective, and they actually choose. And the 2 times I went up, I was one of 8 chosen out of 700 applications. So I'm pretty proud of that. I didn't make it to the next level each time, but I was very happy to compete. When I went into the Coast Guard, I was very adamant about knowing what I was doing and pulling out that information. That's what that who they're deep water. I don't know if you can see it, but that's what deep water here, horizon. And I happened to ask a question during officer candidate school to the admiral, because he came in to talk to us about deep water horizon. And everybody was just blown away that this OC knew about Deepwater Horizon. And I actually didn't know a thing about Deepwater Horizon. I just had done the literacy and asked the questions, which is how we all learn. And it was that question that put me on the radar as one of 3 physicists in the whole Coast Guard, that maybe it'd be a good idea to have me return as a professor. And so when I went through OCS, they had already picked me out of a crowd, because the admiral had heard this question from me and had inquired about my background, and then it rose to the top, and that's how I became permanent commissioned teaching staff. That's basically how I got here today. So I've been teaching at the Coast Guard Academy since 2004. This video, I'm not going to be able to show it to you, but that video is available online as well as the other one. This is more of an Air Force-wide video, so by all means, I will be able to pass that out on YouTube, should you like to see it. It's very specific. It goes from the Chief of Staff, General Brown, giving some really specific instructions, and you'll hear from some airmen talking about this Healthy to Innovative framework that we are employing at AFIT, that you saw is being employed at American Physical Society. CISA is actually taking off. It's at University of Wisconsin. It's at the Coast Guard Academy. This framework by Dr. Kim Young McClear is really starting to make its mark right on the DEIA space. So what's innovative about this framework, I kind of explained it in the video, is that it starts with this foundation of psychological safety. And psychological safety is super important to starting off any framework, because you have to be safe, right, to be yourself. You have to be able to safe to be authentic, to be able to contribute and challenge, right? How many times have you been at a talk and you wanted to say something or ask a question to the speaker, but only the senior folks, like the generals and the admirals, are the ones doing all the speaking, but you didn't really feel like you could actually put your voice out? That's not a psychologically safe space, right? And how many ideas and thoughts didn't actually get conveyed because we didn't get that information, right? How many times has an idea been put out by a supervisor or someone that's more senior or even junior, may have positional power, and you're like, oh, you know what, I have a different idea, or I have a different way of thinking, or that's just really stupid, right? I mean, and so have you ever felt like you couldn't challenge, right? And so those are creating the spaces that we don't want to continue. And where else would we need that in a place with the United States military, right? When we have to make life and death decisions every day, right? And the Coast Guard talks about this a lot, right? Because, we always joke that the rest of the DoD is training for war, but we're out there doing our job in life to death situations every day. We pick people up out of the water. We help to save the environment. We help to enforce embargoes so everybody can get their fish, right? Who doesn't want their Chilean sea bass, right? All these things have to happen from day to day in our everyday life. And if we aren't able to challenge and say, wait, that's not a safe evolution, cease and desist, all the way down to the lowest E1, right? The lowest non-rate has to be able to challenge and say that and pass it all the way up. Excellent. With and that's an excellent best practice. Unfortunately, that's not the case all the time. I think the way where we do have that happen in the military is during evolutions, not necessarily in like a boardroom setting, right? Not necessarily in the seagoing services, we call them ward rooms. And when you go into a wardroom, there's certainly a hierarchy. When you square the office to go into the general's office, or they're holding a meeting, there's definitely a hierarchy. But you're absolutely right. During evolutions, that's what I was pointing out, we have to be able to do that in the military because it's the way we actually move forward. But I'll show you some examples of where we didn't get that quite right. So here I have an actual periodical that I'm not going to be able to pull forward. This is from Amy Edmondson, who was in the video. She's like the grandmother of psychological safety, right? She didn't come up with psychological safety, but she's done a lot of she's been super prolific in writing about psychological safety. And one of the things that she talks about here is what parts of the things that we do in our day-to-day actually contribute to psychological safety, and how that actually turns into outcomes of making environments that we work in better, right? And so you can see here, just really quickly, you can see here that these are our most commonly addressed things, like group dynamics, open dialogue skills. These are some of the things that you're just talking about in the military. Cultural awareness. Things that we don't necessarily do so much with, like situational humility, right? Sponsorship, right? Situational awareness is one that we do a lot in the military. And so you can see here, these are where the supportive and consultative leadership, where this happens. This is where challenging type of leadership, where this happens. And this is where senior leader inclusiveness, where this happens. And down this bottom is where we want to have the box checked all the way across, because these skills are the skills that are usually not addressed, but they lead to fostering psychological safety, which promote the behaviors that we need in our actual institutions. So this is another manifestation of that again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on, because I want to get to our actual actions versus what it is the problem. I feel like we've done a lot in the last 2 days, like this morning and yesterday, talking about the problem, but I will happily share this article with you and give you a lot more information on that as we get forward. Psychological safety has got a lot of ways in which you can inculcate it, right? We talk a lot about what is it, but how do you bring it about? But one of the ways that we can do that is in really great programs, right? We can bring great programs like AmeriCorps and CCC, like Inroads. Anybody here know about Inroads? Inroads is usually in business. There's some scientists. It's in major countries. It helps high schoolers and then undergraduates get internships, and often those internships turn into actual jobs. So it's really the cornerstone, the beginning of pathways, right? And the AmeriCorps kind of takes a military approach to doing service and public service, almost like the Peace Corps, but domestic. And then if you take really what's going on in those organizations, inroads, and the military put it together, you get like an AmeriCorps. And then, of course, these NSBE, National Society of Black Engineers, I'm sure you've heard of them. What you may not have heard of is the National Society of Black Physicists. That's near and dear to my heart, obviously, as a physicist. But all of these organizations help to develop psychological safety because they help you to be your authentic self. They help you to show up, to be listened to be able to challenge, and to be able to be heard. Sometimes you have to make psychological safety happen. And this is, I try to get personal pictures in. You'll see me a couple of these. And at every opportunity that we get to take space and make space, that mural is actually covering up a picture of three enslaved individuals moving materials for building a boat. And this is in a room inside the Academy, Coast Guard Academy, where we were mandated to take awards. And I had refused to take an award in front of a mural of enslaved people. So my colleagues got together, they put up some great flags. You can see the Ghanaian flag. That's for my heritage, I believe, if I look at 23andMe. And there's the DC flag, Maryland flag. We've got the trans flag, and of course the Black Lives Matter flag. We have those there. That's where I got my actual award, my MSM, and we just changed the space. So sometimes it doesn't have to be like marching in the street, right? Sometimes you can actually create psychological safety with relatively easily, right? Maybe putting up pipes and curtains isn't the easiest thing to do, but in this case, we were successful. So how do you make psychological safety happen? You got to bring those subject matter experts, right? And here's a list of subject matter experts that you can find on psychological safety. And here are the things that these are the companies, and these are things that they're actually good at doing, right? And by looking at their websites, we did just a market research and got together with my colleague, Dr. Young McClear. And it turns out there's only two US companies here. And out of not only those two, but all of them, there's only one that really looks at DEIA, right? And there's this company here, which is based out of UK, and this company here, Holonex, that's based here in the US. And you can't really have psychological safety if you don't have a lens of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. So reached out to them. They've made a proposal for us. We're reviewing it now here with Dr. Jones, and I are going through to make sure this is going to be an appropriate work for us. But we feel like we're going to be able to bring them into AFIT to do similar things that the video was talking about that we're doing with the physicists. And that's to create that psychologically safe space with some coaching, with some learning modules, which I would have told you more about. And this is how we actually actualize an action to get impacts from what we're doing in our day-to-day. So quickly to go through moral courage. Anybody recognize these individuals? These are the Greensboro Four from North Carolina A&T. They are the ones that kicked off the beginning of the sit-ins that rekindled the civil rights movements in the 1960s. And remember we were talking about connections, and I had mentioned my mom went to Howard. Well, the gentleman there in the ROTC uniform who never finished ROTC is Franklin McCain, and that's my mother's younger brother. So we definitely have these connections continue, right? They continue to be a part of us. If you get to go to the African American History Museum, you'll see in the lunchroom you'll see all four gentlemen. And I also have on my site I have a wonderful talk that I've given at AFIT that kind of talks about February 1st and why it's so important. And that bottom picture there is at my Uncle Frank's funeral. And that was it was a bittersweet time, right? That's how we do in our tradition. We celebrate and we cry kind of all together, kind of mix it all in. So this is going back to what we were talking about before, kind of on the side. I'm not sure if everybody heard, and you had mentioned how in the military, psychological safety seems like it's baked in. And I was saying that it's often situational. And usually when we're doing evolutions, that's the case. However, it's not always the case, as evidenced by Vanessa Guillen, who spoke many times to her superiors that she was in harm's way, and nobody actually gave her agency. Her voice was not heard, right? She was not able to challenge when they said, going back to your barracks, you're going to be okay, right? So we definitely know that these instances happen. They are not all the time, but really if any one person is psychologically unsafe, then we're all unsafe, right? And we can be so much stronger if we are psychologically strong and psychologically safe. And then, I've got some other examples here. You've seen, I think, about 1619 and about how the faculty at UNC really gathered around, right? And change that that vote for tenure. And the same thing from the AI, going back to our digital literacy, and how she was brought in from Google and really just had horrible experiences of psychological safety, and then spun off and made her own company that's actually making a ton more money than she ever would have, and having much more impact on AI than she ever would have had at Google. So again, I apologize for moving quickly. I wanted to talk a little bit about cultural competence, and specifically about bias incident policies, which help to establish, that stand on that idea of psychological safety and moral courage, and then start to put into cultural competence. This is a restorative justice practice, and it really helps us to understand what's happening so we can have different relationships other than punishment, right? We can actually have, what do we call that A word? Accountability. And people don't understand accountability. It's not about like what's going to happen to you and what's going to happen to you, and we just forget you and throw you off to the side. It's about relationships, right? You can't have accountability outside of a relationship, and those relationships are based off of what you decide to do as a community. And if you get the chance to look at Clark University, another HBCU, and their bias incident policy, does a really great job of spelling that out. I wanted to talk about ways in which we can inculcate cultural competence. I'm not going to be able to really pull the thread on this. I'm just going to breeze right on through, but this is also on our website at AFIT, so you can go get a chance to look at it. We have some really great mechanisms in which we use digital literacy specifically to inculcate cultural competence at AFIT. And that's a picture of me doing capoeira, and that's thanks. I feel like pushing myself to learn about capoeira, specifically about the enslaved folks that were stolen from their homes in West Africa, and disguise their learning how to train to fight and battle and dance, and using that in Brazil, and how they brought the deities and the orishas with them from the Yoruban culture, and really infuse that into not just a martial art, but a dance form, learning about Portuguese and music and tradition. Nothing really brings that together like capoeira, right? And so I just couldn't let this go by without putting in a piece of that. Going into inclusion, and I said I was going to be brief, and I'm not. I'm so sorry. And then this is going to General Lyles, mentioning before the board that was put together. There's a larger board outside of the Air Force, and then there's the one that he was talking about in the Air Force. That's them. This is the inclusion piece. This is how we bring on our voices. None of that can happen, right, if we don't have psychological safety, which informs our moral courage, which allows for cultural competence. Now we can start talking about going outside of ourselves and bring in inclusion. And just skipping over to, inclusion. It's not inclusion if you invite people in but refuse to change. Right? These are those programs that we have. We have so many of them where we go in and we go to help people. We're going to go to a school. We're going to go to HBCUs. We're going to give them all of our cards. We're going to tell them all the wonderful things that we can do for them. It's got to be a partnership. We got to meet people where they are. We have to change how we do things. This doesn't relax our standards. It allows us to meet people where they are, so that way we can bring about equity, right? And equity has two things, right? Equity isn't just about like the numbers. It is. Dr. Kuti is exactly right. It is about making those things happen so all boats rise, right? That's all, raising tides raise all boats. That's how we say in the Coast Guard. But there's also a measurement piece, so you can know if you're being equitable. And you have to take the data that you receive and be able to disaggregate that data. And when you can disaggregate that data and then find the gaps in that data, then you can actually start to see where you have gaps in equity, and then you can shrink those gaps and use those gaps as an actual measurement tool. So I've been trying to so far give you ways in which we have been, or ways in which you could, right, operationalize, right, these efforts that we've been talking about today. Now I'm going to show you how you can actually take a measurement to see if what you're doing is actually doing something. So I couldn't go without showing you my plasma physics students. That's my students back in 2017 at the Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory. Trying to bring about diversity here. This is the director of Energy Physical Society that supports a lot of my work. Those are those high energy lasers that we talk a lot about at AFRL and at AFIT. This is my group of engineers, and I'm going to be just on the level. At the Coast Guard Academy, there are no physics majors, right? I've got a government major here. Oops. I've got a government major here, I've got a marine and environmental science major here, and I've got a mechanical engineering major here. This mechanical engineering major took the best presentation at this American Physical Society Division of Plasma Physics conference for undergraduates, right? And so, like, never let them tell you that your students can't do. It doesn't matter, and you're absolutely right, Dr. Kuti, the undergraduates. It's all about the undergraduates. You gotta find a way to work them out. And one thing I've been able to do at AFIT is link those undergraduates with graduates. So excited about Central State and what you can do to bring in a graduate program to make a rich campus. There they are again. And this is our space work that we do with AFIT, launching spacecraft to do impedance probe measurements of space plasmas. That's middle schoolers, homeschoolers, cadets, and professors all together that we use to launch. Now we have this wonderful collaboration with Virginia Space, Old Dominion University, AFIT, Naval Research Lab, just growing the numbers to get our next spacecraft up into space, and that's happening this fall. Oh, please go. Okay, so this is what I was talking about as far as measurements. The Center for Urban Education at UCSD has this wonderful tool for measuring these gaps that I was talking to you about. This isn't something I just made up. It's not a Royce Jaysism. This is something that's been going on in schools called the Equity Scorecard. It's a wonderful process, but you don't have to just do the Equity Scorecard. You can literally apply these data tools to everything, to literally everything. Right now, I'm on a inertial fusion energy basic research needs, IFE-BRN, which I'm going to have to go to when I leave here. And in that process, we are using this same data tools paradigm to measure how we're going to actually achieve fusion energy. So that's workforce, that's all this diversity, equity, inclusion that we're talking about, but it's also equipment, it's diverters, right? It's blankets, it's where the neutrons go, it's what do we do with the tritium, right? Yeah, I am a scientist, right? Like, this is what we do, right? But we also need public administration because we can't do it without equity, right? These things have to go together. We won't get there if we don't have it all together. This is just a way in which you can actually look at that disaggregated data and look at equity gaps. And again, we're doing this at AFIT, right? We've taken our DEOX survey. Everybody, I think, has heard probably of a DEOX. We've actually gone through a SWOT analysis with that DEOX. We've actually turned this into measurable pieces where we can actually look at psychological safety, organizational effectiveness, and equity, and see how we're doing from the responses from the DEOX. What's our perception? What does it look like? What are our best practices, right? What are things that we need to work on? What are things that we're doing great? Look at that list of the great list. Dr. Jones is looking at this because he hasn't seen this yet. Yes, sir, we are doing some really good things. And there's some things we need to improve on, right? And so this is all going so well, but we have to be able to turn that into something that we can use into a full structure. We brought in Dr. Williams and his team to help us figure that out as far as the Chief Diversity Officer, because I do have to return to the Coast Guard Academy. They want me to come back. So we're going to be hiring a new Chief Diversity Officer, right? How do we do that? So we brought in Dr. Williams and his team to help us do that. We were figuring that we can really concentrate on psychological safety, cultural competence, and moral courage to move that forward. And that brings us to mission readiness, which is what I really wanted to spend time on. I had to get another picture in because how often do you see a black man with a bunch of cadets flying a Spinnaker in the Atlantic, right? I mean, come on, that's mission readiness right there. And that's us putting an aerostat, which is an AFRL and NRL collaboration to go off of the edge of Healy and the Arctic ice, right? You can't get better than that. Back to what was said about bringing together all the pieces. There's the diamond model, which again, I'll have to explain to you another time because I know Dr. Turner is going to get me for being up too long. And this is how you actually bring in those voices. When we're bringing the HBCUs to these panels, we have to bring in the decision makers, the policymakers, the subject matter experts. These are the DEI subject matter experts, by the way, and the survivors. The survivors would be the HBCUs. And by the way, the National Academies for Science, Engineering, Medicine, that's all of them, right? They actually are on board with this diamond model. They're actually helping us out to do this for plasma physics, as is the Office of Science. I have a meeting with Dr. Berhe, who is the director of Office of Science, in a couple weeks, where we're going to work out how we're going to implement this diamond model for plasma physics across the board. This is what's happening now. So what does this mean for us? It's all about the pathways, right? You've heard of pipelines. Pipelines leak, right? You can't make a pipeline because you lose folks. We need pathways, and we need pathways with on-ramps and on-ramp and off-ramps. We need different lanes. It needs to be a multi-lane highway. So when we have a place that we want to go from New York to California, the same group of cars you got on the highway with in New York are not the same group of cars you end up with in California. But even if somebody's going to California, they just maybe took a different path. So we need to set up these very intentional pathways with places of on-ramps and off-ramps and milestones so people can get on and off and do that efficiently. We are working with this with A&T, with FAM, with Howard. I'd love to bring in CSU into this partnership and what we're doing. Of course, this is AFIT, this is the Coast Guard Academy NRL, but this is what this could look like. I don't have a lot of time to break this apart, right? But this is literally how we would take existing programs. We would add a little bit of funds with things like DOE's Renew, a grant that I'm writing right now, currently writing this grant right now, right? Which we can actually bolster up programs like Inroads, like the Coast Guard C-SPY program, College Student Pre-Commissioning Initiative, which is like ROTC, but a little bit different because you must go to an HBCU to be in that program, right? So these are the type of programs that we can actually pull together, and then we can have a place here where they graduate and they can make a decision point. Right? Maybe they're leaving CSU on this C-SPY program and they end up coming to AFIT as a master's student. And then after they leave that as a master's student, they decide they want to go through the SULI program at PPPL and get some research under the belt. And then when they do that, they decide they want to go back to AFIT and get a PhD. Hey, they can come to the Coast Guard Academy and teach first for a couple of years once they finish their master's. And then they can come and do research in my plasma lab, which will then send them to get their PhD. And then they can start to compete for research at AFRL. They can be a professor at any of the academies, right? This has to be something that's intentional, right? It can't be something that that we just do. It's got to be intentional. And we have to have on and off ramps with different pathways. It's not a pipeline, it's a pathway. And with that, I'm going to have to just call it good. Thanks. No time for questions. Here's some references. Please do look me up. I have some cards. I'll be around for a bit. Thank you for your attention. And thank Dr. Turner for the extra time. I do apologize.
Thank you so much, Commander James, for blessing us today with all of that awesome information. I'm sure a lot of folks will have a lot of questions and discussion for you later. If you have any questions, again, feel free to put them in the chat. So one of the things that back in my Air Force ROTC days at Tennessee State University, we learned about agility, flexibility, and teamwork are some of the key components of air power. So you are experiencing that today and learning from some of our Air Force. So we're going to be a little bit agile. We're going to take a 10-minute break before we move into our next set of discussions here. If you are going to the DAF data scientist panel, that is going to be in the other room. Is that correct? Just want to make sure that's correct. In the main room here. And if you are going to the quantum computing session, that's going to be in the room right outside the door here. And so that will start in 10 minutes. So see you back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
everybody? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, hello, can everybody hear me? Just wanted to make a quick announcement, one real quick announcement. The data science panel will be in here starting in about a minute. The software panel will be next door. So the data science panel is in here. The software panel is next door. We're going to start in about 45 seconds. Thanks.
Hello, hello, good morning. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our next panel session. So if you could go ahead and finish up your discussions and have a seat, because we have an exciting panel coming up with some of our Air Force data scientists, which is moderated by Dr. Brett Langles, Associate Professor of Information Resource Management at the Air Force Institute of Technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today we have the opportunity to speak with several data scientists, experts from the Air Force, and I'll give you a brief introduction to each one. We do have some pre-questions, some things that we were going to have a discussion with the panelists. Then we'll open it up to questions if there are time. As we talked about today, a lot of the focus of this discussion is going to be how the Air Force can help HBCU universities, colleges, graduates assimilate better into the DoD and other architectures like that. So that'll be the main discussion. And today we have with us Mrs. Samantha Aduccio. She is the Chief Technology Officer for the National Air and Space Intelligence Center located at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. As the Chief Technology Officer, Ms. Aduccio ensures decisions regarding the overarching the technology infrastructure and capabilities advance and align with the center's missions to meet National Department of Defense and Air Force requirements. It's Ms. Aduccio. Next to her, we have Dr. Amanda Bullock. She serves as the Digital Transformation Deputy Chief Data Officer at the Air Force Research Laboratory. She currently assists with managing over 20 pilot projects in the data line of effort as part of the Digital War Room in AFRL. Previously, she has taught mathematics, statistics, biostatistics, data science, and signal processing at the Air Force Institute of Technology, Central State University, and Wright State University. Dr. Bullock. And then on the end, we have Dr. Brian Lundy. He is a professor of operations research at the Department of Operational Sciences at AFIT. He currently manages their Master of Science degree program in operations research and supports their Master of Science degree in data science. Previously, he taught undergraduate mathematics at the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. Welcome, panelists. Thank you for being here. Okay, so to start this off, one of the things that we wanted to discuss and talk about was what undergraduate courses do you believe to be the most important to prepare young data scientists to excel within your particular domain in the Air Force enterprise? Anybody would like to start?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Langles. So as he mentioned, I teach at the Air Force Institute of Technology. I think you've heard a little bit about the school from Dr. Jones. I see a lot of great talent come through our doors. It's a great place to teach, great place to work. the students that I see most successful in our new data science program and our operations research programs, which are close related cousins.
Very excited to serve in this role.
Good morning. My name is Vince Sheffy. I am a AFRL computer scientist in Colorado Springs at Space Camp. I only have 2 years experience, unlike a doctor over here, but I've been working with software all throughout my college experience. Started out with an internship with the Army Engineering Research Development Center in Vicksburg, Mississippi, and then went on to the Information Directorate for 2 summers in Rome, New York, and then ended up at Space Camp in Colorado Springs, Colorado as a technical program manager.
All right, awesome. So we'll dive right into questions and hopefully save some time at the end for questions from the audience here. So first up, we use the term software factory often in the Air Force, and that probably doesn't mean a lot outside of our close-knit community that kind of understands what that means. So just to kind of level set this community here, what exactly is a software factory? What does that term mean? Where are those factories? What do they do? What's their role in the Department of the Air Force?
Well, the term is really interesting. If you go back to the 1960s, the term was coined to represent both the idea of an organization, that is people coming together, as well as a capability to produce software. And so this idea of being able to manufacture software seems like an interesting and fascinating one. Fast forward to the modern era, 2007, circa 2007, you've got organizations like Kessel Run and Bespin and Hangar 18 and Ski Camp and many, many others that have popped up over the last really decade. And with a specific purpose in mind, to build software for our United States military.
If I could hop in. So the easiest way I think to break it down is you have software, which everybody knows what software is, but the factory part, if you think of an automotive factory like Ford, you'll have different conveyor belts. Each one of those conveyor belts are for a different purpose. They'll each have a team and tools and a process at each one of those different conveyor belts. A software factory is sort of the same way. We have DevSecOps pipelines, and each of those pipelines will have a team allocated to that pipeline. So you'll have a product owner, a scrum master, a UI UX designer, and about 3 or 4 developers per pipeline. And then that pipeline itself will also have the processes for DevSecOps, so development, security, and feedback from operators within that pipeline. And then you have the process, agile software development, whether that be Scrum or Kanban. So it's very similar in that factory term. So in all, those pipelines are basically those conveyor belts, and we're trying to get software to our warfighters as fast as possible.
Awesome, thanks. And I know some of those software factories all have kind of a specific niche or application area that they apply to. So for the ones you guys are either embedded in or work with, how do what kind of products do they develop? How do they transition those to either an acquisition program or the warfighter or some end user? And what does that kind of process look like?
So, quick clarification, I'm at Space Camp, not Ski Camp. But so at Space Camp, we develop software very rapidly using agile software development. My program in specific is called Dragon Army. The name came from a book, Ender's Game, and the idea also came from that book, Ender's Game. And in that book, spoiler alert, there's a military officer called Ender, and he is training in an environment that is also similar to an environment that he will fight the war in. And by the time the book ends and it gets to the climax, Ender has actually fought his main battle without realizing he's ever left his training environment. So that's something that we tried to recreate here at Space Camp. And to do that, we decided it would be best that our operators are using the tools that they're also training with. So we sit directly with some of our space domain awareness operators in the same room in very close proximity. This allows us to get feedback if there's something going wrong. If somebody's getting frustrated with a tool, we can actually hear it, and we can see it, and they can talk to us on a day-to-day basis. It builds trust as well with those operators that we actually understand the problem. We're not just sitting in a room hacking out code and not worrying about the actual feedback we need from those operators. We also develop on a 2-week sprint cycle, and the end of that sprint, we deploy and we test an operational test day with those same operators that are currently using those tools. So in our operational test day, we'll do a sim over live experiment. We'll take our simulated data, put it over regular live data, and it will look at the exact same to our operators as their regular day at work. And from that, we'll take our metrics and feedback and see how well we've improved the operational baseline in that sort of environment.
And to build off of that and our moderator's question, these pipelines, this idea of a factory and the automation that goes along with it, they're very tailored, in many cases, very tailored to the type of capability we're trying to provide. So for example, a famous example actually of Kessel Run and some of the command and control software that they've built up over the years was by building a strong relationship with the air operations centers across the Air Force. And so in doing that, they understood their customer and they were able to elicit feedback from them very quickly. So they're not only producing software quickly and pushing it out to the warfighter quickly, they're also getting a feedback mechanism. They're getting feedback from the customer, or as we call our mission partner, and making those changes and updates to better fit their military needs. So it's an exciting way to ensure that whatever the mission partner gets, they know it's good because they're in constant contact with them. Now, with respect to Hangar 18, which I have a lot more familiarity with, Hangar 18 is kind of a strange beast in that it's a collaboration between Air Force Institute of Technology and the Air Force Research Laboratory. We were both doing software development independently with agile methods and DevSecOps practices and pipelines. But then we decided what a wonderful opportunity to come together and merge resources so we could actually gain some efficiencies. Because when you look at the missions of both organizations, on AFIT's side to teach and research and outreach, and on AFRL's perspective to investigate and research technologies for the warfighter, there was just a natural pairing there. And so that led to some wonderful opportunities for cross collaboration and allowed us to make our dollar go further as we built into these things.
Awesome, appreciate it. So let's move on. For this audience, this event that we're at, right? There's definitely a component of this that's academic focus, academia. So do you guys have any examples of software factory activities or efforts that relate to research or some effort within academia, or pulling the thread on training that you just started there? So, any thoughts?
Yeah, let me try to attempt to answer that. So there are a number of research efforts underway. For example, I've got a graduate student right now that's working on a project, and his basic research question involves, what's the value proposition of software factories? Why should the military care? And what do we need to teach our senior leaders so that they can maximize their use from them? And so over the past couple months, he's built what we call a network value map. And it's a map that shows or demonstrates or illustrates, I should say, relationships between the software factory in the center and all the other organizations around it that we interact with. Now, some of those organizations are direct customers or mission partners, but some of them are groups of folks who are just interested in learning more about software engineering, or they're interested in innovation. They want to be able to contribute somehow. So when you think of a software factory, you think of the value proposition being it builds software, and you're not wrong. But in addition to that, there's also a training and education piece that goes a long way. A lot of folks don't understand how software is built, and it's complex. There's a lot of pieces, moving pieces to it. And sometimes we don't always get it right. And so they want to understand, they want to take a look at what's happening behind the scenes. And so a software factory allows us to teach the rest of the force how to maximize use of their software and how to build that custom tailored software that a lot of the military wants. For a long period of time, we were really focused on buying commercial off the shelf. And that's good up to a point, but it's not tailored at that point. If you want to eke out new efficiencies and you want to save money and you want something that's very tailored to your specific mission set because the mission requires it, you're going to need software that's tailored to the specific situation. And that's one of the things that it really provides.
I think to add on to that, there's a component of SBIRs and SITRs. So at Space Camp, we use a lot of small business innovative research grants, and SBIRs, which is small technology transition research projects. And the SITRs specifically require that if you're a small business, that you work with a nonprofit or a FFRDC or a university. So there's a lot of opportunities for universities to get in on a sitter, which will get them into a DoD space along with a startup that will allow them to then grow in their research. They can get into sitters a few different ways. You could do some of the work with a small business, or you can write the grants for the small business, or if a small business wants to use your IP as well, that's another way you can get into that program. And then for students, there's a few different ways you can come to the software factories. We have AFRL Scholars, it's a specific scholarship program. We have the Smart Scholar, which is a program that I did. It's really good. You can get your tuition paid along with a stipend and a lot of money for research. And then I think there's one more program. And then for HBCUs, there's the TMCF DoD scholarship as well, which will get you into the door at a DoD research institution.
And if I can build off that, AFIT has a mechanism for establishing what are called CRADAs, and cooperative research agreements. I can't remember the full acronym stands for, but they're cooperative research agreements between universities and researchers. And so if you find that there's a topic that you really want to pursue and an AFIT faculty member or student is already pursuing it, there's an opportunity for collaboration in that space. And then we put either a memorandum of understanding or a CRADA in place that allows us to co-op or develop the intellectual property collectively, and then share the results in that as well.
Yeah, I love that, adding in that example, because one of the things I think the Air Force and the government always undervalues is the things we have that would be of value to companies or to academic institutions, right? We almost always think when we go into an agreement with somebody, it's how much do we pay you to deliver something? And that's our default. But we also have massive amounts of data, very specific use cases that would be of significant interest, both to companies working artificial intelligence kind of applications or academic institutions just looking for really good research topics that could develop into something. So love that example. So keeping on that thread of academia and specifically students, for the future kind of workforce for the Air Force, future software developers for the Air Force and Space Force, what do you see as kind of the trending direction where we're going? Are there any kind of specialized applications or focus areas that you would recommend for some students to start focusing in on if they want to pursue that?
Yeah, so I want to caveat that you should always go for what you find the most interesting, or you can end up, it may be trendy, but you might not end up enjoying your work. But there's three main areas I see that are growing within the software factories. Of course, number one is full stack software development. There will always be a need for full stack developers, and with the amount of legacy systems that we have from the 1980s that are still built in Fortran, there's going to be a lot of need for modernization of those systems. Number two, I would say, is a data engineer. So we have a lot of stovepiped legacy data lakes, and getting that data to be transferred into a cloud environment or into a way that's usable for other software developers to take access of that data is definitely growing and has grown significantly over the last, I would say, 5 years or so. And then once you get that data out of that data lake, getting it into the hand of a data scientist or a machine learning or AI engineer is where I would say the next main focus would be. But of course, the caveat that you should always do what you're interested in, not what's the most trendy.
And to build off that, so sometimes we take a look at STEM and think, oh, that seems a little dry, perhaps boring to some. But when you pair it with an idea that interests you or something that motivates you, it takes on a life of its own, and it becomes very interesting and exciting. So for example, years and years and years ago, when I was making life decisions about what to pursue educationally, I decided computer science, not because it was a cool hip thing, but because I wanted to build video games. And so there I was as a young man, and I wanted to change the world somehow, and I wanted to build video games. And I thought, well, I need a computer science degree to pursue that. And I think, in this day and age, this same kind of concept still exists, or the same advice still exists. But you have a much richer playing field, right? When I started out, the Pentium, the Intel Pentium was, Many of you remember that, right? Was high speed. I remember my 200 megahertz Pentium years and years ago. This is decades now, and I thought that was hot stuff. And today you have cloud computing. You have all these resources that are available to you, not just in terms of compute and storage and networking, but all the artificial intelligence and machine learning services that are provided along with it. So it's not that you have to start from scratch by any means. You've got a very, very rich and diverse set of tools that are available to you today. If you were to go to any of the big three cloud providers like Amazon, Microsoft, or Google, you'll see they have very comparable services that are out there. And these become the building blocks for building your new app, your new tool. Now, why does this matter to you? Well, because when you're trying to figure out like what motivates you, that there's not just a diversity of tools and capabilities that are out there, but there's a lot of projects too, open source projects that are available as well. So if you go out to GitHub or any of these open repositories, you can jump on many of these projects that are out there today. And many of these groups, these communities will take you under their wing, proverbially, right? And they will teach you computer science. They will teach you programming. They will teach you software engineering skills, and you'll learn by doing. And so that's pretty exciting, because that wasn't my case when I was going through school. I had to find information by talking to the professor. But here now you have just a diversity of information that's out there today. Everybody wants to share what they're doing with their latest app and project. So I find that pretty exciting and very exciting these days.
Okay, awesome. So let's go on to, we're at a digital literacy summit, right? And so one of the trending topics within the Air Force is digital engineering, digital transformation. That's my office's passion and scope in the world. So how do you guys see kind of the tie between either software factory activities, software development in general in the Air Force, and that direction of digital transformation, digital engineering within the Air Force?
So yeah, digital engineering is a very exciting topic right now in the DoD, in part because in 2018, the DoD came out with a strategy on digital engineering. And to understand a little bit about why it's exciting, you have to kind of understand the context of why it's important these days. We talk about it because we want to innovate faster, and that's true. But why do we need to innovate faster? Well, because it's globally, we're very competitive, right? The nations of the world are very competitive, and we live in a changing threatscape. That's the term that we hear often. In order to maintain the US's hegemony, you need to be able to retain that technical edge, right? So you have to continue to innovate constantly, because everybody else is also innovating at the same time. And there's a lot of sharing of technical data and technology. So if you want to be able to adapt to a changing threatscape, you need to have the tools in place to allow you to build, innovate, test on a very short cycle. Digital engineering allows you to do those types of things, because instead of trying to build a physical prototype, we can now develop it in software. We can develop it with the data that we have, and we can test it out in virtual environments. We call this idea of a digital twin. And so you've got this digital twin, you've got this environment, you've come up with your new idea, you're virtually flying it in a simulation, and you can examine whether it's going to work as intended. And so that reduces cost. It also speeds up the innovation. Now, where does that fit with the software factory? That's the tricky part, right? Because now it's all in software. So software factories are natural fits for what we're doing. When we think of building a new system, whether that's just software or hardware and software, many of the hardware components are first virtualized in this digital environment and tested out along with the software. And so that virtual environment made a software, and somebody's got to build it, right? And same thing with your test cases and so forth as well. So I think the digital engineering push will create a stronger need for and more investment into software factories because of this push towards software.
And I guess just as an example of that, at Space Camp, well, the Space Force as a whole, we were commanded by General Raymond to become the first digital service. And digital engineering is actually a new term to me, but we are actually doing that without me even actually realizing it. So we're running an experiment with a satellite called ORS-5. It's nearing end of life. And what we're seeing now is with the software tools that we created and with the operators that we have with commercial data, can we replace ORS-5 with our capabilities, which would save the government millions of dollars and get rid of that software, the satellite engineering life cycle it would take of 3 to 5 years to put a new satellite up into orbit. So we're able to do things a lot more rapidly by modeling what that would look like rather than actually putting that satellite together and putting it into orbit, which would cost an absurd amount of money.
It's really blurring the lines between the physical and the virtual. These new advanced tools that are coming out of some of these advanced companies, and being able to adopt the tools as well as adopt a changing culture, a culture that now embraces more participation by the government in the development and testing activities is a big change. Historically, if you take a look at how the government procures a material solution, right? We set up a contract. We go and find a bidder, several bidders. We take the best one or maybe a set of them, and then we put them in a room for 10 years, and then out pops something, and then we have this big unveil, and is it what you wanted, right? And so we don't have the luxury of the 10-year wait time. Instead, what we need to do is we need to work closely with our mission partners through perhaps our software factories, as well as industry, the small businesses you just mentioned, and then let the best ideas float to the top, allow us to collaborate very quickly and coming up with solutions. When we do this all virtually, it allows us to share information almost seamlessly, so that we can get to resolution very quickly on some of these ideas.
Awesome. And just to pull the thread a little bit on the kind of speed of delivery and add a little color commentary, there was a study recently by Hudson Institute, maybe about a year or two old now, but it basically analyzed every major capability the Air Force has acquired since the end of World War II. And so it walked the line of, ACAT-1 programs is the way we kind of term how we acquire systems. If it's over a certain dollar threshold, it's the highest level of acquisition we do. So it looked at every single one of those for the past 70 years, and it plotted kicking off the program to fielding it, and what's that timeline look like? And from 45 to about 1960, it was flatline at about 6 years, 7 years, and then it just starts climbing, and it just keeps going up. And since then, it's just kept going up. And so right now, our average over the past decade or so is about 16 and a half years, and China, for the very same kind of activity, is about at an average of 7 years. And we've also shown our fielding of platforms versus their fielding of what is considered a peer equivalent platform, and how that timeline is shifting down. It took them about 10 or 15 years to respond to the F-15, took them about 7 or 8 to respond to the F-22. And so there's these data-driven reasons for that. One of my favorites, the Accelerate Change or Lose vision that Chief Brown kicked out, was all future-looking. We need to accelerate this, we need to accelerate that. There was also a congressional study on China's military capability, and it used the word accelerate 29 times. It wasn't counted. 13 of those times, it was China has already accelerated this. 9 of them, China is accelerating this, and only 6 or 7 were future-looking. If China has a documented plan to do this faster, and so there is a existential reason why we're pushing this digital transformation to drive acquisition decision-making faster and early in the process, so that we can turn that upward fielding timeline down on its head. So circling back to you had mentioned culture, and so this wasn't one of the questions we had got, so I'm going off script a little bit, but I've toured software factories down in Warner Robins, out at Hill Air Force Base in Utah, Hangar 18 here, and culture has always been what surprised me the most. They're always these they all have very cool marketing, really cool graphics. They're off-base facilities that look really nice. So just interested to get your thoughts on kind of the culture of the software factories and the importance of culture in driving significance of the work you're doing.
So in my opinion, I think working at a software factory is one of the funnest jobs you can have within the DoD. We take ourselves seriously with our work, but as far as with our culture, we like to have a lot of fun. You can see that in our logos. If you look at Platform 1, you can see the Baby Yoda head and Smokey and the bear. If you look at the names, even the names of the software factory is Kessel Run. It's coming from Star Wars. So a lot of nerd culture within there. As well as we just like to have fun. We hold, at Space Camp, we hold what we call campfires, where we'll have a day where we come hang out on the campus and we'll just talk about what's going on, but it doesn't always have to be work related. And that culture is important because it builds a community of trust. It builds a strong community relationship. We invite our mission partners, our operators to those events as well. And it sets up the community to feel more like a family instead of a business to business transaction.
That's a really good description of it. Let me attempt to kind of put this in context a little bit, right? On one hand, you have the traditional military hierarchy, right? It's a pyramid, right? At the top is the general and the rest of us, several layers of management, right? And then at the bottom, you've got the worker bees like me. And so there's a good reason why that exists, right? Because we're in the business of managing violence. And so you need that command and control. It needs to be there. Yet at the same time, we would like innovation. We would like innovation. We would like to create an incubator for incubation. We'd like to sow the seeds of new ideas and let them grow and try it out. And so when you look at those types of organizations like Kessel Run or Space Camp or Ski Camp, Hangar 18, they tend to be a little bit more flat, meaning that you may have a few folks at the top, but there's maybe only one or two layers of management, if at all. Really, it's very collegial in that way. And that's by design, because we're really interested in getting the best ideas out there and letting the best ideas float to the top as fast as possible. Because again, we're very focused on creating a solution that's going to mean something to our mission partner. We really want to be successful here. We want to give them exactly what they want. And you can't do that with that military hierarchy. There's just too many layers. There's too many people involved with different perspectives. So now how do you reconcile these two different organizations together? Well, some of the software factories have done a pretty good job. The leadership at many of these software factories have created this umbrella, the top cover, that allows folks to be themselves and to create their crazy ideas and to assert things that maybe seem a little off the wall, but we're going to try them anyway. That's the type of innovation we need to be able to quickly iterate through ideas and find the best and the brightest. Culture is a difficult thing to change. And so one of the things that I think that we need to do as we think through how to facilitate more of these software factories, when we have civilians and contractors and military personnel rotate through as an assignment into these organizations, it's a culture shock, right? It's a lot different. Everybody, I talked to folks at Kessel Run and other organizations. We're all calling each other by first name. Maybe we have call signs. I don't know. We're a lot goofier, right, than we would be in a normal military organization. And so that relaxed attitude goes a long way in providing that psychological safety space, right? Safe space to assert ideas and try new things out. And it can be a wonderful way to partner with other organizations like HBCU and others as well.
Awesome. We'll try to get in 1 or 2 more questions before we send it out to the audience. So generally within the Air Force and Space Force, when we think of acquisition and buying things, it's a wholesale. I'm going to go buy this very specific thing, put it on contract, go get it. Okay, thank you. Now send it to the warfighter. With software factories, we're developing something in-house, right? So what goes into the decision calculus for when the Air Force should buy it versus build it when it comes to software?
That's a good question. So a few different components. I would say speed. What is the speed of urgency needed for that tool? Of course, if sometimes it may be cheaper to build it in-house, but if we need it tomorrow, it does not make sense to go ahead and build what's already out there. You don't want to be vendor locked. So a lot of times that's a decision to go government owned software. But if we need it tomorrow, then speed would take over that. As well as, sorry, I forgot where I was going with this. So as well as there's speed, there's the non-vendor lock, and then what was I about to say?
Maintainability, maybe.
Yeah, so yeah, maintainability. It's very easy to hand off something to a contractor for sustainment versus as maintain that in-house. If it's a small project that we can spin up in 3 to 4 months and then we can sustain pretty easily and it may not need too much sustainment, it might be best to build that in-house. I think those are the main reasons or main factors, as well as there's also there's a security concern about going core off the shelf. So a lot of good tools out there exist for data visualization. Tableau is one of them, but right now Tableau is not on an ATO'd environment. So if it's not in that environment, we have to go in-house, find something that either is on that environment or build it ourselves.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And so the cheapest way forward, right? The cheapest way is to go find somebody who's already built it, right? That would be the fastest way. We just spend a bunch of money, go onboard it, and there we go. But in some cases, the software isn't tailored to what we need. And in fact, it actually creates problems. I don't know if you've ever felt this way, but sometimes I feel like I'm moving data between one software system to another software system to a third software system. I'm replicating the data. I am the human in the loop. I am the glue that keeps the systems together. Maybe you have felt this way sometimes too, right? When you're replicating data across many systems. And so that incurs a burden on the user. And we'd like to avoid that if possible, because that takes us away from our real business when we're the glue between systems. So how to do that? Some tailored systems where the software reflects the process of your organization, right? Those are the best kinds of pieces of software, right? You've already decided on what the process is for your organization. But in many cases, if we go commercial off the shelf, we have to change, right? We have to adapt the process to fit the software. And that seems backwards to me. It would be much better if we can create software that is much more tailored to whatever we've decided our organizational process is to be. So I think that's an important part. The maintainability, I think, is an important one too. Companies don't exist forever. Sometimes they go out of business. Sometimes for good reason, and sometimes it just is what it is. But who's going to support that piece of software or that system if the software company or the company goes out of business, the commercial company? And so do you have the in-residence knowledge to manage that? In many cases, we don't. And there's a famous example with the A-10, right? Where Boeing had to come in after the Fairchild Republic went out of business and scan in a lot of the airplane parts and basically create a model from existing airframes without any schematics or technical information on their own. And so that was very expensive. It was very expensive and time sensitive. So that maintainability piece, I think, is really important. And it's not a clear-cut decision, I think, in many cases. I think there's a lot of trade-offs that go into this space about whether to buy or to build. Because you need to, if you decide to become a software factory and maintain a system, that means the Air Force or the military has to maintain that skill set as well. So it's very complicated here. There really has to be some judicious decision-making about which things we're going to support directly because they're so important to us, and other things that maybe we can find a commercial vendor to work with.
Awesome, thanks. We'll definitely take any questions offline for sure, but I think we have time for at least one really quick one if there's any questions in the room before we close out. Go ahead, Dr. Turner.
Just very quick, I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if I heard you mention, I don't know if you heard me mention Epic. I heard you mention interoperability. And then also, can you tell me the percentage between how much in-house work you do versus contracting out? And then also, I think you hit it at that point as from a standpoint of the skill set mix that sort of allows you to maintain that percentage. Do you understand my question?
So for in-house versus contracting out, I don't know exact number off the top of my head. I would say we contract out a lot, maybe 60-40. And that's just due to the current government staff, that we don't have enough government staff to support whole software teams. We utilize a lot of programs. If you're a civilian or officer and you want to, or enlisted and you want to learn how to code, we have a program called Supercoders, and we'll utilize that to kind of give those people that go through that program internships, and we can augment some of our government teams that way, but mainly because we do not have a lot of people who know how to code within the government. We use a lot of contractors to augment our teams.
Let me add on to that. So I think AFRL and AFIT may be a little bit different than many other software factories in that we're developing new technologies that maybe others have not yet developed. And so there's a lot of trial and error. And so definitely need certain skill sets, the skill sets of being able to program that inquisitive intellectual curiosity to figure out how things work, the patience to test things out and to record, measure, and so forth. I think these are all wonderful skill sets. At AFIT, we try to hire contractors that are a little bit more broad. So they do have the skill sets, but they also have a sort of a research background, and that helps manage the kind of expectations a little bit, because it's not like the contractors are producing a specific product on a specific timeline at a specific price. It's more of a time and materials in many cases, where we don't know what the result will be a priori. What we do know is that we want to go in this general direction, and we've hired the right skill sets to move us in that general direction, and maybe we'll get there and maybe we won't. If we don't, then we're going to have some lessons learned, and that will feed back into the next effort. So I would say that as we move forward, and if the Air Force and the DoD decide to continue investing in these software factories, I think it makes a lot of sense to invest in our airmen, our guardians, our military, our service members, to give them those digital skills. Because this is really where the future is in many respects, right? We see the trend line moving towards more and more digital engineering, doing things online first before bending metal. And so I would expect that those skill sets will continue to be important. The other skill set that would be really important is cybersecurity as well, because we know that our systems, we'd like to think of them as perfect, but they're not. And so we need to be able to evaluate, how strong is the system, how resistant is it to cyber attacks and so forth.
Awesome. With that, I think we're out of time. So I want to thank everyone for joining us, and thank Dr. Reith and Mr. Sheffy for being here.
No, so everybody's gonna head to the main ballroom for Dr. Hayden's quantum computing. Yep. Yep, and then we'll have that at 11, right after Dr. We'll have to add that back. Yep.
Okay, so we're back here at 12:50. Is that what this
Right
looks
after,
like?
yep, after the,
Okay.
programs in quantum information science. So we're going to talk in the next few slides about what those really are, but you'll see they're spread out all across the US. So here in Rome, New York, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Directed Energy and Space Vehicles Directorate at Kirtland Air Force Base, and Air Force Office of Scientific Research. So really spread out across the US. And the neat part about this is, we're fortunate to have a team together looking at these different areas and really attacking some of these hard problems. Next slide, please. Here, this slide describes what our program is made of and the capabilities that quantum information science can really give us. And we'll talk more about this on the next slide. But if we take the 4 outside puzzle pieces, so timing, networking, computing, and sensing, those are really the 4 key areas of quantum information science. And what I'd like to point out here is that it's a far-ranging technology in terms of timeframes. It's going to take many years for us to really realize the full capabilities, full prowess of quantum computing as well as quantum networking. We believe that the capabilities from quantum timing and quantum sensing will be, much more near term and realizable. But this is really driven as well as, the need for continuing to do research in these areas, as well as supply chain technology and enabling technology. And finally, a key piece of this, which I think would be of interest to the audience, is workforce development. Right now, this is really, I was at a quantum workshop or event last week in Boston, and I was at another one a few weeks before that out in San Diego. And what really came across, there was this quote from Honeywell Corporation last week, the CEO, that said, quantum scientists and those working in the quantum field are some of the most highly in-demand individuals on the planet right now. And it's true. And I think that's very much true for a lot of the technologies that are talked about, during this workshop in terms of cyber technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and we can add quantum to that group as well. Next slide. So getting down to what we're really looking at now. So it's a little cut off on my slide. Hopefully it's not cut off on the big screen for you. But if we look at the top 2 capabilities, timing and sensing, we're going to tie those 2 together. And what I mean by that, when you think of timing, these are clocks, right? So clocks are very important to the military in terms of having precision timing. Sensing is very important as well in terms of having precise navigation. So if you tie those things together, you really have what are called PNT, positioning, navigation, and timing. And you can think of capabilities out there right now that the military relies heavily upon, as does the commercial world, and that's GPS technologies. Unfortunately, in times of conflict or different parts of the world, GPS technologies aren't going to work. They're going to be knocked out. They're going to be made unusable. So we have to have other technologies, and we are able to use quantum technologies to make up for that gap. So we can have improved clocks that tie together with quantum sensors in terms of increased resolution. And just to throw it out there, a few of the sensors that we're looking at, and this is mostly work being done down at our Space Vehicles Directorate at Kirtland Air Force Base. These would be things like gradiometers, gravimeters, magnetometers, interferometers, all those things that we can use and really realize, figuring out not only what precise time we're at, but also where we are in terms of relation to the world around us. Now we look at other technologies, communications and networking, as well as computing. We're going to go into more details on these in the later slides. But what we do with these is we really think things like quantum networks, what they're going to be used for are, of course, security, having very secure information transfer, of course, very much of interest to us. What we call that is tamper-evident, tamper-proof communications. There's going to be other things that will happen, like the sensors and the clocks that I talked about in the above blocks, how we can tie those together with a very fundamental new type of network to enable, new types of technologies. And then another thing that quantum networks that we see it used for is certainly tying together quantum computers. So there's a lot of buzz right now in the quantum computing world, especially in terms of, the investments that are going out into quantum. So lots of venture capital, lots of government funding. It's going to take a while to realize a quantum computer. One of the challenges out there is you add what are called qubits to it, or quantum bits. how you scale that up and still have the precise environmental control. And I'll talk a little bit about that later on because those technologies are very similar to networks. How we can scale those up becomes very difficult. So what we can do is ideally build systems and then link them together through a network and then aggregate them together to give us capabilities like we had one large quantum computer. Next slide. So right now I'm going to start focusing in on one slide on computing. Next slide. I know we'll probably be quickly running short on time, and some of these slides get pretty technical. So I really want to, hit the high points as we go through them. So on this slide, we're looking at quantum computing. And real key point here I mentioned earlier about lots of companies are out there working on different types of hardware. If you do a quick Google search right now, you're going to see companies all over the place like INQ, IBM, Intel, Google, as a matter of fact, Rigetti. So the traditional larger companies versus some startups as well. Those companies are building the hardware. Our philosophy and strategy in the Air Force is to leverage the hardware that's being developed because it's very expensive endeavor to build quantum computers. Right now, quantum computers are very, what we call immature. They have an acronym associated with them called NISQ, Noisy Intermediate Scale Quantum Computers. And these are, very primitive type computers. But what they're allowing us to do and allowing the ecosystem out there is to have access to them. And we can look at how you can program a quantum computer. Programming a quantum computer is much different than programming a traditional type of computer or high performance computer, or even, different types of boards that may be out there like FPGAs. It's fundamentally coding at the qubit physical level. So the applications that are enabled by quantum computing are going to be numerous. They're still being developed. They're still being worked on, very much active area of research. Some of the primary areas that you'll see on here are optimization algorithms. So how we can do things like command and control for the Air Force, how we can, optimize the allocation of our assets, such as troops, supplies, equipment, effects, airplanes, UASs, how we can provide effects and optimize not only the routes they take to get there, but maybe, those types of effects as well. Incredibly hard problem to do on a computer right now. So we believe that quantum computers will be used for that. Machine learning, how we can enhance machine learning, speed it up using quantum computers are an active area of research. And finally, last but not least, would be quantum simulation, how we can look at quantum computers as a way to simulate atoms that are out there, molecules that are out there in nature. Those operate, as I said early on in this talk, at the quantum mechanical level. So what best way to simulate that than to use a quantum computer? So for example, corrosion and the effects of corrosion, very much of interest to the Navy. So we're partnered with them. They're using access to a system that we have to look at how they can simulate corrosion molecules, which sounds simple, but if you were to do that on a traditional computer, it is very complex very quickly. So one of the key collaborators we have is through IBM. We have access to their quantum network. We're a hub on the system, so we have 13 different partners working with us on going after those hard problems. So I think that's all I'm going to say on computing. So we're going to turn the remaining, I think it looks like I have about 7-8 minutes left here, to quantum networking. So I'll go through this part pretty quickly. Next. All right, we can skip over this because I already covered it on the last slide. Next. All right, now we'll turn to networking. Next slide, please. So on this slide here, what I really want to talk about are the fundamental building blocks that we see making up a quantum network. So I talked about, those fundamental particles early on. Here we're looking at photonic integrated circuits, superconducting qubits, and trapped ions. So bringing all three of these technologies together and then allow information to go back and forth between those different technologies, what we call a heterogeneous network, are what we are actively researching right now. Why we're interested in using these different technologies, we see it as not one size fits all. There's a lot of technologies, if you were to go look at, those quantum computers that are being developed out there. Some are using photons, some are using superconducting qubits, others are using trapped ions. So we see, advantages and disadvantages to all these. So we're looking at bringing them together in a network. And then Next step we're taking is moving the technology outside the lab. So we have a tremendous UAS test site here in Rome. We call it our Stockbridge Research Facility. We're also standing up an indoor test facility in partnership with the county we sit in, Oneida County, that'll allow us to do indoor testing of UASs. So our goal in the near term, within a few years, is to actually put an ion trap on a UAS and to look at what we call entanglement distribution between nodes on a network and how that may work in an actual quantum system. Next slide, please. Let's see, in interest of time, I'll skip over this slide and I'm going to jump right to this slide right here. So where we're developing this test bed. So I mentioned, here at the information director, AFRL information director in Rome, New York, we're working computing as well as networking. We also have a really unique and interesting facility called our Innovari Advancement Facility. And this is set up outside our security perimeter here at the lab. So what this does is it allows a new way of doing business, new business model for us is to really increase collaborations with international partners, folks who may not be used to doing business with the Air Force, such as small businesses and entrepreneurs, as well as some of our university partners as well. And with this, not only frees us up from being able to access to our talent that's out there. Certainly, I talked about the need for great talent, developing that talent, working side by side with our engineers. So we have two state-of-the-art quantum laboratories at the Innovari Advancement Center. You can see some of the things that are being worked on right there, and this is huge for us. Because it's allowing us to actually advance the technology, accelerate the technology, as well as develop the workforce. So if you want more information on that, please go to innovari.org. And also would like to point out the fact that lots of interesting events are coming up. What I really like to highlight is what we call our Q for I, capital Q, number 4, capital I. This is our Quantum for International. And this is a yearly event that we hold this year. It's going live once again, and we'll have hopefully great attendance. This is happening 12 to 14 July. If you're interested in attending in person, please go to innovari.org. We'd love to have you. The agenda is up there. And certainly as we go back to live conferences, I think it's going to be a really exciting event for us. All right, next slide. This is a key part about our network, and you can see kind of the network there and why we use these technologies. So just a little bit about photons, which are essentially light, and you can think of them as particles, as both particles and waves of light. Well, what these do is these can transfer and transmit information. So we use photons for that. Ions, in any network, you need some sort of memory to hold information. Ions do a tremendous job with that. So ions are key technology for that. And then finally, superconductors. Superconductors are great at processing information. So if you bring together processing information, storing information, and transporting information, you see how we're building our network. Next slide, please. So on this slide, I'm just going to talk a little bit about what ion traps are here. And here we're using what's called barium-133. So barium being an element, 133 being the ion species of that. And what this allows us to do is to have information where we can cool the atoms, cool the ions with different wavelengths of light that you'll see there. We can then read it out with other wavelengths being 455 and 650 nanometers, which then allows operation at other wavelengths. And why we've looked at different species is because of lasers that are available and makes transporting information much easier. Next slide. These next few, I think, are builds. So we can pass the slide next. Next. All right, and we'll skip over this. Next slide. All right, what I'd like to point out here, this on the left-hand side here is being able to take advantage of integrated photonics. So we think of the great semiconductor technologies that are out there, and we hear it a lot in the news right now about how there's a great need for new fabrication facilities. And for the fact, Intel is going to Ohio. We have Cree that has set up shop here in central New York. So the same technologies can be used for integrated photonics. So we have a facility called AIM Photonics. It's a DoD manufacturing institute headquartered here in New York. And it's allowed us to take components that are on 4-foot by 8-foot optical tables, shrink them down to chip size and integrate into a quantum system. So this has been done in partnership with the Rochester Institute of Technology. Next slide. Another thing to point out here as we look to integrate all these technologies, if you were to see a picture of our lab, come in our lab, you'd see lots of large refrigerators, lots of large optical tables. What we're really looking to do is shrink this down. This shows it here, how we can use those ion traps combined with photonic technology, combine it with superconductors by being able to put those in what we call helium refrigerators, which get down to millikelvins, which are needed for superconductors, and really bring all three technologies and the strength of them all together. Next slide. Next slide. And I'm almost out of time, so I'm going to skip through a lot of these. Here's a really interesting one on quantum capabilities using, again, integrated photonics. So not only can we fabricate photonics, but we can put this on a 300 millimeter wafer. So you see it right there. This uses integrated silicon photonics, as it's called. So silicon is used in the CMOS industry. And we have properties there such as low loss, as well as other technologies and capabilities that are needed to give us what we need. So you can see some of the devices that we've made there, such as waveguides to guide the light, photonic sources, lasing sources, and then how you detect light is through photodetectors. Next slide. We'll skip over this. Next slide. And here, this is a really neat slide showing how we can integrate ion traps, which are shown on the left side here. Each of those lighted areas is a trapped ion, and then we integrate that with the top piece, which would be a photonic waveguide. The spacing of the ions and the waveguides are designed together, so you have a one-for-one correspondence between emission at a certain wavelength of light and be able to be captured by that waveguide. So great technologies that our team have developed here. Next slide. And then finally, my last slide here, almost my last slide, would be superconducting systems. And what I really like to point out here is, again, the amazing technologies that's needed. So I talked earlier about millikelvin temperature control, and that's what's really needed when you look at superconductors. So just a fraction of a degree above absolute zero where motion stops is what is needed. So we have, you'll see two pictures right there of dilution refrigerators that we have to actually cool the superconductors down so that qubits can be used from those. We have devices that are produced by our partners around the world. So here we're showing MIT, Lincoln Laboratories, as well as Syracuse University. Next slide. This shows some data from recent measurements that have gone up and running. So really showing that we have state-of-the-art devices and state-of-the-art capability control. Next. All right, my last slide here. This really puts together, if you were to look at the kind of the little cartoon at the bottom slide, and again, partnerships are all what we're here. So partnering with our materials and manufacturing director, as well as sensors director, how we can put together our photonic quantum bus, tied together with superconducting modules, and then using a network to put them together where we have cryogenic ion traps. So in that bottom picture, I think really sums it up. So tremendous amount of equipment and control here is required, but really state-of-the-art capabilities here. Next slide would be my concluding slides. I apologize, I went a few minutes over. And this really gets into some of the technical details and how we're developing a quantum network, but I'd really like to just hit upon maybe a little bit of a different theme here, is the fact that, we are always looking for students, especially interns, co-op students, graduate students, postdoc opportunities abound here at AFRL Information Directorate. A lot of folks ask, do you need to be a trained quantum physicist to work on quantum technologies? And the answer, plain and simple, is no. We're willing to teach people. If you come in with some sort of STEM type of background, you can actually learn pretty quickly the technologies. As well as, if you're a certain type of coder or of interest in computing, learning how to program a quantum computer is different. It's a great challenge, but it's really a lot of fun. So if you're interested in learning more about the opportunities at AFRL, please, you can find me on LinkedIn at Michael Hayduck. Happy to talk more with folks in the future. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hayduck. So just a couple of changes to the agenda that I wanted to highlight you on. But the great news is that lunch is next. So I know you're excited to hear that. So we're going to break for lunch now. There's lunches outside of the room there. You just go and tell them what your name is and you can grab your lunch. And then meet me back here at 12:50. What time is it now? So at 12:05, meet back here for lunch for our guest speaker, Major General retired Mark Brown. And then following that, there will be a few changes to the panel session. So there'll just be one panel session after lunch. The Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Entrepreneurship panel will be here in the ballroom. The Agile Software Development panel, there's a change to that. They're not going to have that panel session today. It's actually going to be pre-recorded, so you'll be able to watch that panel session at a later time. And then after the keynote, we'll have Ms. Ashley Blackford, Minority Leaders Collaboration Program, Data Science from the HBCU Perspective, and the Digital HBCU with Dr. Gwendolyn Boyd. All right, sound good? All right, see everyone after lunch.
On December 20th, 2019, the United States took a giant leap into the next era of military defense. Recognizing the threat to U.S. national interests, a new force was established to protect our freedom to access and operate in space, the United States Space Force. With a mission to keep the space domain secure, stable, and accessible, the United States Space Force will protect U.S. and allied interests in space and provide new and current space capabilities. But this can't be done alone, nor will it be. Since 1917, the Air Force Research Laboratory has been leading the discovery, development, and delivery of warfighting technologies for our air, space, and cyberspace forces. Already on board, AFRL is continuing to provide the technology and resources necessary to help the United States Space Force build a comprehensive military advantage in space. With a strong commitment to innovation, AFRL ensures the United States Space Force will have the technology to keep the space domain secure, stable, and accessible for now and into the future. AFRL, carrying space research and development into the future.
One might think that working with the Department of the Air Force, or DAF, on technology innovation is highly bureaucratic with lots of red tape and not meant for small company engagement. But that notion could not be further from the truth. The Department of the Air Force's Technology Transfer and Transition Program, also known as T3, uses a variety of methods to make working with the program more streamlined, effective, and transparent. These methods have improved the transition of innovations from the laboratory and the marketplace to the warfighter at the speed of business. These methods include reducing the administrative and regulatory burdens for advancing technology and increasing private sector investment in later stage research and development, providing effective partnering models and connections to Air Force and Space Force subject matter experts, and increasing technology transfer agreements and joint patents year after year, collecting and evaluating on economic and national security impacts and return on investment of federally funded research and development, providing innovators with customized education and training on technology transfer and commercialization, providing innovators access to Air Force and Space Force owned equipment and facilities to advance their ideas. The DAF is positioned to welcome innovation from everybody in every manner of life across the business, which means an ever-increasing number of patents, inventions, licenses, innovations, a strong economy, and an unbreakable national security innovation base. To find out how you can partner with or find more information out about the Department of the Air Force T3 program, visit aft3.af.mil today.
Lead, discover, develop, deliver. The Air Force Research Laboratory leads the discovery, development, and delivery of war-fighting technologies for our air, space, and cyber forces. Our scientists, researchers, and professionals reimagine what's possible, creating tomorrow's technology today. This pursuit of innovation delivers solutions for our warfighters' urgent needs, creating innovative new capabilities for the Air Force. When others say it's impossible, we find a way. We are the Air Force Research Laboratory.
The research and educational opportunities at the Air Force Institute of Technology are phenomenal and are focused on national security and national defense.
It's inspiring to know you are studying in the same place where other famous AFIT grads like Gus Grissom and General Jimmy Doolittle earned their degrees. It's great to carry on the tradition.
Building on our century-long heritage, we educate America's airmen as well as some of its soldiers, sailors, Marines, and allied military partners to more effectively and innovatively deal with the national security challenges facing our country today and in the future. We teach these great military professionals how to deal with some of our toughest, most complex defense problems by thinking more critically, logically, systematically, practically, creatively, and objectively. We teach them how to take innovative solutions to both the flight line and the bottom line. We instill in them a passion for lifelong learning.
AFIT is made up of 4 schools. The Civil Engineer School provides continuing education to the civil engineering career field, graduating over 5,500 airmen annually. The School of Systems and Logistics provides education, consulting, and research for over 20,000 members per year for the Air Force's acquisition, contracting, and logistics workforce. The School of Strategic Force Studies provides both graduate and professional continuing education related to nuclear, space, and cyber operations, reaching approximately 4,000 professionals annually. And the Graduate School of Engineering and Management, which includes over 750 resident masters and PhD students. AFIT also manages the Air Force Civilian Institution Program, overseeing more than 2,400 medical and graduate students at over 400 different civilian institutions. Our diverse student body includes officers enlisted and civilian personnel from all 4 services, defense industry contractors and international officers from 12 different countries. Our combined mission is to provide defense-focused graduate and continuing education to sustain the technological supremacy of the United States military.
AFIT Civil Engineer School provides the knowledge our people need for success in the field.
AFIT bridges the gap between my engineering degree and the daily mission. Our education maximizes the CE force at times of limited manpower.
The school provides technical, environmental, and engineering management-focused education through in-resident and distance learning instruction. We provide the initial skills training for all newly commissioned civil engineer officers and newly hired civilians in the civil engineer career field.
We conduct over 90 in-resident and on-location courses, plus 80 distance learning courses, serving over 2,000 students every year. Distance learning enables us to provide a classroom without walls reaching across the world.
The School of Systems and Logistics provide classes both on campus and through distance learning. We educate Air Force acquisition and logistics professionals, the people who field and move everything the Air Force buys.
We teach logistic concepts and methodologies successfully employed at Air Force bases like Tinker, Robbins, and Hill. Our students learn the best practices in industry.
Past AFIT grads have put what they've learned to good use, like reducing KC-135 aircraft depot maintenance from an average of 400 days to 120 days.
The School of Strategic Force Studies manages the overall execution of space, nuclear, and cyber continuing education. The National Security Space Institute, located at Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado, provides responsive and relevant professional continuing education for the DoD's various space professional development programs. AFIT's Nuclear College at Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico provides a comprehensive nuclear professional continuing education program that is developing airmen in the nuclear enterprise. Approximately 3,000 nuclear professionals have attended our in-resident nuclear courses since 2008, and the Nuclear College has reached over 6,000 additional personnel throughout the Air Force and the DoD through its mobile training team delivered courses.
The Air Force Cyberspace
Technical Center of Excellence located at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base develops and maintains the cyberspace workforce via cutting-edge graduate and professional continuing education. Our faculty teach and direct defense-focused research on understanding and developing advanced cybersecurity-related theories and technologies in areas such as critical infrastructure protection, reverse engineering, and cyber defense. Our goal is to provide relevant education to meet the cyberspace challenges of today and tomorrow.
Every year in the School of Engineering and Management, our in-resident students are receiving defense-focused and research-based graduate education. They are studying and finding solutions for some of the most difficult technical challenges facing the U.S. military.
There are a wide range of technical degrees at AFIT. I was selected for the Operations Research Program so that I can develop skills to be a better analyst.
I qualified for the Electrical Engineering program and found a thesis advisor conducting remote sensor research. Now, I'm working with the Air Force Research Lab and the National Air and Space Intelligence Center on new algorithms to reduce the error in geolocation estimates.
The great thing about AFIT is how relationships with former students can lead to operationally relevant research. A former student at Creech Air Force Base contacted me for help with a data analysis problem. I was able to travel there and understand firsthand the problems they were trying to solve. I incorporated their problems into 2 of my courses. My students were able to figure out how to reduce the time to complete an operational test from 1 week down to 2 hours, resulting in a significant cost savings.
Graduate education in the School of Engineering and Management is unique because AFIT shares Wright-Patterson Air Force Base with the Air Force Research Laboratory. Working with the Air Force Research Laboratory as they lead the discovery, development, and integration of airspace warfighting technologies, our students have an unmatched opportunity to conduct cutting-edge defense-focused research. The students have a wider range of research problems to tackle, and they have access to AFRL's world-class laboratory facilities, in addition to our own.
Research conducted by the graduate school's faculty and students keeps our programs relevant and connected to the fight. In the past few years, AFIT conducted about $100 million worth of externally sponsored research at a fraction of the cost of our commercial counterparts.
One of our students improved a live fire test arena for a portable air defense system. He built a simulation of the test arena that allowed the analysis of virtual missile explosions. The results can be used to reconfigure the collection panels in order to collect better real-world test data. Better data leads to developing better systems.
There's a lot going on at AFIT, from developing our acquisition, logistics, civil engineering, medical, nuclear, cyber, and space professionals to conducting mission-critical research to maintain our air power advantage over potential adversaries in support of operations worldwide. Every year, we provide cost-effective graduate education, cutting-edge defense-focused research, and operationally relevant continuing education to tens of thousands of our nation's most talented military and civilian leaders. At a recent AFIT graduation, General Mike Holmes, Commander of Air Combat Command, said it very well.
In my humble opinion, AFIT offers the best professional military education the Air Force has to offer. A long tradition, continuously updated, means that we provide unique graduates that we can't get from any university anywhere else.
Together, they did what was said to be impossible. Together, they took to the skies. Together, they changed history. It was in this field where 2 brothers worked together to perfect their invention. Hoffman Prairie Flying Field is where the Wright brothers flew the first turn, the first circle, and the first figure 8. More than a century later, on these same grounds, thousands of airmen worked together to make the 88th the premier airbase wing in the U.S. Air Force. We're one team, people-driven and mission-focused, providing strength through support. Each morning, more than 31,000 people come to work at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. It's the largest single-site employer in the state of Ohio, with an economic impact of $5.6 billion. You can think of the base as a city, and the mayor is the 88th Air Base Wing commander. The commander oversees more than 5,000 88th Air Base Wing employees that provide strength through support to more than 115 mission partners. That support includes operating the airfield, securing the base, and providing trusted care at the second largest medical facility in the Air Force. Our mission is to deliver war-winning capabilities through agile installation and mission support. To accomplish this, the 88th Air Base Wing is comprised of 4 groups and 20 staff agencies. The Civil Engineer Group is responsible for the infrastructure on all 8,100 acres of land. This includes management of $33 million in annual utilities, a robust environmental program, and more than 1,500 military and privatized housing units. The Wright-Pat Fire Department responds to more than 1,100 calls annually and provides assistance to our neighbors, as does the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Flight. The Communications Group affords computer network access for 31,000 users and protects information from our adversaries. They also maintain cybersecurity through mission defense teams. The group is responsible for the airfield and its operations. They also oversee munitions storage throughout a 5-state region. The medical group consists of 7 squadrons and operates the second largest Air Force hospital. It provides trusted care to 62,000 beneficiaries and delivers 300,000 outpatient visits, 4,200 surgeries, and 1.7 million prescriptions annually. The hospital employs more than 2,200 medics, supporting 40 clinics and 57 beds. It functions as one of the Air Force Medical Service's primary deployment platforms and teaching hospitals. The Mission Support Group supplies first-class security, logistics, supply, transportation, and integrated base defense for the installation. The Force Support Squadron is the largest in the continental U.S., with more than 100 facilities ranging from child and youth to dining, fitness, recreation, and human resources. The Base Honor Guard and Air Force Marathon Office also fall under the group. The Honor Guard is the most tasked in the Air Force and travels 720,000 miles a year over a 6-state region to honor our veterans. And the Marathon Office works all year to put on an annual world-class race for 15,000 runners to commemorate the Air Force's birthday. And finally, Wing staff agencies provide support services to the community. This includes legal, public affairs, safety, and chaplain services. The largest comptroller squadron in the Air Force is part of the 88th and oversees budget planning and execution and provides a full range of financial services. The support provided by the airmen of the 88th Air Base Wing goes beyond the Wright-Pat fence line. More than 100 airmen deploy each year to support combatant commanders and contingency operations around the world. The 20th century began with 2 brothers showing the world just how high teamwork and innovation could take us. 12 decades later, the 88th continues that legacy, providing strength to support as the premier Air Base Wing. People-driven, mission-focused, we are the 88th Air Base Wing.
On December 20th, 2019, the United States took a giant leap into the next era of military defense. Recognizing the threat to U.S. national interests, a new force was established to protect our freedom to access and operate in space, the United States Space Force. With a mission to keep the space domain secure, stable, and accessible, the United States Space Force will protect U.S. and allied interests in space and provide new and current space capabilities. But this can't be done alone, nor will it be. Since 1917, the Air Force Research Laboratory has been leading the discovery, development, and delivery of warfighting technologies for our air, space, and cyberspace forces. Already on board, AFRL is continuing to provide the technology and resources necessary to help the United States Space Force build a comprehensive military advantage in space. With a strong commitment to innovation, AFRL ensures the United States Space Force will have the technology to keep the space domain secure, stable, and accessible for now and into the future. AFRL, carrying space research and development into the future.
Welcome back, everyone, to the HBCU Digital Literacy Summit. Next, we're going to kick off our keynote speaker. I would have the distinguished pleasure of introducing Major General Mark Anthony Brown, retired. Major General Brown is the Deputy Commander, Air Education and Training Command, Joint Base Antonio Randolph, Texas. AETC operates more than 1,400 trainer, fighter, and mobility aircraft, 23 wings, 10 bases, and 5 geographically separated groups. The command trains more than 293,000 airmen per year, with approximately 60,000 active duty, reserve, guard, civilian, and contractor personnel. He has commanded 4 times, consisting of 2 squadrons, a mission support group, and a numbered air force. Deployed in support of Operation Provide Comfort, served as the Assistant Executive Officer for the 17th Air Force Chief of Staff, was the Financial Management Senior Military Assistant in the Office of Secretary of Defense, and Chief Financial Officer for Air Force Material Command, responsible for a portfolio greater than $60 billion, which at the time was 38% of the Air Force budget. So please have a warm welcome of applause for Major General Mark Brown.
All right, how's everybody doing? Oh, that doesn't sound like an Air Force crowd. That sounds like an elderly crowd. You all, we'll try it again, right? So, how's everybody doing? Good. Hey, I want to thank you for having me and for letting me come. I feel like I'm at the intersection of my home, right? I am a product of a historically Black college and university. Everybody loves their own HBCU, so you understand my bias when I say I'm a product of the best HBCU ever created down in Lower Alabama, Tuskegee University, right? You understand how I say that, even if that's not yours. And that's how we feel about our HBCUs. But I'm also a product of the Air Force. I'm retired from the Air Force, but spent 3 decades and 2 years going around the Air Force, some right here in Ohio as a CFO for Air Force Material Command, but also in Education and Training Command, right, where we find Air Force Institute of Technology. So AFRL or even AFIT, it doesn't matter. I feel I'm at home with all of you all. And then at this point, kind of why I say I'm at the intersection is because now I've served a couple of years with the Department of Education as their Chief Operating Officer for Title IV programs, of which one is the Minority Serving Institutions, and now lead up an organization entitled the Student Freedom Initiative, where we are focused on the capacity building and the capabilities of all of our HBCUs. And so that's how I get here to be with you today. And so as we talk, just know that we've got that kindred spirit. And I want to start with what I believe is a central goal that we have that you all have seen. And kind of how we came to this. But before we do that, I got to tell you first who we are. You may not have heard of the Student Freedom Initiative. And so I want to start with a story and then we'll get to the slide. The story will tell you who we are, the organization. So back in 2019, at a graduation at Morehouse College, the chairman of our organization, a guy by the name of Robert F. Smith, was the graduation speaker. And on that day, as Robert F. Smith, he's also the CEO and president of an organization called Vista Equity. When he got up to do the graduation speech, he surprisingly to some, maybe not to all, said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little gas in your tank. I'm going to get you off to a good start. I'm going to pay off every student loan out here. It's a pretty bold statement. It was a $38 million speech, is what I call it. And so he said, and he did it, by the way. He made good on every one of those. At the time, I was the chief operating officer at the Department of Education. So we had the portfolio that he was talking about. That portfolio was $1.7 trillion. In fact, it's $1.7 trillion today. 1/3 of that portfolio was defaulted or delinquent. Most of it had not been touched, that 1/3, in over a year. It was a disastrous thing, this issue of student loans and how they bear down on a society and how they bear down on individuals. And so we went to work to do what Mr. Smith had directed us to do. And in the end, if you were in the class of 2019, if you were one of those 400 young men, or if you were their parents, and some of you who have college-age children know how good that must have felt. If you were one of their parents, suddenly for college, you were likely debt-free because he wrote the check. And then he said, I am going to stay up with you all. We're going to meet virtually at least once a month. I want to know what you do now with this additional income, now that you're not going to be paying back the federal government for your student loan. And he does. He meets with them. And the point is, what would happen to the wealth gap in America if that wealth went to building wealth? And is it not the intent of higher education to create social and economic mobility for those that go through it? It is. I think so. I think if you go to school, now look, if you are incredibly wealthy and you go to school because you need to pass the time for 4 or 5 years, that's one thing. But if you're from where I'm from, you want a job when you get out, right? You want to be able to create a better life for yourself, which is not to pay down debt. This was Mr. Smith's proposition. And so he continues to work with those Morehouse students. But then he turned to us and he said, there are over 101, maybe 107, depending on which federal note you look at, historically Black colleges and universities, and many more minority serving institutions. Where does this same structure exist? Likely at every one of them. Every one of those graduating classes, especially those who are of great need, will likely graduate unless they were 7'3" and on a basketball scholarship, or 4.0 and someone else paid for them to go to school. If they're right there in the middle where 80% of Americans are, they likely graduated with some degree of debt. What can we do about that? And then, CEOs, they think big and broadly. He said, I want you to fix it in perpetuity, forever. And that's how we got the Student Freedom Initiative. And so that's a 501c organization. We're based right in Pennsylvania Avenue there in Washington, D.C. We do the 4 things that you see on the slide, and if you can't read them, I'll be glad to get them to you later on. All of the 4 things that you see are attached to those 6 points that you see, those 6 objectives to the side. Our objectives, and then I'll get to those 4 things quickly. We want students to have choices when they get out of school. We want them to have choices that they will be able to follow their passions. We want to increase mobility, economic mobility, that social and economic mobility that I was talking about, and we think it's via STEM. We think, now why do we think that? Because there are more STEM jobs than will be created than people will be born and that can fill them. So if you're going to school for a job, look, what's a safe bet? Now, I'm not saying the only academic major is a STEM major, but I'm telling you from a investment perspective, there will be more jobs than there will be people, right? That's just how the data goes. And if you do have to have money taken out that's not your own, perhaps it should not be your parents if they're already living at or above, right, slightly above the poverty level. Why? That's not a loan. That's not a person that you give a loan, right? Because it doesn't work out well. And then we also believe that it ought to scale to all of the schools. It ought to be a systemic thing. And then we believe that the schools themselves, and I'll talk about this, I'll tell you what you already know in this case. The schools themselves, our institutions, the historically Black colleges and universities have always done a good job. And they've always done it with less resources than others. I could talk to you for another 3 hours about my travels around the country. If I go to Texas A&M, a state school, and then I go to Prairie View, a state school, they don't look the same. If I go to the University of Alabama and I go to Alabama A&M, both are state schools, right? You pick the moral act that you want, 1863 or 1881, pick the one that you want, both mandated, right? Land-grant universities, but not the same. So there is something systemic about the resources that have gone through the schools over the years, and it's hard to argue that. So we want to increase their competitiveness, and we want a transformative model. We believe part of that is in their research capabilities and their skill sets. And so to do that, we do the 4 things that you see there. I'm going to talk mostly about the 4th, but just for your understanding, I'll talk about the other 3 very quickly. We offer an alternative to the Parent Plus loan. We don't want students to take Parent Plus loans because they default at 5 times the rate of others and they last 2 times longer the debt. So they are a wealth grab. So we offer an alternative, an income contingent alternative of $20,000 per academic year for a STEM major in their junior and senior year, as long as they're making satisfactory academic progress. Making satisfactory academic progress. So just keep that in mind. We got to have that, right? We got to be there for the real thing. You got to be there for graduation. Internships. We have a platform called InternX. If you're a college student, I'd love to talk to you about InternX. So InternX is kind of like Indeed. You're familiar with Indeed, but consider this Indeed for HBCU students. There are 14,000 students already on InternX. There are 200 Fortune 500 companies and soon to be 3 to 4 major defense elements and government elements. We're looking to match students, right, to employers, and we're looking to do it early. But we ask the employers to sign agreements first. We say they are behavioral agreements. We're not giving you talent to work in the mailroom, right, and do summer jobs. We want you to form a relationship with them, a deep and a meaningful relationship, one where they want to work for you, because the data tells us, even though some people get into corporations, they don't stay because they don't feel, what, like they belong, right? And so we ask the companies to give them at least one stretch assignment, visibility into the C-suites of their organizations, right? And then there are 80 learning management systems, about 80 learning management systems on InternX, right? IT-based certifications. Why? Because this is about getting a job. You know, my favorite hero, Booker T. Washington, said, you don't just train the mind, but you train the hand. And our philosophy here is that you can do both, and that Internship X is one way to do it. So it doesn't matter if you're a STEM major. The first one is STEM majors, but this is any academic major. We want our schools that we have memorandums of understanding to put their students on InternX, and we want to work with those employers, not to have a broad look for anybody like you normally do in talent acquisition. But we want to tell them, look, if you want aerospace engineering, stop looking everywhere, right? Jackson State, Tuskegee, North Carolina A&T. We can find them for you. We know where to go, right? We know exactly where they are. And don't ever say again, I want diverse talent, but I can't find it. because we're signing up to find it for you. That's the point of that element. The other one is tutoring, mentorships, and other services. Everything we do is a result of philanthropy and corporate relationships. I'll tell you about one with a company called Prudential. You've heard of them. We have a $500 grant. That's not much money. Let me tell you what it's for. It's not for tuition. It's for emergencies. Emergency situations, what we learned from our schools, right? My car broke down. Death in the family. Round trip ticket home. And if you hadn't heard those stories, you hadn't been on an HBCU campus. Right? Because I'm telling you, I know people who could have been engineering graduates, but they missed several semesters because of emergencies, small financial emergencies that they did not have the family backing to sustain. So we offer $500 to get you out of the emergency. Why? Persistence to graduation. Persistence to graduation. Keep your eye on the target, right? Get over that little issue. It may be big to you because of economics, but let us help you get over it. We'll pay 75% of that. The school pays 25%. Many of our schools are already using it. We're using these applications, persistence to graduation. And then the last one is the one that I will talk the most about today, targeted HBCU capacity building. It's the school itself. How do we make sure the school is competitive into the 21st century in all of the ways that other schools are competitive into the 21st century? HBCU capacity building could take a lot of different roads. I'm only going to talk about a few of them today, but I would tell you we are constantly looking for the industry match to the school, and then the industry adoption of the school, and then the industry going back to the school for that talent and perhaps employing those students early so that we can build the capacity of that school in all ways. We connect schools with those that are related to their primary focus. And later in the brief, I'm going to talk to you about something called campus cybersecurity, which is one of the primary focus. But broadband is critical to our plan. And much of what we're doing was laid bare by the pandemic. Those schools who did not have access to broadband. Those schools from whom, and I'll give you this scenario, we ran out and we got a provider to provide laptops, right? And we said, okay, we're going to give all students laptops because we need to pivot for what? We need to pivot so that they can go to virtual learning. And then they got the broad, and they went home, 150 miles from the school, no signal. And what is a laptop without a signal? And how many of our communities look like that? So we're focused on the capabilities required to overcome that. We think it's central to many of the other things that we do. 5G, 4G capability running all over is central to what we want to do. We also are focused on the capabilities already identified in the strategic plans of the schools. As you know, every school has what I call a fastball, that one thing that they do better than others. And I'll continue to use my school as an example. When I moved around 16 or 17 times when I was on active duty in the Air Force. I like pets. I got Doberman pinschers. I got them with me all the time, and I have to find them a vet when I get to a location. What am I looking for? Looking for a shingle on the wall that says Tuskegee DVM. I get all excited when I see it. I say, no, I tell my wife, she's not from Tuskegee. She went to University of Georgia. I said, I'm not looking for a University of Georgia shingle because there probably is not one up there, but I can find a Tuskegee DVM shingle. So that's their fastball. And your school has a fastball. Every school has a fastball. We study the strategic plans to determine where is the fastball of that school, because that's what we're going to market most. Not all the other things, but mostly their fastball. And so when we go through this, we tell employers the same data that I'm sure you all know. And it's quite simple. HBCUs fight above their weight class. They are, when I was at the Department of Education, this data I believe is still true, they represented maybe 4% of over 6,000 universities. But look at the output relevant to 4%. And so if you're talking to someone about philanthropy or if you're talking to them about investment, then this is one of the things that you show them. We also tell them that there's a resource issue here. And this is the analogy that we use. One way to describe the wealth of an institution is by looking at its endowment. The smallest endowment that we could find in a 3-year analysis of an Ivy League school was Brown University. It was the smallest endowment. That endowment was $2.9 billion. We added up the endowments of 70% of the HBCUs, including the higher earners, the ones that are known the most, and we didn't get $2.9 billion. So here's our point on the investment. Mark Brown's a student. I have a gap in my college cost. It's like $5,000. I don't have the $5,000. If I'm at Brown University, I'd probably get an endowed scholarship, assuming I've done well. If I'm at another university, I might get a Parent Plus loan. Both of us are chemical engineering majors. Both of us graduated 3.7, 3.8 GPAs. Our wealth trajectory is not the same. That's our point. That's our point, that we have to even this out given what our schools are doing. And so everything that I'm going to talk to you about is through the lens of the wealth gap in America and what we can do about it. And you're thinking, will he ever get to the digital part? I will. I will. The road leads there, but it starts with this kind of framework. So we started in October 2020. I fly into a state and then I drive for about a week and a half. I did that in South Carolina and visited every HBCU. I did that in Mississippi, visited every HBCU. I did that last week in North Carolina, did it in Georgia, and I did it in Alabama. And we bring the schools on based on these agreements to do those 4 things that you just saw. And it's working. We started with 9 schools, and we now have 29 schools. And when we make an announcement here toward the end of the month, the 1st of July, we will be at the 72 school mark. So over 300,000 students. Our point is that we are engaging individually with the schools, bringing them on in order to address these issues that I'm talking about. Our trajectory out to 2026 looks like this. Our objective is to expand into minority serving institutions, as well as some Asian American, Pacific Islander, Native American schools as we get into the latter part of next year. The same economic framework, right? The same economic framework exists across all of those schools, but we thought it best to begin with HBCUs. So the burning platform, and you may have seen this study. If you haven't, I urge you to read it. The burning platform for everything that we do is this McKinsey study. The McKinsey study looked at access to broadband. It looked at to where in this, and you can do the schematic across the entire United States. What does it look like? Where are the deficits? The study concluded that 82% of HBCUs exist in broadband deserts. And because of that, those folks don't participate in the economy as they could. Think about it. Think about how you do your business, how you shop, how you interact with the world these days. It's through broadband. So without broadband, according to McKinsey, the nation loses out on about $800 billion in consumer spending. And that if you were to invigorate this from an HBCU campus, there could possibly be up to another $300 billion. So our strategy here is that the way that we get to this, and I urge you to read this study, is by giving access to broadband. The way that we unleash this for the economy is through access to broadband. Now, I told you that I traveled around. I will tell you that 8 of the 9 places that I went, 8 of the 9 schools that I went to were in broadband deserts. And if you think of some of the locations, then it will make total sense to you why I would say that. Orangeburg. Who knows where Orangeburg is? Anybody here? You guys from South Carolina? Broadband desert, right? You get right in front of the campus, you have a cell phone, and it's just a nice thing to look at because you can't talk, right? Tougaloo, Mississippi. Anybody here from Tougaloo? Broadband desert, right? All right. Anybody know where Mississippi Valley State University is? That's right. Somebody knows exactly where it's at. And I love it. Broadband desert, right? Right? And I could go on and on. But all of those communities where many of the students may come from that goes to those schools, no connectivity of significance, right? No ability to do an economy. So this is what we plan to attack. And so our first step in this was to reconsider what is broadband. In our package, we're saying, what is broadband? And we're saying it's not just a utility. In fact, we're saying it's a necessity. And long ago, the nation decided that things that were necessities that would be made affordable to all participants in the economy. All of those places have running water, right? All of those places have access to electricity. And what we're saying is reimagine broadband in the same manner. No different, I believe, than much of what you're arguing today about digital services. And part of this answer is to probe the differences in explaining the fee structure. We again want to emphasize that within that, the biggest participant in those communities, many times, the biggest economic drivers in those communities is the HBCU. And some of you from that area will realize that some of the biggest employers is the HBCU. I believe the biggest employer in Tuskegee, Alabama is probably Tuskegee University. I'm assuming that. And so could you power that connectivity from the HBCU campus? Could you do that? Could you employ the students to do that? Could you open the students' eyes to the future of industry in the IT business, right? By being participants in the very mechanisms that would power this for the community. And would that, even if you considered that work study, right? How about that, if you did that? How many of you that are students have some kind of federal work study? Anybody? Nobody knows what federal work study is in the room but me, just me. You know what it is? Somebody has participated in it. I wasn't the only poor child in school. There was some of the rest of you. All right. So my federal work study job at one point, and I'm trying to say, let's reimagine federal work study to do things like this. But my federal work study job was tutoring math at one point. And it was mainly for the football players after practice. Can you imagine the excitement of those football players after practice? For algebra? Now, I'm not upset about that, but my point is, could I have been doing something that was more applicable to what I would have been doing in the future? And what if this was the way the federal government imagined federal work study? Our point here is that broadband can be powered from the HBCU campus. And in the end, I will show you a pilot in which we're going to do that and how we take that around the country. And when you think about it, isn't that all about the people that live around the campus? So that vision that I started with comes back around, that if we did that, and if you follow the McKinsey study, and if you know where the deficits are in the country, then you can see how all of this could come together. And so by 2030, for us to be able to do that, we believe it can start and be vested in the HBCU campus. And if we do that, a lot of folks win, not just the HBCU students. When we looked at the strategic plans of the schools to see if this was reflected in the schools, we found that it is. They are equally involved in things like Prairie View A&M. Prairie View is one of the 10 HBCUs that achieved an R2 classification this past year, I believe. They are running the Center of Excellence in Research and Education for Big Military Data Intelligence. This center started with a $5 million investment grant from DoD to help in building the next generation of data scientists and engineers. I don't know if anyone's here from Prairie View or maybe listening in, but Prairie View was one of our very first schools led by Dr. Ruth Simmons. That is the model of what we're talking about, what you can do with investment. Now, Prairie View is equally involved in the Secure Center of Excellence focused on cybersecurity in multiple environments. Their work is contributing to secure social networking in virtual space, cloud computing, and video analytics. So Prairie View is an excellent example of mutual benefit between the school and DoD, and I think the nation. Less known is the work of St. Augustine. I don't know if we have any any Carolinians here from St. Augustine. But St. Augustine has not reached the R2 point yet. But they've initiated all of the academic majors as they grow their program. They now offer, in the last few years, a bachelor's degree of science in computer science, but they specialize in cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, data science, modeling, and simulation. They're another excellent position, but we need to team them with someone, right, who has already gotten that status. And it could be a PWI, or it could be another HBCU. But they're looking to participate in research and development. In order to do that, what do we have to do to their infrastructure? The same very reason I think that you all have gathered here today. And our point is we can do that with just a minor investment. So we conclude that an investment in HBCUs would support research and development, like that of Prairie View that I just named, partnerships like the ones we would grow at St. Augustine, other partnerships like already exist at Tuskegee, and some of you all may know Dr. Jelani, who partners with the National Science Foundation as principal investigator to improve science achievements at middle grade students, and he is focused on the expansion of what? 4G and 5G across the broadband in what is broadband deserts, just like I mentioned. The mutual benefit, though, that everyone gets is access to you if you're from an HBCU, access to you, the talent. So when we're off asking for philanthropy, we're focused on the person in the middle, access to talent. So the remaining question is, how does the nation take advantage of this talent? We remind all of those in industry that the latest census, the 2021 census, says that America is browning. If you like it or not, this is what the data says. And the data says that if you're going to hire talent, then you might cultivate it at places like HBCU campuses. So what are the outcomes that we're looking for? This is it. We think that if we do this, and I'll show you a case study on how we do it in just a second, that the desired outcomes are what you see here. First of all, the next time there's a pandemic, everybody can work in the global, everybody can go to their virtual campus, right? And even if there isn't a pandemic, being able to operate your campus, both in place and virtual, is the way that campuses will likely operate in the future. And 5G and where you live, your zip code should not be a preventive measure for that. It will increase your competitiveness in recruiting. I think any student coming to school today wants to know there's a virtual option, right? That's the world some have grown up in. We believe it improves your outcomes. Your work, study, job with a company doesn't mean that the company has to be there. I had 5 employees when I was at the Department of Education that I never met because they lived in California. And they were doing internships with the Department of Education. And so if your school is in a rural area, wouldn't this ability give you the ability to expand beyond your zip code? That's part of our point. If you want to get Title IV funding, you have to have secure IT systems. That's the rule set. 80 to 90% of students on HBCU campuses to some degree participate in Title IV funding. And then there are all other kind of auxiliary enterprises that I think become available if you're able to do this. We asked the schools in those visits that I talked about what they would do if they had access. Collaboration. Those are some of the companies at the top. But one of the big focuses, and those are in order, is collaboration. They want to be able to collaborate, like I talked about with St. Augustine. They want to be able to do that, and their IT systems have everything to do with their ability to do that. They want to have learning management systems, and they need a digital platform to be able to do that from. And they want a global campus. They want other things too, like digitized donor management and enrollment management, all requiring digitized services. This is the feedback that we receive from the schools. The biggest one is on the next slide. They want to be powered by things like 2U, right? They want to have virtual learning. That's the largest request that we hear from many of our schools. As an example, there are 2 HBCUs up there, and at the time there were only 2 HBCUs doing this, and that was Morehouse and Norfolk State. Morehouse is active on the 2U platform and focuses squarely on bringing students back to school who did not finish but can now finish as adult learners, opening up a whole new avenue from which they can recruit. A similar effort is occurring at Norfolk State University. And so how do we get our schools in this position? Let me explain that by first telling you about a gift. So right before I left the Department of Education, we issued an edict to all schools that said, you must comply with something called the National Institutes of Science and Technology 800-171, if you want the bureaucratic number, that your IT systems must be secure. It's about a 300 checklist item of things you have to do. There's about 14 control points. Those of you who with a CIO background are all over this, right? Most of the rest of us are trying to figure it out, but we know this. It's incredibly expensive to do. And you can either build up your own CIO shop or you can outsource it. But the point was, you have to do it. You have to come in compliance if you want us to continue to send you your Title IV funding, because we send it to you through those IT systems. And when I say Title IV funding, what am I talking about? Financial aid. That's what I'm talking about. Grants, Pell Grants, right? Perkins loans, all of those things. And we won't be able to do it unless you secure your systems. And so we created a burning platform, right? And because the schools who could not afford it now had to get it. We partnered with Cisco. Some of you are familiar with Cisco. Cisco provided a $150 million gift to get after this. 50 million in cash, 100 million in in-kind services. This is how the gift works. For those schools, or is working because we're actually doing it, for those schools that we have a memorandum of understanding with, we will work with your CIO or meet you wherever you're at to complete the checklist requirements. From that, we'll develop a gap analysis, the difference in where you stand and where the federal government requirements have you. From that gap analysis, we'll develop a bill of materials. From that bill of materials, we will provide the labor once it comes in to fill the gap. And then we'll add 12 months to that for oversight and maintenance until you can put it into the normal budget cycle of the school. So that has been working across our schools. All of those that we have memorandum of understandings with, and those we will have when we release our third cohort. And what it does is it gives chance, it's the capacity of the school to compete. What they put on top of that is a lot of what you all are talking about this week. We want them to have a secure IT infrastructure so that they can operate as best they can out in cyberspace and where they need to do many things, to include be able to compete for certain levels of research because of their systems. And so this gift, this $150 million gift is off and running, and many of your schools, depending on where you're at, are already taking advantage of it. The schools have a lot to do with how this is executed. Their CIO staffs are working hard. They are hiring new talent. And we're looking to not just stop there, but to bring on other things like 4G and 5G so that they can go beyond just being a secure system. This has worked well so far. I will tell you that there's more to go. I want to get to a pilot. This is our pilot. Our pilot is in South Carolina. And what is it that we're trying to do? So the goal of our pilot is to answer a simple but complex question. Can we bridge everything that I've talked about, the digital divide, by providing affordable broadband access powered from the campuses of our HBCUs, worked by our students, and serving their host communities? And so the first question is, why do we choose South Carolina, right? Why didn't you do it in North Carolina? Well, we could have done it in other places, but there really is a good reason why to choose South Carolina. There are about 8 HBCUs within a 300-mile radius of each other in South Carolina. Those HBCUs service a population of about 8,700 undergrads. 18% of them are STEM. 18% of the population of students live at or below the poverty line, and 8 out of 10 receive some form of Pell Grant. Now, this isn't the only place where that situation exists, but it's perfect for explaining to the nation what we're trying to do. Beyond those campuses is a community that looks like this. You see this census tract, and I'll show you the second census tract that shows elements of where those schools are. They are both similar, but maybe the difference is about 1,000 residents. Over 1/2 of the households do not have internet. About 1/3 do not have smartphones, computers, or tablets. And the next census tract that I'll show you is very similar. Again, the only difference really being the population. And so that framework that we're talking about, that McKinsey study brought to life, can be seen if you look just deeper into the census tract of South Carolina that host 8 high-performing historically Black colleges and universities. And so you can see why we chose the place that we chose. Why did we choose South Carolina? So we developed a model for digital equity to meet its vision of increasing broadband affordability and adoption to close the digital divide in every community that hosts a historically Black college and university. We emphasize that 82% of HBCUs beyond the ones that we're talking about are in broadband deserts. Here's the framework: public-private relationship with a financial stack that combines municipality commitment, philanthropy, federal grants, private sector underwriting, and the talent from HBCUs. That's our framework. We're refining this model at Orangeburg as it collaborates with the local public utility to build fiber optic infrastructure with multiple internet service providers and leverage to deliver services to residents and businesses at the most competitive price. Our partnership is with a company called Connect Humanity, Claflin University, South Carolina State, and the Orangeburg Department of Public Utilities. We've completed phase 1 of a multi-phase effort to provide more affordable, high-speed digital access. And we plan to do this knowing what the economic return will be. Digital equity gains from Orangeburg broadband alone will unleash a 10x economic impact of that part of the country. You can track this in both the McKinsey study. You can track the same in a Deloitte and Federal Reserve Bank study that was done in Richmond. Now, how do we scale? What I want to talk about, and I'm going to go past these 3 phases, is this part here. So we're in phase 2 in Orangeburg. But what we really want to do after that, when we get through with phase 3, is take this to 70 communities across the nation. You remember I showed you where we will be to 2026, in 2026. That same framework can exist, that public, private, the utilities of the country, and then the neighborhoods that are in the broadband deserts. We believe that we can do that. We will have access to about $3 million additional in philanthropy to fuel it. And we're looking at reducing the cost to the user, to the homes, by up to 70 to 80%. In other words, we can unleash the economic capability by making it affordable. It's the same analogy I use with who doesn't have running water in our country, right? Not every country, but in our country. Everybody should have it, and everybody should have access to not just broadband, but high-speed, quality broadband that allows you to participate in the economy. When we looked at this for Orangeburg, it would affect 26,000 residents in the utility service area. 26,000. 26,000 who can't afford it today. And Orangeburg is not the biggest of the cities that we're talking about when you look at that area. The same thing exists in Mississippi. The same thing exists in Alabama. It exists definitely in the Black Belt. It exists in the Delta, right? It exists in North Carolina as well. And so for the students out there, as you decide what it is you're going to do and where you're going to go and who you're going to work for and all that great money you're going to make, think about this. If this comes to your school, what a contribution you can make, right? What a difference you can make in the lives of folks as well as in the nation. I could go on, but I'm going to be out of respect for the time. I'm going to stop here and ask if it's okay. If anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to address those questions. And then I would offer to you studentfreedominitiative.org if you want to go check us out. If you want a more in-depth session, I know that this is at high level. We'll be glad to give it to you. We're probably already at your school, but if you don't know that and you want to find out more about it, I'll be glad to take you up on those questions too. So thank you very much. Subject to you all's questions. Yeah.
So everything I saw was awesome. But one thing I did hear, what are we doing to percentage of African Americans going into STEM? Because I noticed the rate was 18%.
Right.
Which, you know, given the security surrounding those jobs relative to, let's say, a humanities degree, because I heard your words, good bet. We need to increase that percentage so many more enjoy the good bet.
Right. So there's a couple of things. One is it has to be affordable to finish college. Right. I think that's part of when we talk about the investment in keeping students away from loans. It's specifically for the retention of those students. I didn't go into that block that said tutoring and mentoring, but it's not just tutoring and mentoring. It's targeted tutoring and mentoring toward those gated courses that allow students to switch their academic majors. So we can fold this back a little bit further, right? I'll give you an example, and anybody, again, at an HBCU has seen this. If you look at the freshman class with a STEM major, it's this big. But if you look at the latter part of the sophomore year, right before you can drop classes and change your major, it's this big. And the reason is because of some gated courses. And while I won't take all of your time, I will tell you this. I'm defending my students here. What I'm telling you is that there's a difference in K through 12 across the country. I mean, it's not my opinion. The data will tell you there's a difference in the quality of K through 12. Not everybody's ready for college chemistry. Not everybody's ready for it if they hadn't been prepared for it. And so part of the mentoring and tutoring block is to grab those what we call kind of gated courses that we know the data tells us students after taking the second time decide, you know, they would rather do another academic major, to target that. That's part of it. The other part, though, is Internship X. We believe that one of the reasons why students get out of certain academic majors is because they don't see themselves in it. They're not practitioners, right? There's not an engineer in my neighborhood. What are you talking about? They don't see themselves in it. The point of Intern X is to do that, to increase the visibility during the internship, a valuable internship. Now, there's much more to do. I understand that. But let me just say one other quick thing, and I'll take one more question. I know we're running out of time. Robert F. Smith, I want you to check him out, who is the CEO of Vista Equity. And I don't say this in an arrogant way, but the wealthiest man of color in America. He was a junior in high school in Denver. And General Electric put out an ad that said, we're hiring interns, we're looking for juniors for interns. They were talking about college junior interns. They weren't talking about high school people. So he applied not knowing that they were talking about college people. And they said, get out of here. We're talking about juniors in college, college. He kept going back, and in the end, they couldn't find anybody. And so they said, all right, we'll take you here. That was his first kind of impression. Look under the tent to what they actually did at General Electric. Without that, he probably wouldn't have majored in STEM. He probably wouldn't have had the patents that he had today, and he probably wouldn't be doing what he's doing with Vista Equity. And so we believe that if you can show, we don't believe it's a lack of capability, we don't believe it's a lack of talent. We believe that it's a lack of immersion, quality immersion into worlds that have not always been visible to all students. All right, one more question? Young? All right, I'll catch you after in the hallway.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks so much, General Brown. So next we're going to have the Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Entrepreneurship panel. And I'll have those panelists please join me on stage.
I was going to introduce Ms. Lumpkin, but she absolutely needs no introduction.
So we had one other panelist that was going to be joining us virtually, and I just want to do a sound check just to see if she is on. Miss Denise Lee.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. This is Denise Lee. Can you hear me, Anissa? Can you hear me? Are we struggling? Can you hear me now?
Hi, Denise. Yes, we can hear you now.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great, great. All right, so I have the distinct pleasure of moderating the Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Entrepreneurship panel. So with me today, I have Ms. Sharice Stokes, who is the president of Title IT Solutions, and also the executive director for Tech MGM for the Montgomery Area Chamber of Commerce. We also have Ms. Janelle Steele, who is the Deputy Program Executive for the NASA Small Business Innovation Research, Small Business Technology Transfer Program, known as SBIR-SITR. We also have Ms. Denise Lee, who is the Small Business Innovation Program Manager and Small Business Technology Transfer Program Manager at the Information Directorate. We also think of her as an Innovation Manager there, and also an AFWorks Liaison. We have Mr. Joe Besselman, who is the former PEO executive for Command, Control, Communications, Intelligence, and Networks for the Air Force, and now known as a Chief Disruption Officer. All right. And so with that, if the panelists would take a moment to tell us a little bit about what you do at your position and how that position all aligns. We'll start with Ms. Stokes.
Sure. So in my IT consulting role and with Tech MGM, I actually look at how we can grow technology across the education and workforce development fronts within the Montgomery community and River region, but then also how do we use technology to really better the entire community and to make it a better place, be it your visitors' experience and or just within community initiatives. And then finally, economic development. So how do we really use technology and how do we really attract technologists, IT professionals, STEM professionals to the area, but then also how do we attract companies to the area that are working in technology? So it runs the gamut from how you look at students to how you look at the entire community.
George, do you want to go next?
Sure. So at a macro level, I spend all my time trying to get disruptive technologies and disruptive processes in practice. Translating that into, I'll say, the micro perspective, how are we tactically doing that? It's moving our applications onto the cloud, specifically Cloud One. We're absolutely unrelenting about that. We don't want any technical deviation from going to one of the two platforms that the PaaS platforms on Cloud One. We don't tolerate any of the excuses, like I know from some of the organizations out here that spend an enormous amount of their time coming up with reasons why they don't want to go to Cloud One and deviate from the standard infrastructure that the Air Force has stood up. Another part is getting disruptive technologies out and used. We're a huge user of Akamai, and if you work in IT or software, you should know who Akamai is and how it works. It's a content delivery service, 4,500 locations worldwide, 30,000 virtual locations. We're a huge user of those technologies. We use both their edge caching and we use their massively scaled security services, sort of like a giant proxy. And we use it in many, many other ways we can't really get into here. We're also trying to get robotic processing automation out, a slew of other additional automation technologies. We're trying to get beyond DevOps, basically because we want production teams that are far more sophisticated than we can get from our defense contractors. And I could answer this question over the course of the next hour, but I'll stop. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Steele, did you want to go next?
Thank you. Sure. I am, as Anessa said, the Deputy Program Exec for the SIBR and SITR programs for NASA. And we're primarily looking to create a world, actually our vision is to create a world where any entrepreneur can benefit humanity. So we're putting out subtopics that are directly connected to technology needs that NASA has, and wanting to have small businesses compete to help us with some innovation in those areas. For the SITR portion of our portfolio, of course, we want to have small businesses partner with research institutes to compete for the technology needs that we have. So our desire is to make a world of entrepreneurs that really can contribute to what we're trying to do at our agency, but of course, across the entire government. All government agencies have a, well, shouldn't say all, there are 10 of us that have an SBIR and STTR program. So it is a very big program that has opportunities for a lot of different technology needs that relate in a lot of ways. But the desire ultimately is entrepreneurship and making more entrepreneurs work in our government space, as well as contribute to the nation's economy.
Thank you. Ms. Lee?
Hi, everyone. This is Denise Lee. I am from the AFRL RI Information Directorate in Rome, New York. And, one of the things as a research organization that we are doing with the CyberSitter program, right, we work in command, control, communication, computers, and intelligence. So C4I, right? And then obviously cyber technologies is what we're looking for. I am the CyberSitter program manager, as well as I have a deputy, Crystal Baker. We work as the AFWorks liaisons, as well as, trying to make sure that, in the cyber world, the small businesses are getting what they want, as well as the AFWorks liaison, making sure that the STTRs, working with the collaborating of the nonprofits, universities, research agencies, and all. So I'm, appreciative for being here. So thank you.
Great, thanks. So one of the questions that I wanted to start out with to really hone in on, we're talking about entrepreneurship and universities, but what does entrepreneurship mean to you, and how can academia and HBCU specifically apply that concept to university spinouts? George, you want to start?
Okay, sure. So there's two questions I think you asked there. So what does it mean to me first? I think, and it sort of echoes a comment I made earlier today, I believe that it means taking risk internally and in part trying to operate inside your organization as we would perceive a commercial organization would operate. And so one of the things we try to do is operate at high velocity as we possibly can. And that's a big part of, our emphasis on agile development, trying to change the delivery velocity of our capabilities. Now, in order to do that, though, what we have found is we can't continue to do business with many of the traditional defense contractors because they are what we term glacially paced, meaning they use glaciers as their time guide. We can't operate like that any longer. We have to go a lot faster. So we've got a number of strategies where we brought in a lot of small businesses. One is through the Alaskan Native vehicles, where Congress has given us basically a license to do almost anything we want contractually. They're amazingly powerful vehicles, not only for Alaska Natives, but also getting minority and women-owned firms into our organization. The other thing that I think has been important, and we didn't get into it yesterday, and we wanted to get into it yesterday, we just screwed up, blabbing too long about other subjects. But I I really do believe this is an illustration of what I've tried to say a number of times. You've got to have quantitative targets for people to hit. Intentions don't count for nothing. And so like our PEO has quantitative targets for women and minority owned companies tied to his bonus. He has to perform. And I believe our small business director has been the DoD's small business director of the year, I think 3 or 4 of the last years in a row. She's nailed it. Why? Because it's crystal clear to that PEO what matters, and it's crystal clear to her what matters, because she also has the same incentives. And so that has helped us to get new minority-owned small businesses in place, new female-owned small businesses in place, and they really are the backbone of our software factory, which is the Air Force's mobile software factory called BestSpin. And these minority and female-owned companies are doing literally all the work. There is literally no defense contractor in there.
Agreed. So I'll take a different angle at that. While Joe looked at it from a government perspective and essentially how they've awarded contracts, I'd like to look at it from an academic perspective and what you're able to do within your colleges and universities. Being able to, one, incentivize and encourage innovation within academia is huge. And it's a big deal to do it within your student base, but it's an even bigger deal to also do it with your faculty and staff. So being able to, one, say that, yes, this is a great thing to respond to a pitch competition, to develop something new, to give opportunities where students can actually solve problems within their own campus and or to work with other industry, government, those existing IT professionals, or even those that are in the community. One, gives a sense of teamwork, allows you to collaborate with others, but then it also encourages entrepreneurship. So from an entrepreneurship side of the house, it's something that's a necessity that needs to happen within academia, just like it happens within commercial industry. But it also gives a very good guide and a very good template for what they would actually experience outside of that organization.
Thank you. Thank you. And you mentioned pitch days, and I know, Denise, you've had a lot of experience with the Air Force's new approaches to pitch days in small businesses and universities. Did you want to touch on that a bit?
Absolutely, thanks. So, when we first started with AFWorks being created, the initial kickoff was in New York City. And, throughout the opportunities, we have been able to do SIBR, and we've been able to do STTR, pitch days, collider events, and so on. One of the awesome opportunities that we see is just the ability to see the new ideas, the different small businesses coming in to try, work with the government. Pitch days are a great thing for small businesses and universities. It gives them the opportunity to have so much more collaboration on the government side. And our program managers and SNEs that we currently work with at AFRL-RI, and we go across all of the technical directorates. We've actually worked with pretty much everyone in reference to topics being written, and giving the opportunities for all of the TDs to be involved and have the opportunity to get the small businesses to work with them and find solutions. So it's a great opportunity, and it's good for the small businesses and the research institutes, as well as for us as the Air Force.
Thank you, Denise. Janelle, can you jump in and tell us about what are some innovative approaches for federally funded research awards, contracts, and grant opportunities that universities and HBCUs can take? And what are some ways that you have approached that as well?
So thank you. NASA has a program called the Minority University Research and Education Program, and it is particularly geared helping minority universities with a whole host of opportunities with NASA, as well as the students within those universities engage in internships with the agency. We've partnered with them as the SBIR and STTR program because we wanted to make sure that our STTR awards are starting to have more representation and opening the aperture for more innovation. So we wanted to partner with a group that's been working with HBCUs and MSIs for a while to allow a planning grant around working with small businesses. So the intent is, and we're just about to announce our second round. We've had one round where we actually are providing $50K for small businesses and HBCUs or MSIs to work together to plan how they will propose to our STTR subtopics. For NASA, our STTR subtopics are related to our center's core competency needs. And so each center has a different area that they focus in. And there is usually one subtopic in our solicitation from that particular center. The planning grant allows an opportunity for the Research Institute and the small business to start to plan around how they would address a past subtopic. With the understanding that our solicitation doesn't change too tremendously a lot, each year. So if they are working on a past subtopic, they have an opportunity to start to develop that proposal. And when our solicitation opens in January, they can propose to that opportunity. The challenge has always been finding a partner. And so we also partner with an entity called MSI Research Development Corporation, or MSRDC, to help research institutes and HBCUs partner with a small business. So finding someone who has the same capabilities as you could provide a leveraged partnership to working specifically on STTRs. So through those two avenues, we're hoping to get a flood more proposals in our STTR solicitation. This first round, we had 5 HBCUs proposed to the planning grant, one of which went on to win an STTR, but a couple of them actually partnered under an SBIR as a subcontractor and won. So we're seeing the success rates almost immediately. We do plan on offering these planning grants going forward. So I can provide some information about how to contact both MSRDC and look where our solicitation is for MSTTR to this form, if you like.
Thank you so much, Janelle. Denise, did you want to jump in there? I thought I heard you.
No, I didn't say anything, but yeah, I totally agree, with the solicitations. We look at all of the opportunities with the requirements and needs that are out there. And we try to make sure that the full participation is across the board. So, the Air Force AFRL, when we write the topics, we, again, like I said, we keep the technical directorates in collaboration with AFOSR. We work with them a lot. So that's even, a great accomplishment so that we can, work the topics with them and get the STTR folks out there. So yeah, it's awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Janelle. And that actually leads me into my next question for the panel. We hear from industry and academia that the government is not an always easy place to do business with. What transformative approaches in your organization are doing to remove those barriers to entry to working with the government? Sharice, did you want to start?
Yeah, sure. So we've actually tried to do a series of activities and try to reach them at each level of the process, be it if you're an early stage company and you're trying to get on some of your MGM Works, AFWorks, Collider type of events, being able to do informationals around those. We've also done some low lifting types of workshops that really just speak to accelerator programs and essentially helping you start to plan what you may want your business to be like, therefore helping you plan to be able to be a government contractor or someone that could bid on government work. But then we also look at those that are more advanced stage, where they've been a subcontractor before on a given effort. And we've done more matchmaking types of events where we're actually matching up some smaller businesses with maybe mid-tier and or large businesses, but everybody doesn't look the same. And you have different demographics and different, quite frankly, different rules and different limitations. So I don't think it's just one catch-all type of activity that you can do that really reaches that total audience. You really have to have diverse activities to fit each level of the process that businesses are in. But then you also, it's just as simple as planning an event that you would plan for your child's school. You got to do it at different times, right? So it can't always be at breakfast. It can't always be at night. It can't always be a lunchtime event. And I will say during COVID, us being able to do those events virtually was great. And being able to live stream them, being able to record them, and to host them on our sites and being able to push that information out, it gave more information, tools, and resources to those individuals that not only needed them, but were seeking and trying to find that information to grow their business.
Thank you.
Yeah, the only, I've kind of already sort of talked about it. I've talked about the Alaska Native contracts, the set asides for minority and female-owned companies. But I'll say that one difference is, particularly in the case of Bespin, the mobile software factory, they've gone and done significant research and identified specific companies, even companies outside of our region, which historically there's at least been a perceived bias that we do too much contracting around the base. And for example, I know the backbone of Bespin is a Baltimore-based minority-owned company. The other thing is, if you look at big acquisition, for those of you that, for at least some of you that care about big acquisition, what we often do on big acquisition, if we want genuinely commercial companies and give them the chance to compete, we will waive the requirement for what we call certified cost and pricing data, which was done on the ITAS program, which is the biggest IT acquisition in the, I think in the federal government. It was done at least at the initial phase. They're now about to enter a new phase. I don't know if they are waiving that particular requirement.
Awesome, thank you. So, and one of the things with the Air Force, when we founded the Air Force HBCU Outreach Initiative, which focuses on getting more HBCUs and MSIs, STTR contracts with small businesses, was removing the barriers to entry in terms of, hey, getting additional funding to help with writing proposals, understanding what those topics are, what are those technology capability areas, and also identifying small businesses that had those similar or same technology capability areas that those HBCUs are specialists in. As General Brown mentioned earlier, you have to find what's your niche and what are you good at. And trust me, there's probably something in one of the government agencies within Small Business Technology Transfer Program that are interested in the research that those HBCUs and MSI universities are doing. So it's really important. And again, as Sharice mentioned, workshops, resources, we've done Ask Me Anything events. One of the great things about this new virtual platform is being able to reach you where you are, and you being able to come and have that dialogue and discussion across, across the nation. So let's talk about, and jump in there, Janelle. Go ahead.
Yep, that we also have what's called an RFI that we put out as soon as our solicitation closes. So I know that a lot of times you get inundated with information coming at you, but we're looking to also get your opinion and your needs, to us so that we can better understand how we can structure our solicitation to better meet your needs, or how we can structure our subtopics to better take advantage of the capabilities that you have. So I'd encourage, if you have an opportunity, we opened the RFI. It is closed now, but we open it every year after our solicitation closes. And it's for anybody, not just those who have participated in proposing, but for anyone to give us some input and some ideas about how we can better our solicitation to meet your needs.
Absolutely, absolutely. And one of the other things that the Air Force has done with the approach to STTRs is shortening the proposal number of proposal pages. Used to be like 50 pages. It took a lot of resources and time, and shortening that to more of a 5 to 15 page proposal in a pitch style deck. So let's talk a little bit about digital transformation. And what is digital transformation, and where should entrepreneurs start with incorporating digital transformation into their processes? Let's start with Therese.
Yeah, so I think digital transformation, you see it in so many areas. And certainly, like we talked about before, with respect to COVID, where we had an opportunity to do so much virtually. And at the same time, there was such a heavy reliance on technical infrastructure as a whole, but there was also a heavy reliance on applications. And so many businesses you would hear about that did not excel and did not make it through COVID. But quite often they don't talk about how many businesses were birthed on COVID and how many people actually started to use a lot of the skills that they had to digitize normally traditional types of opportunities and services. That part of digital transformation is something that was seen on a huge level. And at the same time, there were people that you wouldn't have imagined that could digitize that service, and now they were capable of doing that. And I think you also saw that with young people. You had a number of community youth that were just creatives, that had the ability and honestly the discipline to teach themselves, and essentially teaching themselves how to digitize a lot of services that people just weren't ready for sometimes. But at the same time, part of that was also user experience and user design. So you had a number of job fields and a number of jobs just in general that developed within that user experience and user design career field, and a lot of people that are now going into that field. I know in the state of Alabama, they look at over the next 3 years, what's the career field and what's the job that will grow the most? That is that of a software developer. And you're looking at about 30% growth in just that field. That is how you're really transforming what's traditionally happening within your communities.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, in one sense, what we look for is, I guess, follow through. In my time, which is almost 40 years, this is the third time I've seen the Air Force step up and say they're going to do digital transformation. The money is still not there yet. And if I look at our two PEOs, the business and enterprise systems and logistics systems, and then the computing infrastructure, we've been doing digital for many, many decades. But we haven't seen the money come in to really transform acquisition to, like get all the modeling and sim in electronic, in digital tools, which we really do need for myriad reasons we don't have time to talk about. Now, another side of the problem is the education and creating digital airmen. And there's two big things that we've been involved with that our PEO has been trying to do. One has been digital university and integrating existing models like Udacity and Udemy and some others onto a Google-based platform where anyone in the Air Force can come in, any airman, and take whatever classes they want for free. And it's slowly getting expanded. It's somewhat of a, to be totally open about what's going on, it's unclear what organization's ultimately going to own it and run it in perpetuity, because there's a couple wrestling for it. But it is evolving. We do have tens of thousands of airmen using it. And when I say airmen, I mean civilians, military, and I think even some contractors use some aspects of it. The other big thing we've been doing is getting robotic processing automation out. We did 4 contests last year. We trained 1,200 airmen. It brought them through at least 10 hours of programming training. We made them take the first 2 classes of CS50 from Harvard University. If you haven't seen CS50, you really need to look at it. And I would even, if you have a family, I'd sit down with your family and look at it. Even if you're living at home with your parents, I'd have them look at it. Because what David Milan has done with freshman computer science at Harvard, he's totally foreshadowed a new way to educate people. His classes, he has over 100 people that help them deliver each single class. And Yale University, and I'm saying Yale, the Ivy League school, has given up freshman computer science to David Milan. They're letting him virtually deliver computer science to that institution, which is another thing I think we need to start thinking about for the HBCUs, employing the David Milan model to teach more of our classes, because he's filling up auditoriums with 300, 400, 500 students taking computer science and loving it and getting good grades. And this is another thing I know we want to get to, is we have to change this paradigm in computer science and engineering in general, where the professors think it's their God-given right to weed out the class. Because we have to attack the problem both from the number of students coming in and also increasing the graduation rate of those that do come in. And it should be part of the professor's responsibility. And his or her pay tied to some
digital programming and essentially digital cohorts for entrepreneurs, absolutely free.
Yeah, I know in Alabama, if you look at Huntsville, Birmingham, Montgomery, they have either state funded or in part state funded and city funded. And if I add in Georgia Tech too, and university-funded innovation centers, which, is over in Atlanta, pretty close. And there's professional resources there. There's office space there. And there's also, each one has a stable of entrepreneurs. It's already established people ready to throw money at young men and women that come in with ideas and, more important, work ethic. Because there's a lot of great ideas, but they're really looking for established work ethic in addition to that idea. And they'll throw money at real problems.
And definitely for HBCUs, establish your entrepreneur ecosystem program there for your business students, and your engineering students should be working together, looking at university spinouts and businesses, and that's how you can really target some of those university spinout organizations. So I don't want to exhaust the schedule too much. I thank you, panelists, for your time. Again, I'm sure you'll be here, for the rest of the day, if anybody else has any questions, and we can go from there. And so with that, I'm going to save time, and I'm going to introduce Miss Ashley Blackford right here from the podium.
Thanks,
I'll
Anissa.
excuse the rest of the panelists. Thank you. So our next speaker is Miss Ashley Blackford. I've known her for a long time. When we were creating the Air Force HBCU Outreach Initiative, I called on some friends who were really experts in the area, Ed Lee, who manages our AFOSR HBCU program, and Miss Ashley Blackford, who manages our Air Force Research Laboratory Minority Leaders Research Collaboration Program. She works with many universities across the nation. Prior to working with the MLRCP, Ms. Blackford was the Deputy Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer Program Manager for AFRL Manufacturing Directorate, and has experience in working with small businesses. In addition to working this program, Ms. Blackford also manages other government contracts for her directorate and is actively involved in the Junior Workforce Council. With that said, thank you, Ms. Blackford.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to make sure to thank Dr. Reginald Turner for the opportunity to be here to talk about our program. Ever since I have been in connection with Dr. Turner, he has been extremely supportive of what we do for our historically Black colleges and universities. And he's also given me the platform to be able to come to you all this afternoon and highlight what we're doing in our program and how we can work together to establish research projects at your universities, and also to give opportunities to the faculty and students to come and work with us in our lab. So again, I just want to thank Dr. Turner for giving me this platform today. So I kind of want to talk about the objectives, the goals and objectives of our program. So the goal of our program is to enable and enhance and expand the research capabilities of the HBCUs and MSIs through the collaborative research projects that we establish at the Air Force Research Laboratory. So I want to highlight, since we're at Central State University, how we were able to do that specifically with your institution. So we actually established the additive manufacturing capability that we have here at CSU. With that, we had Professor Fusaro, who worked in you all's engineering department. He wanted to bring in a new capability to CSU. And so Dr. Howard Sizek and Dr. Steve Zaruga worked with him very closely to get him opportunities to go out, speak to experts in the field, work with the University of Dayton. This kind of talks about the collaborative effort and spirit of the program. Sent him out to different seminars. Then we were able to get him to become the expert and again, bring that capability back to Central State University. So now they have a full-blown additive manufacturing lab. In fact, we have here Dr. Marie Cox and the students who are working on that project, specifically working with additive manufacturing and metals. So Dr. Marie Cox and Jeremy Jackson, and then Joshua Divers are here to support and expand the research on that particular project. So I kind of wanted to highlight an example there. We also want to ensure to help build up the number of students pursuing undergraduate and going into graduate STEM degree programs. So that's another goal of the project. And we see that by establishing research projects at the HBCUs and minority serving institutions. So the students work on research projects throughout the academic year and to come back and work with us here at the Air Force Research Laboratory for the summer. And then what we try to do is make sure that the research projects are aligned with the DoD modernization priorities. So you heard General Pringle talk about that. You kind of heard the theme in the Air Force Research Lab. So that includes quantum, that includes 5G, that includes cyber. So go online and look at the different DoD modernization priorities. And so we want to make sure to establish research projects that align in those areas. So we also want to make sure that universities have exposure to the joint program initiatives that we have available through the Air Force and our DoD partners. And then also we want to make sure to give opportunities to faculty to be able to engage with universities across the U.S. And so we know that with everybody being geographically dispersed, we want to be that connector to make sure that we're making you aware of different faculty who you can engage with, where there's similarities or where there's many ways that you guys can cross collaborate to bring in a new research area to your university as well. So there's multiple ways to engage in our program. So I want to kind of talk about how the program started, how we were initiated. So we started in 2005, working specifically with the Materials and Manufacturing Directorate and the Sensors Directorate. Our leadership wanted to expand our breadth across the Air Force Research Lab. So now the program not only includes the Materials Directorate and the Sensors Directorate, we have 9 technical directorates across AFRL, and so they're all participating in the program with us. We are the largest funded endeavor with to support research activity with the HBCUs and MSIs. We just initiated our new cooperative agreement. So we have 40 research projects that have just recently been established. So to highlight a few of the universities we've worked with, Central State University, we have 2 research projects with Professor Way, Professor Almasteri. We have Clark Atlanta, Florida A&M University. We have Prairie View A&M University. So the list goes on. So we have 40 research projects with the universities across the HBCUs. We have 48 partnering institutions. And what that means is we have each institution join as a member in our program. You sign a membership agreement to join the program, and that gives you access to all the full benefits in working with us at the Air Force Research Laboratory. So we've had over 700 students and 200 faculty participate in the program to date. And over time, before we established our new cooperative agreement, on our previous contracts, we had 79 research efforts across AFRL, and we're going to continue to grow that number, and really we want to triple that number to make sure that we are bringing everybody to the table to be able to do research with us in AFRL. We've had 208 summer research internships since I've been the program manager of the program. So that number says through 2021, but it's actually through 2022. So again, I want to highlight our summer internships over here to the table in the middle, and also a couple more of our interns are here supporting us today here at the Digital Literacy Summit. So again, we always want to make sure that we're welcoming our students and bringing them a part of the different research components that we have in the program. So great exposure. And thank you again, Dr. Turner. So over here to the right, highlighted in blue are the different partnering institutions that we have in the program. We're hoping to fill up this whole map and how we're engaged and how we're putting universities collaborating and partnering together. And we want you all to see this program as a way for you to be able to not only make connections, but providing opportunities for your students that are in undergrad programs where you may not have a graduate program. You have a way to get your students opportunities to grad school, paid grad school opportunities. I'll get into that a little bit more. So what are the benefits of being in the MLRCP? So that's our program name for short, as an institution and as a faculty member. So understood that you all are working with the DoD, but what we want to really make sure is that you have access to all of the different funded opportunities, all of the different ways that we put out opportunity announcements for you all to get funded to your program and to your research departments. So what that means is that we provide opportunities to help you with proposal writing. We have opportunities to help you with really breaking down what these calls for projects or calls for research really means. So on our team, we have resources available to you to help you guys in those initiatives. And then again, leverage your expertise to acquire funding to your university. So these are research dollars that go directly to you. Research that you're not partnering, you're going directly, the funds are going directly to your university. We want to make sure that as we're trying to collaborate, that you're also building your relationships that you have with AFRL. So what that means is that we'll bring faculty out here to the Air Force Research Lab. Tell us about what you're doing. Brag about your research capabilities. Brag about what you all are doing to bring students into your department, as well as to make sure that the squeaky wheel gets the oil. So if everybody knows what you have available at your institution, that's more opportunities for you to be able to engage, to acquire funding, to be able to even build your network or your portfolio of individuals who can support your activities. So then, as we mentioned, we also have professional development for students, faculty, and the administration as a whole. And again, what that means is that we provide multiple benefits for you to be able to have support. So if you're looking, again, for proposal writing, or you're looking to see how is there other avenues for us to generate revenue for our institution, we're here to help you with that. Even if you want to have assistance in maybe doing resume writing, whether you're a faculty or a student, but there's multiple ways. There's also ways for you to engage in, I guess we're trying to hold off on that, but there's also ways for you to engage with our leadership. So I'm going to get into that a little bit more on the slides, but we want our leadership to be able to know what you all have available at your institution. Put our administration in the same room as your administration. So again, look to this program to be able to help you with that. And again, we want to make sure that the students have opportunities to go on through the undergrad program, go on to STEM programs, and then go on for their PhD. So we are looking for ways to develop that pipeline. And through this program, we can work on that together. And then also in the room, like as Anissa had highlighted, Mr. Ed Lee, we also work with our sister directorate that he is from, which is AFOSR. You all heard Dr. Sherry Welch talk about the opportunities, but there's ways for people to get involved in instrumentation. If you want to, provide equipment into your facilities, you can work with us, and then we'll work with our partner, our sister directorate at AFOSR, to help you be able to be a part of these programs that help to give you that. Also with the MURI program that they have there, we'll put you in connection with program officers that can also give you support with basic research programs that they have available there. So let's talk about benefits for the students. So with that, there is technical and professional development. So when students are working with us in the summertime, they also have exposure to be working with side by side, again, with their research mentors who we have working with them in the lab. And with that, they're developing new skill sets and bringing that expertise back to their universities, because now they're the trained experts they're the ones who are doing the research. So they're bringing that knowledge base back to your university. Then we also want to make sure that we're providing students with exposure like this, where they're coming to conferences, where they're coming to events. We have panel discussions, we have tours, we have opportunities for them to be able to do mentorship as well while they're here with us in the lab. So there's multiple ways that students are getting skill development. And then mentorship, again, from the AFRL research mentor. So also in the crowd, we have Dr. Marie Cox, who I also highlighted, who is working with us and has her students here with present with us. You're able to, again, build that relationship. You're able to foster a network. And then they're also putting you in connection with other peers that they have. So again, we want to make sure students have the opportunity to not only come for that specific research project that they're on, but make sure that they have a presence in the Air Force Research Lab and giving them exposure to what's all available across the technical directorates. And then more exciting, you also get to be able to come in the summer through our paid summer internships. Students come for up to 12 weeks. You're provided with housing, you're provided with salary, and you're provided with transportation to and from your academic institution, which is an important service that we provide through our program, because we want to make sure that students, when they do come, that they can focus on the research and focus on how we can best develop their capabilities as well. And then again, as I mentioned, they're working in the lab. They have access to a national lab, working side by side with our subject matter experts. And again, they are empowered to be able to work on these research projects, and then it builds up, again, their potential, and it adds to what, their portfolio. So when they graduate, they can say they worked at a national lab. They can talk about the research and how it is applied to, again, the warfighter. So how can you engage and be a part of a program like ours? So we do have a portal, and what is called is the, again, our MLRCP portal, and the website is mlrcp.afresearchlab.com. And our MLRCP portal, it provides multiple benefits. You're able to go out and see the project opportunity announcements that come across the technical directorates. You submit a white paper against those topics, and then you are invited, based off of the need, to submit a proposal against those particular project opportunity announcements. And then AFRL, we will review those and then select those to have funded opportunities for us to collaborate together. So you can't really see it here, but okay, here's better. Here I want to highlight on, even though I'm talking about the proposal submission, but before I get to that, if you come out here to our portal, you will see that there's opportunities. Not only do we provide you with opportunities that talk about what we do at the Air Force Research Lab, sometimes when we do university visits, students inquire about how can I join officer training school, or how can I join the Air Force? So then we have a quick one-stop shop to provide you with information there. We also have our sister directorates that also want to announce the opportunities they have available. So you can go out and hear about our Young Investigators program. You can hear about our Air Force SBIR, STTR program. So there's multiple ways that you can get information that's available across the Air Force. We also make sure to provide, and again, I'm going to get into this with the slides, but members, all the members who are involved in the program, you go out here, you can see all of the folks that are participating in our program. And then you can also see over here the research, who we are in AFRL and how we're broken down. But here you will submit, right here under opportunities, you'll select MLRCP opportunities. And this is where you'll submit your white papers against the project opportunity announcements that we have available for you. So research projects can range from 1 to 2 years. And then with that, you can have a continuation through the program once your project has concluded. So highly encourage universities to go out here and be able to see what are the full opportunity lists that we have available here at AFRL. So with that, if you go out onto the website where I talked about research, you can see here on a snapshot who we are at AFRL. So when you're taking a look at the project opportunity announcements that are advertised on the portal, go and see where you align or where you may match up. So as I highlighted, if you're a university or you're a faculty member that has research that's specific to sensors or that's specific to materials and manufacturing directorate, just kind of the list goes on. You can go out here, and I just kind of put the snapshot, but when you go and look into the research area, it breaks down what each of the technical directorates are and gives you an overview of their technology capabilities. Make sure you go out and take a look to see where you align, because these are funded efforts where again, we want to collaborate with the universities. You have subject matter experts from across AFRL that want to collaborate with you and see how we can engage. And so with that, make sure you know which technical directorate aligns with your university. So I can't emphasize this enough to make sure that you know about AFRL, get to know who we are. I think I need to go back. Okay, so here we're seeking out your university's capabilities. This is so very important. In fact, Dr. Victoria Coleman has highlighted how this is a huge opportunity for you to be able to put out what your university's capabilities are. Here are just some of the members that I've highlighted on here, who they are. So just a couple. Grambling State University, we make sure that we provide your research capabilities, a link to what you all can do. So our folks back at AFRL said, Ashley, we'd love to collaborate. We want to be able to work together. Do you have like a booklet or information that talks about what the universities are able to do? And so we put together the capabilities portion of this, which has all of the different members that are in the program. You click on this link, and then you can see all of the capabilities. This was not something that was an easy task here, but we had to work directly with the universities to be able for them to submit the information. So they all had to talk. And so we're getting universities and we're getting universities and colleges together to be able to talk about what their research areas are and what they want to highlight. So highly encouraged for you guys to go out here and look at the university capabilities. And we want to make sure that so we have something as well within the research laboratory. We have the MLRCP TD lead. So even though I am the program manager, each TD has a MLRCP lead. So Dr. John Gibson is in the audience. And so he is here. And again, this helps him to go out and advocate for your university, advocate for your programs. And he has the university capabilities that he can reference to all of the leadership and all of the scientists and engineers who have research that they need to get done. There's tons of research to work on. So please, I can't, I guess, advocate enough for that you go out here and submit your information. But also make sure that you sign up to become a member. So on our website, you can go, as soon as you hit the home page and you scroll down to the bottom, if you want to become a member, you just sign up right here from our portal and you're able to have access to all of the full benefits. We also have something called faculty office hours. So that's where the faculty can be able to talk one-on-one with our AFRL subject matter experts. So that can be a division tech director, or that can be a research lead, or it can be the scientists and engineers that have a specific background in an area that you're interested in. So we have faculty office hours for you to be able to participate in as well. So I want to kind of talk about here in summary is that, again, we want to make sure that you have an understanding of what is available to you across the DoD. We want to make sure that you are leveraging your expertise to get DoD funding. We want you to be able to build a stronger relationship across AFRL, and we want to ensure that not only are your students getting opportunity to get professional development and get the skill set development, but it's also here for faculty, and we also want to make sure that administration are able to connect directly with our administration, our leadership team, and how they can engage. Really what's important to us is the mentorship component. And so with all of our students here, I want to thank them for being able to come here to AFRL, choosing us in the summer to come and get your development and to be able to engage. These are all things that are important to us. And we want faculty as well. Faculty, we want you all to be able to come talk about what your university has available, come and give talks, come and give presentations. And we want to make sure that we provide you with that platform to be able to do that. All of this information can be found at our MLRCP, afresearchlab.com. Sorry. Yeah, I was trying to highlight it. But go out to our portal and make sure that you submit your information. I can't kind of foot stomp that enough. And I kind of was thinking about the interest of time, and I wanted to open it up to any questions. So if you have any questions about the program, I can take that right now. I'll go ahead, Ed.
How much does it cost to be a member?
There is no cost to you. So it is free to your institution to join through the program. This is a no-cost commitment. And what it is you join, and all you're committing to is to being able to have access to any sort of research projects that are coming out of AFRL. You'll have first access to that. You'll also be able, again, to provide internship opportunities to your students. You're able to help find opportunities to get funded efforts to get equipment, again, working with partner institutions like Ed at AFOSR. And then you're also going to be able to get your name out across the DoD platform. As I mentioned before, we are collaborating with Ms. Evelyn Kent, who is the DoD HBCU MI director. So again, we're just going to make sure that you have a lot of ways that you're able to get funding and resources for your university. Do you have any other questions? Okay.
What is the percentage today in dollars? You may not know going to HBCUs. And what is the percentage of dollars going? Because the dollars are what matter.
Yes.
And if we don't really know, what is the plan to get to a certain target?
So this program is intentionally and it's specifically designed for HBCU and minority serving institutions. So if we do have universities that are in our program, they have underrepresented students who are doing the research on the program. So that is a requirement. And typically when there is an institution that's not deemed a HBCU or a MSI, they are collaborating with us to get the talent from our HBCUs to come in through their graduate program. So again, it's a collaboration across the institutions, and all of the funding again is intentionally specifically for the HBCUs and MSIs.
No, but what I'm getting at is I think we need to publish the percent and and in addition, have a target, funding target where percentage of the money is going to go to these institutions. Because if the money doesn't come, we're not going to get the workforce.
That is what this program is about. So Minority Leaders Research Collaboration Program is for HBCU. So if you want a number, say 90% of the funds go to that. Again, we have other institutions of higher education that are involved, but it is again a pipeline. So students who are coming from their undergrad programs are going into their grad programs through this collaborative relationship through our program. So we have any other questions? Okay, want to thank everyone for the time. I was trying to be mindful, and if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out if you have any questions, and visit our website and sign up to be a member.
Thank you, Ashley, for that presentation. Again, please reach out and get some information about her program. So next we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll meet back here to meet with Dr. Washington. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started for our next session. So next we have Data Science from HBCU Perspective by Dr. Talitha Washington. Dr. Talitha Washington is the inaugural director of the Atlanta University Consortium Data Science Initiative. This initiative seeks to provide data-driven solutions to current and emerging societal problems, especially as it pertains to the African American community. Dr. Washington is a former program director at the National Science Foundation and the Convergence Accelerator Program. Previously, as the program director in the Division of Undergraduate Education, she was instrumental in building and establishing NSF's first Hispanic-serving institutions program, which funded $40 billion in awards in FY19. Dr. Washington is an in-demand speaker who enjoys sharing her expertise on applied mathematics, as well as STEM diversity to a wide range of audiences. Her work on Dr. Elbert Frank Cox, the first African-American in the world to earn a PhD in mathematics, has been shared on radio and television stations, as well as the notices of the American Mathematical Society. Please join me with a round of applause in welcoming Dr. Washington.
Thank you. It's good to be here, and I wish I was there in person. So thank you for providing the flexibility. And so I think we have some slides that will be displaying. That's my name. I'm Talitha Washington. I'm director of the Atlanta University Center Data Science Initiative. And I'm going to talk about data science at HBCUs, both at the HBCUs here in Atlanta and also HBCUs at a broader scale. And on the lower right, that's on the campus of Clark Atlanta University, and that's W.B. Du Bois on the slide. So W.B. Du Bois was a data visualization innovator. He was a professor at Atlanta University back in the day, a little rambunctious, which is why I like him. And he used data to tell the story of African Americans, the plight, and also the strengths of African Americans, that we were still progressing, we were still succeeding in spite of all of these social ills. And so we pride ourselves in attempting to carry out the legacy and work of W.B. Du Bois. Next slide. So first, what is data science? Well, data science Black Americans. So I myself I'm a Spelman graduate, so I'm a graduate of an HBCU. I guess before this, I was a faculty member at Howard, now Clark Atlanta. So I have a deep passion for HBCUs. There are approximately 101, depending on how you count, and about 10 have R2 status. Even though we make up of only 3% of all institutions in higher education, we enroll 10% of Black students. And we graduate 24% of Black students with STEM degrees. So we, in this effort, we overproduce those students earning STEM degrees. And with the Data Science Initiative, we aim to leverage the work that we do to educate, to train, to engage our students in research so they can also gain knowledge and skills and abilities in data science. Next slide. So here at the initiative, we live in this ecosystem where we work across the institutions. I always say I answer to everybody. I also have a 23 faculty advisory board that keeps me in line, and I also report to an executive director on the provost, dotted lines to the president. So we're connected across our ecosystem. Next slide. And the way that we do carry out our work, really it is catalyzed through partnerships. Partnerships across the Atlanta University Center, but also partnerships if you think about industry, faculty, and students. So with industry, we co-develop programs with industry. If an industry representative just wants to come to us and say, we just want to recruit your students, we're not so much interested in that. They can go to career services. However, if they come to us and say, we want to be active in building pathways for those to come into data science, we're all game, ready for it, and really have done some work around that. Anywhere from we've stood up a virtual computer lab for our students, faculty to use. We employ that in our workshop, to having information sessions with our students, information sessions with our faculty, co-develop courses with those from industry. So that has really been a great experience. And they also come as guest lectures. And really, at the institution, if we think about sustainability and building capacity, it is about the faculty. When I first came, people said, don't you want to work with students? I said, yes, I love students. I said, but look, you know, like if you're in an airplane, it's put the mask on the parent first or the grown-up first and then the child, not saying students or children, but putting the mask on, giving the supports to the faculty, because the faculty are the ones who are going to catalyze the pathways in research discovery. They're going to expand the pathways by creating courses, creating modules, creating research experiences, creating an ecosystem where the students can thrive in data science. And then also our target audience, customer, however you want to say it, is our students. We love to see our students thrive both in research, training, workforce development, and we're seeing our first students go off to graduate school and go off and get internships in the summertime. So really excited. But it's really this paradigm between industry, faculty, and students that makes this work. Next slide. We are fortunate to have corporate sponsors that help us in building data science pathways. Our founding partner was United Health. They funded the Data Science Initiative in 2019, $8.25 million, and they've been a really great ongoing partner. Google Health recently funded us to host a data science core training summer program for social work students. So our social work faculty at Clark Atlanta are leading that effort because there's a lot of data that can actually help the social work practitioner. So we're seeing data science come in and be a viable component in the life of a social worker. So we're exploring that and finding data-driven solutions there. We also enjoy partnerships with Truist and Uber. SAP, Coca-Cola helped us stand up their virtual computer lab, and Mozilla has engaged with our students and faculty in projects. Next slide. We've also been able to develop new courses with our faculty. On the top right, that's Professor Yvonne Phillips at Morehouse College. She was instrumental in helping creating a wraparound course around the AI for All credential course. So AI for All is a nonprofit. If you're interested in this and bring it to your school, send me an email. I'm happy to do an introduction. They're great, fantastic to work with, and they're looking to broaden their reach. So what we did is, so AI for All has 3 courses. Intro to AI Fundamentals, Build an AI Portfolio, and then the third one is Career Development. So what we did is instead of just having students go off and do a credential on their own time that they probably don't have, she created a course that wrapped around, so 1 credit hour course that provides support. They come in, she adds extra content, they do more stuff, and it's in conjunction. It's almost like the AI for All is the textbook, but she also meets with the students weekly, and they also have workshops that they do in that course. So it's a workshop-based course. We also have a Data in the African Diaspora course that has now been approved at Morehouse since the fall of last year. It's a zero prereq course that teaches data science thinking. And it teaches data science thinking by focusing on data sets that impact Black communities. Now, the course has been approved at Morehouse, and Morehouse is all males. And so that course actually focuses on data sets that impact African-American males. So our students can see themselves in the data science project and really begin to think critically using data to think about society, to make solutions, to find insights. And also on the lower right, that's Dr. Kenya Jones, who's a faculty member at Clark Atlanta in social work. And she led our effort with Nielsen IQ. And Nielsen IQ had a program, but she did a wraparound course where the students engaged in a data analytics project using Coca-Cola data. So we had to do an MOU because it's proprietary, but it was great. And you're wondering, like, how do social work faculty get involved with data science? Well, we have a slew of workshops, and we open it up to all of our faculty, staff, and graduate students, and they have come in and really just taken off with data science and code right along with the rest of us. So we really had a great time building this community among our faculty and staff. Next slide. So we also take pride in empowering our students. As I mentioned, we have new courses. We have a data science club, and they also look to host guest speakers if anybody's interested. We have a program for incoming students that will happen towards the end of July, funded by SAP. The theme is cybersecurity, and the focus is keeping communities safe through data. And so we'll have over 100 students participate in this 1-week virtual program, and we're really excited to learn and see the projects. And if you're interested in coming to the final presentations, give me a buzz. Next slide. We also have a few symposiums as well. In September, the 4th Friday in September, we will have our virtual student data science symposium. And this is open to students give lightning talks about their data science work. It's all virtual. And there's also an exhibit hall where people can collaborate, networking sessions. It's very vibrant. And we also have an HBCU data science resume book where we invite students from all HBCUs to submit their resume for this book. In February, we have the W.B. Du Bois Data Science Symposium, and that symposium is focused more towards the faculty and researchers. Now, Du Bois was born February 22nd, so we put that symposium near his birthday. This last year, Dr. Daniel Dawes of Morehouse School of Medicine talked about their health equity tracker that they have built. In the afternoon, we had the journalist who talked about how they use data, AI, machine learning, to reconstruct Black Wall Street in the New York Times article. And if you missed it, all good. It's on our YouTube channel. Next slide. We're also involved in a number of projects. We just hosted a workshop a few weeks ago to gather practices, best practices on how to incorporate data science education with data sets from those in the African diaspora. What's needed? What are good data sets? How do you create a module? How do you handle sensitive conversations in the classroom, and what is needed for the institutions to employ this? So we're working on developing a report from our findings from that workshop, and it was amazing. We are also involved with the Academic Data Science Alliance, and I lead an HBCU working group, and I have a colleague who leads a working group with tribal colleges where we're gathering up what are different successes and practices in environmental data science, both at historically Black colleges and universities and tribal colleges and universities. So that's been a really fun project to work on. Recently, we were funded with the American Statistical Association to boost underrepresented students' engagement in data science. So we'll be funding students to work on industry-informed projects starting this fall. And the lead PI of that is Mark Ward at Purdue. We also work with Morehouse School of Medicine on the AIM Ahead project. And if you haven't heard of AIM Ahead, this is this huge consortium, check it out. And it's aimed at advancing health equity and research of diversity. And that's been fun. And we'll have a couple more projects that will be coming out in the next few months, so stay tuned. Next slide. So last summer, the Sloan Foundation funded our Open Doors by Open Source programs, and I did that in collaboration with Dr. Kenneth Gaucher, who's a professor of computer science at Morehouse College. And we essentially came together, his team and my team, to deploy this project where we engaged 33 students from HBCUs in upskilling in coding and software and how do you do the technical interviews. So Carrot helped us work out technical interview preparation because we found that the technical interviews tend to be a barrier for our students. And the way in which we develop the curriculum is by talking with our industry partners to figure out, okay, so this is what we think we want to do. Now, what do you think we should do in training students and think about open source software development? And then all of our participants earned a badge at the end of the program. Next slide. And I had mentioned the workshops. We have a slate of summer workshops. The other week, we did one on the intersection of data science and prosecutors' offices. How can we, so the idea is to leverage all HBC faculty. We had about 45 faculty from 11 different HBCUs, so not just in Atlanta, but the broader HBCU community, to position them and equip them with being able to interact with the prosecutor's office. What questions do I ask? What sort of data do I collect? How do I collect the data? And so by the end of the day, they didn't know they were doing this, but by the end of the day, they had a 5-page proposal for a project that they could actually execute on. Towards the end of the summer, we also have, we partnered with GreenLink Equity Map to do a workshop on visualizing data through neighborhood equity maps. And as I said, we also have a summer program with social work. Next slide. We also, this is Dr. Sehan Salman, who's assistant professor of chemistry at Clark Atlanta. She's hosting an RU site at the intersection of data science and chemistry. So it's full this summer, but next summer we're going to host it again. So if you know anybody who would like to participate with us, let us know. She's an affiliate of the AUC Data Science Initiative, and she's been really fun to work with. Next slide. So across the AUC, there are different people doing just a variety of work, and I couldn't tell you everything that's happening, but I'll just highlight just a few here. So Morehouse School of Medicine, they have a health equity tracker that's looking to fight health inequities, to make things more transparency, to get the data out to the communities. And so people have used it in their research, and they've also used it in their classes because they have some really nice visualizations there. On the bottom is Jaticia Sistronk, who's at Spelman College. And this is a paper that she published on spatial determinants, looking at pathogen infection. And so she comes from environmental science. And so we really are in this place where we can work with social work, environmental science, medical school, everybody, mathematicians, everybody from across the spectrum. On the upper right, this is from our data science seminar series that will resume in September. We had 2 of our students talk about human trafficking awareness through data science, Victoria Grass and Wumi Michelle. We had hosted a data science challenge a few years ago, and they were our winners. And they won the project, and then they continued with the work and kept building it up. So we really we're excited to have them participate and share their work in Zoom. And Victoria will be entering a master's program in data science at Brown this fall, and Wumi will be attending a master's program at Columbia in data science. And I told him, I said, okay, you can do the master's now, this PhD next. But, what do I know? Next slide. So as I said, a few weeks ago, we did a workshop on enhancing data science education by leveraging data sets from the African diaspora. And a part of our mission, at least my mission, is to have HBCUs be the voice of data science, to have us be the advocate for African American communities, to have us be a resource to the broader public. And so this workshop was done in collaboration with Bowie, Clark Atlanta, Fisk, Spelman, Howard. So we all came together to develop this workshop. So it's not us in Atlanta, it really is us, the whole HBCU ecosystem, and really positioning across the ecosystem. Next slide. And so we're seeing more and more, this list is not all inclusive. We're seeing more and more happenings in data science across the HBCU landscape, and I'm really excited about what I'm seeing and how this is evolving. Bowie State in Maryland, they have a data science and analytics initiative that infuses data science into their undergraduate courses. They have faculty learning communities. They also have, they've done a really good job of creating certificates for students. FAM leads the HBCU Data Science Consortium with Dr. Jason Black. And this is a community of data science across 6 HBCUs: Alabama A&M, Bowie State, Morehouse, Johnson C. Smith, and Norfolk State. And so we've been partners in this data science playground, so to speak. Fisk University is in Nashville, Tennessee, and it's the first dedicated undergraduate data science program at an HBCU and in the whole state of Tennessee, both HBCU and non-HBCU. And so they're doing some really phenomenal work and pushing the envelope forward. Howard University, they have a data science and cybersecurity center that's in the School of Engineering. And they also recently launched a Center for Applied Data Science and Analytics. So it's really great to see how they're evolving and making impact. North Carolina A&T has both master's and PhD programs in computational data science and engineering. North Carolina Central, they recently launched a major in information technology with a minor in data analytics, and that's in their School of Business. And Winston-Salem State, they have a Center for Applied Data Science. And there are more, right? So Jackson State also has a PhD in data science, and I could go on, and we'd be here all day. And so it's great to see that these different efforts being launched, and this is in the recent years across the HBCU landscape, and they turned out to be wonderful, fantastic colleagues in the effort to enhance capacity, to bring innovations and research from the HBCU perspective. So I've really been blessed to work across all of these institutions in data science. Next slide. So I'm hoping that I gave you at least a little bit of an idea about the work we're doing here in Atlanta with the Data Science Initiative, and just a flavoring of what's happening across the HBCU landscape. And on the left-hand side, that's Du Bois at his desk. And really, I hope, I don't know, I might be as rambunctious as Du Bois. I don't know. You know, I could tell you that story if you're interested, but not mine, but his, you know. We're hoping to carry on his work by really bringing the voice from the HBCU perspective, bringing the voice from our perspective to not only benefit just certain populations in society, but really to help all of society improve, grow, and be enriched. You know, the high tide raises all boats, and it really does take all diverse perspectives and diverse talents to bring real serious innovations to push data science forward. So thank you. And I guess at this time, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have that, you know, and so I guess we could stop sharing the slides now.
Thank you, Dr. Washington. Let's see, do we have any questions? We have one question up front here.
Thank you, Dr. Washington, for your presentation, insightful and inspiring. My question is around data modeling and simulation and AI and all these these tools that are now becoming common to everyday people. And my question is around, how are your programs also looking at getting involved in the discussion around the equity of data and the use in AI and machine learning models, so on and so forth?
Yeah, so the, sorry, I'm hearing myself. Okay, I'll just talk. If I hear, let me know. So as far as data modeling, yeah, the tools are common to everyday people. And if we look in particular, for example, in the health industry, now we're not, back in the day, you go to the doctor, you get treated, and that's it. Right now, they can take your biometric data, input it into a computer, and there's an AI machinery and algorithms that it gets put into, and these algorithms are created off of people or electronic health records, EHRs, right? And from that algorithm, the doctor can make a prediction on how to treat you and what sort of things you should be doing or not doing. And the concern is that if we think about where this, one of the potential snags is for the electronic health records that built the model or informed it, doesn't take into account all diverse population types. And that could actually cause harm if a person like me is not in that data set and I go get treated, and I get treated based on technology that didn't take a person of my, let's say, racial demographic into account. And so that's one of the aims of the AIM Ahead project, to really address how do we create technologies and tools and address privacy concerns and this complicated issue of not having, we'll say, enough data. And there are ramifications at multiple steps of the way that intrudes in having this data present. But it's a hard problem to solve, as we know, right? So the way that I think about racism is that it favors one race or another over another, or vice versa. And when we create these technologies, create these tools, oftentimes we bring our own biases, we bring our own interpretations of what the standard is. And I say we, right, intentfully there. And those biases can incorporate and impact whose data we're collecting, whose data that we value, how we process the data, how we interpret the data, how we create technologies based off of that data, and who gets tested, who doesn't, and who benefits and who doesn't could be a unfortunate natural consequence of this, we'll say, bias or racial structures that permeates the steps of the data science project life cycle, if we call it that. So what we do is we position other researchers to create these technologies, to develop the artificial intelligence, machine learning, to really challenge and build, and because it's a complicated issue. So it's not that, so I'm not doing the data science research myself. My role is to create a space and an ecosystem where others come together and they build the technologies, they create the products, and they push it out and challenge the technologies that are, with hopefully new technologies that will take some of these hard questions into account. Because I'm not speaking on behalf of any organization, but when I was at NSF, right, so I ran the Improving Undergraduate STEM Education program for data science, and that was on the Convergence Accelerator side, where we looked at AI and the future of work. And when I would look across the STEM landscape with respect to data science, I didn't see enough of us at the table doing the research, doing the work, creating the research product, so to speak. And so part of my mantra is positioning others so that they can be successful in generating the research and creating the new knowledge that really will benefit all of society. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. So I have one question, Dr. Washington. For you listed HBCUs that currently or are building their data science centers at their universities. For those that do they have to already have a data science or digital literacy platform already established, or can they go from there? And for the ones that are looking to establish that, are there any resources that are available that you know of that can help build that platform?
What do you mean by platforms? Because when I think platform, I think of data platform, but I'm not sure if that's what you're thinking.
Well, the programs, a data science program for their students and faculty.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So so first I'll give the methodology and the way in which I think about it here. So I think about it, I'm a mathematician, right? So I think about it as two axes, right? A horizontal, where we think about the breadth of data science. So in my mind, it really is data science across the curriculum and providing mechanisms where all faculty can either engage, explore, learn, build up data science expertise. Just the other week, I talked to a Spanish professor who's using just software in his workshop and who is now all about Python because he participated in our workshop. So we're seeing faculty from, I don't know if you call them pop-up disciplines, but disciplines that aren't traditionally in data science come up and leveraging that to further their research, also with, and also within the STEM disciplines as well. So there's that horizontal aspect, but we also think about the vertical aspect. So those who are actually developing the data science technologies, the platform, who are creating the algorithms, and so those would have a deeper technological expertise. So I see it as two dimensions. And an institution can kind of see where they are, what talent they have. And I always have this growth mindset of let's grow, let's expand, let's learn how to do this, let's develop this. Like I said, when we did that workshop on data science in prosecutors' offices, nobody knew that they were writing a proposal for a data science project in a team. By the end they did, I told them, but they didn't know it. And they come back and said, I really learned how to make a pitch. I learned how to frame an argument. I learned what this intersection is. I learned about which data to use and not data to use. So for me, I like to provide these opportunities where faculty can grow and explore and learn, and they can selfishly take a piece back that's pertinent to their research and pertinent to their career trajectory, because you can't have that misalignment. So the institution would have to take a step back and say, okay, who do we have right now, and how can we expand and grow? I've talked to a number of HBCUs about, they call me and say, well, how did you do this? This is what we want to do. And, HBCU it's a soft spot in my heart. So I will give, free consulting to HBCUs and share what I know, right? I'm happy to share what I know. I'm happy to share my 2 cents of advice about how an institution can build. And so for other institutions who are looking to establish, cross your fingers that we're going to get this grant. I'm working on responses now. So we're working on, cross your fingers, we get a grant where we can broaden our reach across HBCUs to help other HBCUs build capacity in both data science, research, and education, anywhere from the larger ones to the ones where, you may be a faculty member and you don't have any collaborators, right? The school may be small or resources may not be there. And so we're looking to support the whole spectrum of HBCU faculty wanting to go into and travel through data science along with us. So I'm hoping if the stars aligned, we'll be able to make an announcement in a month or so. So cross your fingers on that one. But anybody can call me at any time. I always say my cell phone number's on my webpage. Nobody calls me. Text that too. And I'm happy to share what I know and give my opinion for whatever it's worth to help out.
Crossing my fingers and looking forward to connecting with you.
Yeah.
Are any more questions? I think we have.
Dr. Washington, thank you for your insightful discussion. So as we move from our post-pandemic environment into the future, we know that data science is going to play a key role. But given the pandemic and the scares of or the fears of our public, how do you align the data science moving forward with the different cyber challenges we have and such? And how would that affect our ability to move forward your initiatives? And then the second thing is, when it comes to, I noticed as Ms. Lumpkin said, we have a lot of schools are setting up their data science type initiatives under your umbrella. Is there a specific criteria that you're looking for, or can any school just reach out and try to get to that piece of your initiative?
So thank you for the question. So like I said, right, I'm HBCU trained, a double-time HBC faculty administrator, right? And so when schools call me, I will take the time and share what I know, right? It's all good because we all need to be in there together. So I don't really have a criteria around that. Now, so again, it's a soft spot for HBCUs, right? I do recognize that, I'll say this nicely, some non-HBCU institutions like to use HBCUs kind of as an afterthought. I'm not interested in those relationships, but I am about strengthening data science across the HBCU landscape. So however I can achieve that in an ethically responsible way, I'm all game for it. And so you also mentioned about we're in this post-pandemic, there's fears of our public with cyber challenges. Actually, I'm literally sitting right now in the AUC Woodruff Library because we're in a training looking at cyber and threats and challenges. And it's, you know, we face them head on, right? We're going to have cyber challenges. We're going to have threats. And I'll be frank, I tell my students that there's a lot of stuff that we have not figured out. How can we position you, our students, to solve some of these problems? So I had actually pitched in the room. I said, you know, if you all want to do a data challenge around, you know, to our students to come up with some data-driven solutions to affect and make impact in cyber or safety here on AUC campuses, I'm all for it. Our pre-freshman summer experience program this summer, I mean, some of the groups are going to be looking at policing shooting data, right? And looking at how do we keep our communities safe. So I think that we will have cyber attacks. We will have threats, right? Certain negative things will be unavoidable. And we also at the same time want to make sure that we equip ourselves, you know, facing the future unafraid, right? We proceed forward. We are academics and researchers. How can we figure out the problem? How can we be a part of the solution? How can we position our students to be a part of the solution to address some of these challenging things that will be coming down the pipe? Because as we know, the cyber field is in need of talent in the United States, right? United States talent. And so what can we do to help facilitate that? Because, you know, cyber impacts not just, you know, from a data science perspective, it's not just the computer science students, because you also have the sociology of cybersecurity. You also have the psychology of cybersecurity. You also, I mean, there's different dimensions if we think about cyber that are needed to address some of these challenges. And I think for me as an applied mathematician, that's why I like data science, because I can bring together these different subject areas to really kind of bring a nice perspective, diverse perspective to solve some of these hard societal challenges. So I think that with the cyber challenges, you know, we face the future unafraid, and we position our students in a way that we are sensitive to where they come from. We want to make sure we empower and equip them. And we also want to make sure that we are sensitive to our students, to our faculty, because with some of these topics, it can be emotionally hard or traumatic for our students, for our faculty. So we also want to make sure that we are, when we talk about these things, when we talk about threats, cyber threats, or COVID, or some police shooting, that we do have sensitivity and we do respect the people who are doing the work, and we negotiate through and with all of that. So I would say bad things will happen. That's true. And we have an opportunity to make a positive impact. And that's what we're here to do. And we're doing that through data.
Thank you, Dr. Washington, for that insightful presentation. Really looking forward to what's to come and still crossing my fingers for what you have coming up. All right. Thank
Thank
you.
you. I appreciate it.
All right. So up next, we will have the Digital HBCU with Dr. Gwendolyn Boyd. Reverend Dr. Gwendolyn Boyd is an engineer and described as a dynamic and relevant leader, a prolific motivational speaker, a powerful preacher, and a prominent advocate for STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. Boyd is a native of Montgomery, Alabama, and received a full scholarship to attend Alabama State University, where she graduated summa cum laude with a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics with a double. Additionally, she has been awarded an honorary doctorate of humane letters from Lincoln University, Bennett College, and Kentucky State University, and an honorary doctor of law from the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. Please have a warm welcome for Dr. Boyd.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all who are gathered, to the president of Central State University, my dear friend, Dr. Jack Thomas, and to all who are a part of this important event as we are gathered to talk about HBCU digital literacy at this summit today. And as I understand, you are just about ready to go as soon as I finish. So I want to leave as a friend to all. And we'll make sure that I hit the high points so that we can do what we need to do in convening and then being able to leave together. I'm honored for the opportunity to stand before you today at this summit, talking about digital literacy and to talk about HBCUs. And HBCUs are certainly the place where ordinary people who operate with extraordinary strength, talent, and courage do great things. Hidden Figures allowed this country to see the impact of African American women in the nation's space program. And a graduate of West Virginia State University, Katherine Johnson, was a human computer that John Glenn trusted with his life. And so we know from this example and many others that HBCUs were created for people to allow them to expand their opportunities and do great things in their life. And we also know that the education that we receive at an HBCU is second to none. Dr. King said to us, the function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education. W.B. Du Bois reminded us that education must not simply teach work, it must teach life. And Nelson Mandela said to us that education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. And so no matter the pedagogy, we know that an education from our HBCUs will allow us to be those who will continue to transform lives in every generation. And so we must understand that in all of the stories and the quotes that are told about education and about HBCUs, that this is the place where we create transformational leadership. This is the place where we create those who will make a significant difference in the world. But just to give a bit of background about HBCUs, and I know many of you already know the story, but for those who may not, let me just share a bit of background about the creation of our HBCUs. Prior to the Civil War, there was no structured higher education system for Black students. Public policy and certain statutory provisions prohibited the education of Blacks in various parts of the nation. The Institute for Colored Youth, the first higher education institute for Blacks, was founded in Cheney, Pennsylvania in 1837. And it was followed by two other institutions, Lincoln University in Pennsylvania and your neighbor across the street, Wilberforce University. These institutions were called universities or institutes from their founding. A major part of their mission in the early years was to provide elementary and secondary schooling for students who had no previous education. And it was not until the early 1900s that HBCUs began to offer courses and programs at the post-secondary level. And so we understand as we move forward, of course, with Plessy versus Ferguson decision, the separate but equal was never true. It was separate, but it was never equal. And so we are still dealing with the dual public elementary, secondary, and higher education system. But we also know that in 1953, there were 32,000 students who were enrolled in such well-known private Black institutions such as Fisk, Hampton, Howard, Meharry, Morehouse, Spelman, and Tuskegee, as well as a host of smaller Black colleges located in the southern and border states. But in that same year, in 1953, 43,000 students were enrolled in public Black colleges. HBCUs enrolled 3,200 students in graduate programs. This is in 1953. These private and public institutions mutually serve the important mission of providing education for teachers, ministers, lawyers, doctors, scientists, engineers, all Black professionals because they were in a racially segregated society. But we now know that as we come forward, the Plessy decision, which had governed public education policy for more than half a century, was overturned in '54. Despite the landmark Supreme Court decision in Brown versus Board of Education, most HBCUs remain segregated with poorer facilities and budgets. The lack of adequate libraries and scientific and research equipment and capabilities placed a serious handicap on many of the students. But if we want to frame the issue for today, as we talk about HBCUs, we understand that they were established to serve the educational needs of African Americans. Prior to this time, their establishment for many years, Blacks were generally denied admission to traditionally white institutions. And as a result, HBCUs became the principal means for providing post-secondary education. Education allowed the creation of the Black middle class. And born out of adversity, HBCUs were rooted in faith, community, and service. And that's why I often say that HBCUs offer a true value proposition. Not only are they a great value to their students, but they also produce students with great values. And so we must never forget that Black excellence is emerged in the HBCU experience. Specifically today, as we talk about those who have been a part of the dynamic history of the United States Air Force and NASA and many other areas of science and technology. The first Black woman colonel in the United States Air Force, Ruth Lucas, was a graduate of Tuskegee University. General Lloyd Newton was the first Black to join the Thunderbirds, a graduate of Tennessee State University. Daniel Chappie James, the first Black four-star general, graduate of Tuskegee and one of the original Tuskegee Airmen. Marcelette Harris, the first Black woman brigadier general and the first Black woman major general, a graduate of Spelman College. Virgil Starks and Sheldon Starks, the first Black brothers who were colonels in the United States Air Force, both graduated from Benedict College. Colonel Carlette Jones, the first woman commanding officer of the ROTC at North Carolina A&T. Walter Massey was the first Black to lead the National Science Foundation, a graduate of Morehouse College. Ronald McNair, the second astronaut to travel to space, who, although he was killed in the Challenger explosion, a graduate of North Carolina A&T. Charles Bolden, the first African American to lead NASA, was encouraged to join the NASA program by Ronald McNair. And the list goes on and on of all the great people who graduated from HBCUs and went on to do great things in our society and are still doing it today. Because today on HBCU campuses, you'll see visits from Black astronauts and four-star generals and many others who are superlative in their career fields and saying to our students, come on in, the water is fine. Dream whatever you want to choose. And as I used to say to my students at Alabama State, I encourage you to dream big, because if your dreams don't scare you, they're not big enough. And so that's the spirit of attending an HBCU, where computer scientists and cyber technologists and those who are learning to do great things understand they have a legacy to fulfill. Today, HBCUs must fulfill educational goals far beyond those that were initially set when they were formed. The mission of Black colleges continues. Our assignment is clear. It is to keep them open, and the mission is possible for them to obtain that great education. As a time when many schools barred their doors to African Americans, our HBCUs offered the very best and produced the very best. And so we understand that promoting and enabling a vibrant STEM research and education enterprise has never been more vital to America's system of innovation, economic prosperity, and equality of life. Global leadership in science and technology is a national issue for the United States. Moreover, America needs not only a scientifically literate workforce, but also a scientifically literate population within every subgroup in society. And of significance in saying that we need to increase the STEM workforce means that we have to expose our young people to opportunities to succeed. There's a proverb that says, I hear and I forget. I see and I remember. I do and I understand. In other words, this is a reminder to us that we don't need expensive resources or specialized knowledge to help stimulate our young people to pursue careers in STEM. What is needed is a willingness to share in the excitement of discovery. So many of our HBCUs have accomplished a lot since their founding. More than 80% of all African Americans who receive degrees in science and technology graduated from HBCUs. HBCUs have provided undergraduate training for 3/4 of all persons holding a doctorate degree. HBCUs are leading institutions in awarding baccalaureate degrees to Black students in science, physical science, mathematics, and engineering. And HBCUs continue to rank high in terms of the population of graduates who pursue and complete graduate and postdoc work. So we have a lot to celebrate in HBCU training in the area of STEM. But also society benefits by improving STEM education at our HBCUs. Minority communities will be stronger with greater access to experts who understand science and engineering problems and policy and will help make important choices in our communities. STEM educated workers will be better able to perform in environments characterized by risk and complexity. Additionally, when we're talking about working with our HBCUs, industry and federal laboratories should expand their partnerships with our institutions because they enroll large numbers of underrepresented minorities in STEM to increase the articulation between universities and industry and federal labs and expand the number of role models to interact with an increasing student population that will become our future workforce. We must work with them to become those who will push the limits, who will think outside the box, who will evaluate data in a different way, who will interpret things in a different fashion, who will be the transformational leaders in our future. These partnerships are critical. When I was at Hopkins at APL, I started a program called Atlas with 6 interns from HBCUs. They had never had any interns from HBCUs, and the comments were varied. Well, we've never seen any students from this place. What is their curricula like? Is it rigorous enough for them to succeed? And you know, given the challenge, we rise to the occasion. And so now, many years later, there are over 150 to almost 200 interns who now participate in the program because those first 6 showed them the capacity and the capability of students who attend our HBCUs. And even when I was serving as president at Alabama State University, we worked in partnership with Maxwell Air Force Base. And we had a great opportunity to have our students intern and shadow employees there. We had opportunities for them to see research that was going on. And so I say to all of you, we need our HBCUs. We need them to provide these opportunities to our students and to our faculty who also want to be involved in research. And so we take a statement from our DoD Secretary, Lloyd Austin, who said in March of 2021, we need to include defending the nation through innovation and modernization, developing civilian and military talent, and reinforcing teamwork with allies and partners. And I think that is saying that those of us who are part of the HBCU family, those who are part of federal labs, those who are part of PWIs, and those who are interested in where our STEM workforce will come from in the future must work together and create that STEM talent, especially as a part of our workforce future from HBCUs. One way to accomplish this goal is to make intentional and strategic investments in the nation's HBCUs, and making sure that even though we represent a small percentage of the nation's higher education, our institutions show disproportionate success in producing students of color who earn STEM baccalaureate degrees and have gone on to earn STEM graduate degrees, which include many fields of relevance to the workforce for the future. With their focus on intentionally supporting student success, HBCUs make strong and uniquely important contributions to the defense research enterprise, which is an opportunity to widen the talent pool and diversify the pool of those who are engaged in STEM. Defense-related STEM research requires diversity of thought, diversity of perspective, and diversity of background in training. It requires an understanding of how new technologies will be viewed and used in the United States and globally. The persistent lack of underrepresented minorities in STEM limits the wider R&D views that are necessary to expose our students and their digital brilliance to the world. The students, faculty, researchers at HBCUs are more than uniquely qualified. The talent is there. The issue is how we connect the talent with the resources and the equipment and the funding so that they are able to move to new levels of STEM talent at our HBCUs because the pipeline is broken to get the resources to them. And so therefore, the task is to define how we get the funds to those who need it and who want to be engaged in this research. The method and means necessary to advance HBCU capacity to conduct defense research and increase the STEM workforce is in our hands. The degree to which these institutions are successful in competing for and executing grants and contracts for defense research should be a part of our daily conversation. We need to engage and highlight best practices for advancing the capacity of HBCUs to compete for and conduct research programs related to national security and defense. We need to have recommendations for strengthening and enhancing the current programs at our HBCUs and attract and retain students specializing in STEM fields from HBCUs on emerging capabilities and technologies. When we do that, when we engage, when we partner, we will multiply the STEM professionals in our workforce now and in the years to come. In other words, HBCUs need to be successful. What they need to be successful is a strong institutional research grant and contract base, including appropriate physical research facilities and skilled research support. We need research faculty support, including an articulated vision and support for a research client. We need the opportunity for faculty to have reduced workloads so that it allows time for them to do research. And we need meaningful internships to expose our students to the opportunities they can have as interns. And although our HBCU graduate programs may be small, they are powerful. And we must seek to improve the diversity of science and engineering workforce that will address defense technology challenges. It's important to consider the methods and means to support these students as well. Investment in the underrepresented individuals and their home institutions can help support pathways to success. And so I say to all of us, as we look to expand research and capacity at our HBCUs must define research goals aligned with institutional priorities and proactively shape partnerships to achieve prioritized goals. We must develop true partnerships with other HBCUs and non-HBCUs, with government and quasi-government entities and industry. And in doing that, we also have to see an increase in consistent, coordinated engagement with our HBCUs. We have to make sure we have workshops to show how to apply for all of those grants and contracts that become readily available. And we must establish and evaluate these true partnerships as opportunities for our HBCUs and especially our students and our faculty to succeed. To address these gaps, a strategic commitment, a long-term targeted commitment must be in place. In other words, we must walk the walk and not just talk the talk. We have to make sure that we move forward. There are 107 HBCUs with over 250,000 students enrolled. And we know that many of them want to pursue careers in STEM. They may not have been exposed to all that is out there. When I first went to Hopkins, I came from Alabama State and went to Yale to get my engineering degree. I'd never been on a submarine in my life. I know this is an Air Force issue, but I worked on submarines. I was from Alabama. They didn't have submarines in Alabama. But I took the risk in making sure that whatever was out there, I knew about it and would engage in it. And so we need to continue to expose our young people to things that they've never seen, never been, and things that have never been available to them. We must continue to build intellectual capital, spurring innovation and improving the resources and the capacity of things at our HBCUs. And we know, especially at HBCUs, success requires that institutional commitment be genuine and that our partnerships with others be genuine and meaningful. It means that we know, especially at HBCUs, for years we've had to make bricks without straw. But now that the funding is available, we no longer need to do that or adopt that as our mantra. We need to move forward to understand how to get the money from grants and contracts and make sure it's available for this generation and those yet to come to our HBCUs. Let me close with a word from Nikki Giovanni, one of my favorite poets, who said, she reminds us of our resilience when she said, style has a profound meaning to Black Americans. If we can't drive, we'll invent walks and the world will envy the dexterity of our feet. If we can't have ham, we boil chitlins. If we're given rotten peaches, we will make cobblers. If given scraps, we will make quilts. Take away our drums and we will clap our hands. We prove the human spirit will prevail. We will take what we have to make what we need. We need confidence in our knowledge of who we are. And so as HBCUs, we're confident of who we are, whose we are, and why we are here. We know our purpose. We understand the importance of education and the power of education and the value of strong relationships as we move forward. We understand the power of the village and continue to inspire each other as the village continues to grow. Education is essential. We must keep filling the room with these bright young people who only want a chance. We've got to continue to fill these rooms with our intelligence, our presence, our thoughts, our ideas, our agenda. We have to live the story and keep celebrating our success as we stay focused on our purpose. We have to know our worth and never let anybody underestimate the power of an education from an HBCU. We will handle our business. We will reach for those things that we know are ours. And if we have the courage to go for it. We will celebrate and honor the excellence that our ancestors demonstrated with less capacity than we have today. We will celebrate the accomplishments achieved in our great history and the courage, the resilience in the face of adversity, hope in the face of hardship, and courage in the face of opposition. That will allow us to continue to have great graduates from HBCUs, especially in this digital society we live in today, but to also help others understand that greatness comes from HBCUs. And we know that because we have had and seen all of those who graduate from HBCUs. So we will not be distracted or deterred by anyone who is trying to stop us, but we will survive because we will move forward. We'll understand the power of an education. We will also celebrate the good news at the places called HBCUs. We understand that at an HBCU, it will prepare you for anything. In other words, you can go anywhere and be anything with an education from an HBCU. If you don't believe me, let me just do a quick roll call. Martin Luther King, Morehouse. Thurgood Marshall, Howard. W.B. Du Bois, Fisk. Elijah Cummings, Howard. Katherine Johnson, West Virginia State University. Barbara Jordan, Texas Southern. Keisha Lance Bottoms, Florida A&M. Stacey Abrams, Spelman. Oprah Winfrey, Tennessee State. Chadwick Boseman, Howard. Lonnie Johnson, Tuskegee. Freeman and Jackie Rabowski, Hampton Institute. Alexis Herman, Xavier. Erica Badu, Grambling. Toni Morrison, Howard. Alice Walker, Spelman. Taraji B. Henson, Howard. Derek Johnson, Tougaloo, Dimitri Stockton, North Carolina A&T, Joyce Roche Dillard, Terrence J., North Carolina A&T, Joyce Beatty, Central State University, James Clyburn, South Carolina State University, Kamala Harris, Howard University, and the list goes on and on and on. You can go anywhere with an education from an HBCU, but especially if you're interested in STEM, if you're interested in the diversity of thought, of adventure, of science, understanding how things work, and then taking them apart and putting them back together again. We know that our HBCUs provide that space for our students to show their excellence. They are phenomenal, and we must continue to celebrate them. And so we celebrate our HBCUs as a part of this Digital Literacy Summit. We know education makes a difference. Our HBCUs make the difference. The mission of our ancestors was to create and build institutions of higher learning. And our responsibility is to grow and expand these institutions. We must keep our HBCUs strong, sustainable, successful, and strategically secure, especially in the areas of science, technology, engineering, and math. And so I say to you, the task is yours. The power is in your hand. How will you use it?
Thank you, Dr. Boyd. Again, how will you use it? What is your influence? You've listened to 2 days of powerful information and resources, and how are you going to take that and be intentional about working with HBCUs and your influence in that? With that, I would like to welcome Dr. Turner to the stage. When you talk about power of influence and being intentional, this vision of this HBCU Digital Literacy Day is all from Dr. Reginald Turner. So I would like you to come up so we could applaud you. Yes, I do, but just a minute. And so also with Dr. Turner and his team, and I've watched these folks work diligently to make this happen. Mr. Derek Long, Sean Freeman, I'm going to call out names, so hopefully I don't forget anybody. And Lisa Coker, is she in the room? Okay, so stand up, Lisa, Derek, Sean, you all come up. So Lisa Coker is the CEO of Infinite Management Solutions. And so Dr. Turner, he's like, I need somebody to help me run this. And so I said, well, I mean, there's nobody else out there but Lisa. So Lisa, I would like to applaud you because she was actually just recognized for the Dayton Business Journal Aerospace Defense People to Watch, or companies to watch. And so very few Black women are on that list. So give a round of applause for Miss Lisa Coker. And then for the Central State University team, so Derek Long and Sean Freeman really stepped up. And also thanks to Dr. Zilla Fluker, who has moved on to a new position. That's excellent. But definitely thank you for all that you do. And I'm going to turn it over to you to finish up.
Thank you all. I started off by saying I'm in awe of this on the very first day, the very first hour, and I am still in awe by this, by you, by us. I echo what Dr. Boyd said. We can do anything, period. We can do anything. We did this. We did this. Give yourselves another round of applause. I absolutely have to recognize Major Sean Mahusky, who has been my right-hand person, in addition to some other people who aren't here. But Major Mahusky, the reason I want to highlight him, and I've said this to him 2 or 3 times, he's going to get a medal for this. If I have anything to do with it, he will definitely get a medal. The reason I'm highlighting him is because, and I've said this to him, you have people who work with you who do things because you tell them to. and you have those who do things because they need to be done. You want the people who do the things because they need to be done. And that's Major Mahusky. He saw something, he did it. We had people who had to fall off, people who wanted to join. He wrangled folks. He took care of whatever needed to be taken care of without me even having to ask. I appreciate that. We could not have done this without you. I could not have made this happen without you. So thank you, sir. I appreciate you. And again, thank you all. I really didn't have anything prepared, which is unlike me. But thank you to Dr. Jones for supporting us from the start. Thank you for Dr. Thomas for allowing us to use this facility, and for all of the leadership and guidance and your friendship. I do appreciate that. Not enough thanks is possible to give to IMS and the team that Ms. Coker has. That is a great company. That is a great team. They do wonderful things. This IT and AV team is awesome. They're superb. We had challenges. Everybody has challenges. Every organization, every event has challenges. They performed like professionals, very kind and courteous and on top of things. So please thank them for all that they've done. The food was excellent. Thank you for the food. It was done. It was even prepared. I hate mayonnaise, but they had the right amount of mayonnaise on my sandwiches. That's a big deal for me. I don't know about y'all. That's a big deal. So thank the caterers for the food, for everything that was set up, professional, top of the line, the decoration here in the party. That wasn't a networking event. That was a party. But that was nice. Everything was just wonderful. I am truly overwhelmed and impressed, but not shocked, because this is how we do things. Everything we touch turns into a magical result. So I said it yesterday, don't sleep on HBCUs. We're the hottest ticket in town. I absolutely believe that. I had my HBCU Love shirt on yesterday. Didn't wear it today because it's supposed to be hot. But I want to continue to do this. Hopefully we can. I will be reaching out to all of you. The team will be reaching out to all of you for feedback. I think there's a survey that's going to be sent out. If it hasn't already, please complete the survey. Be honest. Tell us what was wrong. Tell us what needs to be fixed. But also tell us what was right. Tell us what we did that was good. Make recommendations. Make suggestions. Submit ideas. I mentioned forming a community of practice. I really would like to do that in HBCU, Department of the Air Force community of practice, so we can talk about how we can continue to improve things, where we can go, where we need to go, who we need to talk to. Let's do it. If you want to form a group where we can chat, we can talk about it, let's do it. We can do it. We don't even have to be in the same, well, we got to be on the same planet. Don't have to be on the same continent, but let's do it, please. I am open for ideas. I don't have all the ideas. I got a bunch of questions, though. I think together we can answer them all. Any last minute things from you? Any comments, questions, criticisms, whatever? If you want to shout, go ahead. But other than that, thank you. I'm overwhelmed. We'll be talking with you as we move forward. Thanks for coming, and have a great rest of the week.